Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable. If you can. What is our story tonight? Why, tonight we're going to see what happens when an honest man yields to temptation and descends into the murky depths of murder and despair. It's the story I call Dark, Dark Destiny. In the office of Dr. William Norris, Joseph Harrison, a man in his 30s, is waiting anxiously as in the next room Dr. Norris is finishing his examination of pretty young Mary Harrison.
It isn't anything serious, is it, Dr. Norris? Please tell me it isn't.
I'm afraid it's too soon to say, Mrs. Harrison. Until the X-ray plates are developed, I can't say yes or no. And now, your husband is waiting outside, and he's probably beginning to worry,
Yes,
so...
of course, Doctor. Poor Joe, he does worry about me.
Well, here's your wife, Mr. Harrison. You must have thought I'd kidnapped her.
Well, no, but I was getting a little worried, Doctor. I hope you didn't find anything very wrong.
Well, I took a complete X-ray series. I won't be able to tell much until they're developed. I'd like Mrs. Harrison to come back the day after tomorrow, if she can.
Of course, Doctor.
Any time in the day that's convenient to you will be quite all right. And meanwhile, I'll write out a prescription your husband can have filled. Will you step in a minute, Mr. Harrison?
Sure thing. I'll be with you in a minute, Mary.
All right, darling.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Harrison?
All right. What is it, Doctor? Bad news?
I'm afraid so.
Does that mean Mary's going to die?
No, Mr. Harrison. Not that serious. But within a few months, she will be confined to her bed. I'm afraid she faces a life of invalidism.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
I'm sorry, Mr. Harrison.
Doctor, there must be something you can do for her.
Well, I don't want to raise your hopes, but...
Yeah?
There's one doctor in this country who, through a very remarkable type of operation, has been able to help people like your wife.
Well, why didn't you say so? Let's get him.
Well, I must warn you, Mr. Harrison, this operation doesn't always meet with success. In many cases, the patient shows no improvement at all. After all, it's still in the experimental
Look,
stage.
if there's 1 chance in 100, I want Mary to have that chance. Now, please get this doctor to operate on my wife.
All right, I'll try. But his services are in great demand. And, well, his average fee for an operation is about $1,500.
$1,500?
Of course, if you can't afford that, he might consider the circumstances.
No, I can afford it. I can afford anything that Mary needs.
Very well, then I'll get in touch with him at once.
Yeah, sure. You make the arrangements right away. I'll get hold of the money. I'll have it by tomorrow, sure.
Darling, help me off with my coat, will you?
Oh, sure. How you feeling?
Oh, my backache is much better since I took the medicine Dr. Norris gave me. I'm sure I'm going to be all right, Joe.
Of course you are. He's one of the best doctors in the city. He'll have you well in no time.
Did he tell you anything more, Joe?
No, not a thing. Except that the treatment may take a little time. That's all.
A little time.
Yeah.
Oh, dear, I hope it won't be too expensive. Your business has fallen off, and we've used up our savings
Now, don't
account.
you worry about the money. Don't you worry about anything.
All right, darling. I won't. But aren't you going to take your coat off?
No, I got to get that prescription the doctor gave me filled. Now, you just take it easy till I get back. I might stop in at the shop, too. There's something I have to tend to. The Denvers, I'm Joe Harrison.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. Please sit down.
Thank you.
I see that you want to borrow $1,500 from us.
That's right. I've got to have it right away.
Unfortunately, the security you wish to offer your home is...
What's wrong with it? It's a swell little house in a good section. It's all in good repair. Houses are worth money these days.
Quite true. But you already have a first and second mortgage on it, and well, prices are falling, so I'm afraid we can't make any further loans on it.
I've got to have the money. I've just got to...
I'm sorry to hear that, because there's nothing we can do to help you.
Then forget about the loan. I'll sell the house. Plenty of people want houses.
That's true, too, but I don't think you can possibly clear much over the mortgages on a sale. A few $100s, perhaps. You see, those mortgages were issued when prices were at their peak. And now, well, things have changed.
Yeah, I see they have.
You say you're not employed, Mr. Harrison.
No, I own a shop. You see, I'm a locksmith.
That means you're never certain of your income. Now, if you had a job, a regular income that could be depended upon...
What are you getting at? You mean you're not going to let me have the money?
I'm afraid I can't, Mr. Harrison.
But your ads say that you lend up to $2,000 on a personal note. I only want $1,500. Look, you got to let me have it.
I certainly wish I could, but under the circumstances, I'm sorry. Very sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
I'm afraid the collateral you suggest isn't satisfactory, Mr. Harrison. We'd lend you the money if we could, but we just can't. Sorry.
But I've just got to have it. I've got to. Sorry. Do you hear me? I've got to have it.
Sorry.
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 Sorry. Joe, you're not eating. And you're so quiet. Is anything wrong?
What? Oh. No, of course not.
You're worrying about me, aren't you?
No, Mary, of course not. I was just thinking about some changes at the shop.
Darling, you don't have to lie to me. I know you're worrying. But I'm going to get better. Really, I am. I promise it.
Sure you are. Sure. Dr. Norris said so. You're going to be well in no time. Well, I have to go out now. I have an appointment with Horace Latimer. You remember I told you about him? We grew up together. I may be pretty late, so don't wait up for me.
Joe had no appointment with Horace Latimer, but he went to see Horace anyway, for they had been boyhood friends until their paths had separated. Horace had grown rich, and Joe hoped desperately that Horace would lend him the money he had been trying to raise all day. A sum that would mean nothing at all to Horace.
$1,500, that's rather a lot of money, Joe.
I know it is, Horace, but it's for Mary. It's for an operation. I've got to have it.
I see. Well, now, why don't you try the bank? You have a house,
I
business.
have tried the bank, and a half a dozen loan companies. They all turned me down. They said my security wasn't good enough.
Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad. But you know, I don't quite understand why you came to me, Joe.
Because we're friends, that's why. Because when we were boys, we agreed that each of us would always lend the other a helping hand if we could.
Boys don't understand business very well, I'm afraid, Joe.
Oh, I guess not. They don't understand business. They just understand friendship. You know, if I had the money, I'd lend it to you if you needed it.
I don't doubt that at all, Joe, and you can bet I'd lend it to you if I had it. But that's the trouble. I haven't any ready cash. The income tax, you know, and, well, a couple of shaky investments that I'm trying to bolster up.
All right, Horace. Never mind explaining. I get the idea. You're not going to lend me any money.
Now, really, Joe, I would if I could, but I can't. I'm sorry.
Save your sorrow for somebody who wants it. I don't need your money, you hear? I'll get it someplace else. I'll get it someplace. Somehow.
After he had slammed out of Horace Latimer's expensive home, Joe stood for a moment on the dark street corner, staring back with bitterness in his face.
Yeah, you're sorry. I'll bet you are. What a sap I was to think you were a pal of mine. I should have known better. I should have known.
Buddy?
Huh?
You speaking to me?
Oh, no. Sorry, I guess I was just thinking out loud.
That's okay. Hey, got a match?
Match? Sure, yeah. Here you are.
Thanks. Okay, hold it just like that. Make a move and I'll plug you.
Gun? Why, well, you're...
Yeah, this is a stick-up. Hand over your dough and make it fast, see?
My dough? That's a hot one. I'm out trying to raise money, and so are you. Well, I only got $1 on me. Take that if you want it. Anyhow, it's more than I could raise.
Don't try to kid me. Stand still while I see what you got in your pockets.
Go ahead.
Wallet. And a leather case of some kind.
You'll find exactly $1 in that wallet. You made a mistake, I tell you. I don't live in this ritzy neighborhood. I just came here to try to borrow a little money.
One measly buck. But I'll bet you got a roll hidden in this leather case. It's heavy enough.
There's nothing in there but my emergency kit.
Yeah, well, I'll see for myself. Hey, this kit is full of skeleton keys and pick locks and stuff. What are you, anyway, a second-story worker?
I'm a locksmith and a safe repairman, if it's anything to you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Now, how about taking that $1 and letting me go on my way? I'm in a hurry.
Not so fast, pal. Were you leveling just now when you said you were trying to raise dough?
Sure I was. I got to have $1,500 by tomorrow. And what's it to you?
You'd be surprised, pal. Okay, I'm putting the gun away, but you ain't leaving yet.
Why not?
Because me and you are going to talk business. I got a plan that'll get us both all the dough we need. Two more beers, waiter. Well, Joe, is it a deal on my proposition?
I don't know, Mike.
Sure you do. There's nothing to it. You can open locks and safes.
Yeah,
And I know a house where there's a safe with plenty of dough in it. You and me together, we'll go get it. We'll make a team.
but burglary. I've never stolen anything in my life.
Listen, you need dough bad, don't you? And so do I. Plenty bad.
Yeah, but
You said you'd do anything to get it, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Then what are you hanging back for? All you gotta do is get the back door open and the safe. You can do that, can't you?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Then forget the buts. In a half an hour, you'll have your 1,500 and more. How else you ever gonna get it? Answer me that.
I don't know.
Hey, look. You saw all those big houses lived in by guys with dough. How'd they get it? They took it from somebody else, every one of them.
Yeah, I suppose so. You sure the money's there?
I'm positive. Look, I was casing a joint, and I looked in a window just in time to see the old geezer put a roll of bills in a safe you can open with your teeth.
All right, I'll do it. I gotta have that money.
And so, half an hour later, Joe and his newfound acquaintance stood in the shadows of the rear entrance of an imposing brick house, listening intently. Not a sound anyplace. Good thing there's no dogs around. 1 o'clock. Everybody's hit the hay long ago. This'll be a cinch.
That lock looks easy enough. I shouldn't be doing this. Must be some other way to get the money.
Don't be a sucker all your life. You gotta take what you want in this world. Go on, get the door open. Gotta get inside before we're spotted.
Well, all right. It'll only take a second, I think. Yeah, it's coming. There, it's unlocked.
Let's get inside. Come on. There. Good. We're in, and nobody spotted us. The safe's in the library this way. Don't make any noise.
You sure there's only the two of them in the house?
Yeah. The old guy and his butler. Probably both deaf as posts. Here we are. Here's the library door. Come on in. The safe's behind a picture on this wall.
That picture there?
Yeah, that's the one. I'll lift it down. There you are. There's the safe. Just a kid's toy.
Kid's toy, nothing. That baby's tough.
Well, you can open it, can't you?
Yeah, but it'll take at least a half an hour.
Let's get going. We can't stay here all night. Hurry it up. You've been 40 minutes on that thing.
I told you it was tough. It's coming now. There. There you are.
About time, too. Now, let's see what's in it. Here's the cash box. Wait till I open it, and we'll know what we got. There, look. Oh, cash, Mazuma. What did I tell you?
There must be thousands there.
Easy, come on. Let's count it and divvy it up.
No. Never mind. Just give me the 1,500. That's all I want. You can keep the rest.
You kidding?
No, that's all I want. Just the 1,500 that I need.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. Here you are. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, $1,500 bill.
$1,500.
Just for an hour's work? Easy money, huh? Hey, look, what do you say we crack a couple of more cribs tonight?
No. I just want to get out of here now.
Someone's coming.
Someone's coming?
Yeah. Here, get behind this door. I'll take care of this.
What are you going to do?
Never mind. Now shut up.
Who's there? Jenkins? Jenkins, is that you? The safe's open. The burglars. Jenkins! Jenkins, call the police, quick!
Nobody's calling any cops tonight, mister.
Why, you're a thief. Jenkins! Jenkins!
Maybe that'll convince you.
Why did you hit him?
What'd you expect me to do? Hold his hand?
Wait a minute. He looks like he's dead.
I wouldn't be surprised. He don't seem to be breathing any to speak of.
That's murder.
So it's murder. You're in it just as much as me. Don't forget that.
Yeah. I'm an accessory to murder.
Cut the guff and let's get out of here. Or do you want to get caught?
No, of course not.
Then come on, let's get going. Okay, here we are. Come on in.
Why did you make me come here? Why can't I go home?
You heard me. Come on in. That's better. Now, take off your hat and stay a while.
Well, I can't stay, Mike. My wife, she'll be worrying. I got to go home to her.
You've got worse things than your wife to worry about, pal.
What do you mean?
I mean the cops. Or have you forgotten you're wanted for murder?
No, I haven't forgotten. I'll never be able to forget. Why did you kill him? Why?
So we wouldn't have to go to jail. Would you rather have gone to jail, Joe?
No, of course not. Yes, I would. Well, I'm all mixed up. How did I get into this anyway?
You needed dough. That's how you got into this, and you got it. So cut out the sob stuff. We're in the clear. Nobody got a peep at it.
Why won't you let me go home? Why do you make me come to your room here?
2 reasons. The first is I want to make sure you know what it'll mean if you let anything slip.
I know. You don't have to tell me. I won't let anything slip.
If I thought you might, I'd slit your throat right now.
I won't, I tell you. I have to live. For my wife's sake.
Okay. And the second reason you're here is so you and me can have a little talk.
Talk? What kind of a talk?
Joe, I like the way you got that door and that safe open tonight. You and me got a future together.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do. As soon as the heat's off, we're going to do another little job together.
Oh, no. No, I won't. I won't.
Yes, you will.
I tell you I won't. You can't make me.
Oh, yes, I can. Because if you don't, I can always send a little note to the cops telling them it's you they want for that killing tonight.
You wouldn't do that. They'd get you, too.
I'd be a long ways away by then, but you can't get away. You got a business here and a sick wife. You couldn't leave them. Well, now you see why you're going to do what I say.
You dirty... You...
No, don't say it. You don't think you can pull a job and then go on as if nothing had happened to you. You're mixed up in murder. And somebody's always got to pay for murder. One way or another.
I only did it for Mary's sake.
Don't matter why you did it. You're in it now and you can't get out. Not without paying in some way.
I got a good mind to go to the police to confess. Get this off my chest.
Oh, no, you don't. You see this gun? I'd plug you in a second if I... Get away. Let go of my hand. Let go.
You've got me into this. You're not going to make me go any further into it. Take that away from you. Mike. Mike. He's dead. He's dead. He tried to shoot me and shot himself. I gotta get away from here. I gotta get back to Mary.
daze of horror, Joe Harrison found his hat and made his way to the street. His mind was a dizzy whirl of thoughts which he could not control. They went around and around in his head.
I'm a murderer. They'll catch me. They'll hang me. I didn't mean to do it. I just wanted the money. The money was all. I wanted the money to make Mary well, that's all. Now they'll catch me. They'll hang me. I got to escape. Got to. Mike said the murder has to be paid for somehow. That isn't true. Sometimes you can escape if you're lucky. I just got to be lucky. I need a drink. Got to have a drink before I go crazy.
So Joe Harrison stumbled into a tiny bar on a dark street. Struggling to control his shaking hands and to keep his voice normal, he ordered a double rye and gulped it down. Then, as his senses cleared a little, he heard the radio at the end of the bar broadcasting a warning to the city.
The police department is asking you to be on the lookout for the following man. Wanted for the brutal murder committed in Gramercy Park section 2 hours ago. Please make a note of the following description given by the victim before he died. The description follows.
Hey, look, buddy, what's the idea? What'd you shut the radio off for? Answer me, what'd you do it for?
Because I was sick of listening to it, that's why.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm not, see? And I got an idea maybe there was some other reason you didn't want to hear it. So I'm going to turn it on again.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
Well, I'm going to. And if you want to make a try for a break, I got a gun right here under the bar, you see? Now let's hear what the killer looked like.
I repeat, be on the lookout for a man of medium height, lean and wiry, with reddish-brown hair. If you see such a man, report at once to headquarters. We now turn you back to our regular night program of popular dance tunes.
Lean and wiry with reddish-brown hair, huh? Well, that ain't you. You're kind of heavy-set and black-haired. For a minute there, you had me going. I was positive you was the killer, the way you didn't want me to hear the description. Just jumpy, huh?
Yeah.
Well, here, have another drink on the house, huh?
Oh, thanks. I gotta go home. I need some sleep. Yeah, that's what I need. Some sleep.
Aghast at how close he had come to giving himself away, Joe Harrison hurried home. It was Mike the police were looking for, not Joe Harrison. It was Mike whose description they had. Joe Harrison was safe. Safe. Hardly able to believe in his own good luck, Joe reached his home and let himself in. Mary was already asleep. Quietly, he got into bed and at last fell asleep himself. Asleep troubled by nightmares that gave him no peace. When he woke, it was morning, and Mary was preparing breakfast.
Good morning, darling. What time did you get home anyway? I waited up for you almost till 2.
I was pretty late. I stopped at the shop and did a little work. Forgot to watch the time.
And this morning you looked terrible. I know. You're worrying. About me. But you mustn't, darling. I'm going to be all right. Really, I am.
Of course you are. I'm going to see to that.
What do you think? Dr. Norris called up last night. Wanted to talk to you. He said he had good news for you.
Good news?
Mm-hmm. But he wouldn't tell me what it was. I don't know why. He asked for you to stop in at his office this morning.
Yeah, I think I know what it is. Yeah, sure. I'll go right over and see him.
Oh, but, darling, you're going to eat breakfast first, aren't you?
No, I'll eat when I get back. I want to see the doctor first. Anyway, I'm not very hungry.
All right, Joe. But please hurry back. I want to know what the doctor says.
Yeah, sure, Mary. I'll be right back. But everything's okay now. Everything's okay.
After he left the house, Joe bought a morning paper. Big headlines told of the murder the night before, but he scarcely saw them. His eyes hurried through the story until he found what he was looking for. The news that Mike's body had been found. The man Mike had struck had given his butler Mike's description before he died, but he hadn't seen Joe at all. So the police had listed Mike's death as a suicide or an accident and closed the case. Joe Harrison was safe. Perfectly safe.
Safe? I'm safe. Sometimes you can get away with murder, not have to pay anything. If you're lucky. And I've been lucky.
When he entered the doctor's office, Joe's expression was that of a man who had just faced disaster and been rescued at the last moment. He seated himself and tossed the folded newspaper into the wastebasket.
Good morning, Doctor. Mary said you phoned that you had good news.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harrison. Yes, I called you last night after I got in touch with the surgeon I spoke of yesterday, Dr. Nelson Richards. I wanted to tell you that he had agreed to operate on your wife.
That's swell, Doctor. That's swell. I got the money right here in my pocket.
The money, yes. Yes, I was going to tell you that Dr. Richards had said not to worry about that. You could take as long as you wanted to pay it.
As long as I wanted. Then it wasn't necessary. I didn't have to do it. I didn't have to do it.
I'm afraid I don't understand, Mr. Harrison.
Oh, never mind, Doctor. I mean, here's the money. I got it right here. I want to pay for it. He's got to take it right away. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that for? The operation is going to cure Mary, isn't it? You said it would. You can't go back on your word now. You can't, do you hear?
It's not that, Mr. Harrison. Yes, the chances are the operation would have cured your wife. But, well, unfortunately, Dr. Richards was the only man in this country able to perform it.
Well, so what? He said he'd do it, didn't he? So what's the hitch?
Mr. Harrison, Dr. Richards won't perform the operation now.
Why not?
Dr. Richards was tragically killed last night by a burglar who broke into his home on Gramercy Park.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Fate plays strange jokes sometimes, doesn't she? Poor Joe Harrison. He forgot that good can never come out of evil, and that crime must always be paid for by someone. If only he hadn't let himself be tempted. But he did. What became of him? Why, he devoted himself to taking care of his invalid wife, Mary. But his deed continued to weigh on his mind. And when she died several years later, he confessed everything to the police. I do hope his experience is proof that crime really doesn't pay. I always say... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Joseph Julian, Elaine Kent, Palmer Ward, Kenny Lynch, and Bill Smith. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Rob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
Flight from Fear.
Another strange and shivery tale of The Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 13. Our play tonight is titled The Dark Hour. It is an original radio drama by Charles Bennett, and one which we like very much indeed. We sincerely hope that after 30 minutes have elapsed, you will share our opinion. The production is directed by Harry W. Junkin and stars John Larkin as Paul. Here is Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 13, The Dark Hour. This is a story about Paul Gallagher. It is a story about Paul when something happens to him. It is the story of the fears and thoughts within him when it happened. And it is the story of the voice that speaks these thoughts. It is not, we think, an ordinary story. Paul won't tell very many people about this. I say won't, because it hasn't happened yet. It is just now beginning to happen.
Paul Gallagher. Wake up, Paul.
Paul is lying on the ground asleep. He is on a summer vacation. This afternoon, he went for a walk by himself along a dirt road that winds through the woods, about a mile from his family's summer cottage. It's a lonely road, never much traffic on it, but Paul knows it well. He's been on it dozens of times every summer of his life, except while he was away in the Army.
Wake up, Paul. Open your eyes.
He is stretched out flat on his back, lying still, except for his breathing, which is slow and regular and gentle. Where is he? Well, after walking a while, he stepped off the road through an opening in the brush and into a familiar clearing in the woods. It was warm and peaceful, and he lay down on his back and gazed through the rippling treetops at the patch of blue sky above him. And without meaning to, Paul Gallagher fell asleep. That's where he is now.
Do you hear me, Paul? You are waking up. That's right, Paul. Move. Stretch. Open your eyes. Listen, Paul. Listen deep within you. I am you, Paul. You've heard me before, haven't you? I am you. You'd better wake up, Paul. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Then open your eyes, Paul. Open your eyes. What's the matter?
Where am I?
Dark.
Dark.
Pitch dark.
Pitch dark.
Call out for help.
Where? Oh.
What's the matter, Paul? Frightened?
Oh, only for a moment.
Remember now, Paul. Remember where you are.
Yes, I'm lying on a little patch of grass and moss in the woods.
Right where you lay down this afternoon, Paul?
I remember.
What time did you go to sleep, Paul?
Oh, about 3 o'clock, I guess.
And now it's pitch dark. Black dark, isn't it? Better make very sure where you are. Put your hands out and feel the ground around you.
Yes, it's moss and grass, all right.
Well, at least you know where you are.
Oh, of all the screwball things to do, sleeping all this time.
What time is it, Paul?
I can't see my watch.
Light a match.
I guess I haven't any matches.
In summer, the twilight lasts until around 9 o'clock. It's so dark now you can't see a thing, can you?
Boy, this is one for the books.
You must have been very tired, Paul.
Yes, I must have been very tired.
Tired enough to fall asleep accidentally and sleep for 7 hours, maybe more?
I didn't know I was that tired.
When they discharged you from that army hospital, what did they tell you?
Oh, that was a long time ago, 2 years.
What did they tell you, Paul?
Nothing.
What did they tell you?
Well, they said, take it easy, be careful.
Why did they say that? Why, Paul? Why, Paul?
I had a rough trip getting up here from my vacation, that long, hot train ride, sitting up all night for 2 nights. It's very tiring.
Or maybe it's a change of climate. This fresh northern air just knocked you out.
Yes, that must be it. Funny, isn't it?
Paul, get up. You can't just lie there. Sit up.
Yeah, I am.
That's right. Brush the grass and twigs from your sweater. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Why are you rubbing the side of your face, Paul?
Skin is all dented. I slept with my face pressing right into the grass, I guess, and that...
What's the matter, Paul? Why are you rubbing your temple with your finger? What's the matter, Paul?
My scar. Stinging like a needle. The twig must have been digging into it while I was asleep.
You'd better be getting home.
Yes.
Stand up.
Yeah, I'm standing.
What are you waiting for?
I don't know which way to go. It's so dark. I've never known it to be so dark before. Why, I can't even tell where the trees end and the sky begins up there.
Probably it clouded over while you were asleep, Paul.
Yeah, that's it.
You're not afraid of the dark. Think, Paul. Think how often you walked home along that road in the dark when you were a kid. You can do it again.
Of course I can do it again.
The first thing is to get out of the clearing onto the road. Figure it out.
Now, let's see. I came in, went over to the old tree, and then... Well, the opening must be in this direction.
Which way, Paul?
This way.
Go on, Paul. Stretch out your arms in front of you. Step forward. Step, step, step. What's the matter?
I should have reached the edge of the clearing by now, one way or another.
Do you feel anything yet?
No.
Maybe you hit the exit from the clearing right on the button the first time.
Yeah, maybe I did.
Step forward, then.
Oh,
What happened?
I don't know. Something slapped me in the face.
Put out your hand and see what it was.
No.
Go on.
What? Oh. It's only a leaf. A little branch hanging down over my head.
You missed the opening.
Well, how am I going to get out of here?
Suppose a car went by on the road outside the clearing.
Why, then...
Then you would know where the exit is.
Yes.
But how often do cars go by on that road?
It might be hours before one went by. I don't want to wait. I want to get out of here.
Take it easy, Paul.
All right.
Think, Paul. Think.
I know.
What, Paul?
The branch.
Good, Paul. That's right. Grab it. There. Now pull it down. Go on, twist it. Twist. There. The branch broke off right into your hands, didn't it? Now what, Paul?
The twigs.
That's right, Paul. Strip off the twigs and the leaves. All of them.
There. Now.
What have you got now, Paul?
A stick. Now I can feel where I'm going.
Good. Which way are you going to try?
Left, I think. Yes, left.
Is that the opening?
Wait, I'm walking on leaves.
What does that mean?
Well, I must be going into the woods instead of out by the opening.
Then do something.
I...
Back up. Back out of there. Now go on, Paul. To the left. Keep at it, Paul.
I might go deeper into the woods.
Keep at it, Paul.
Wait.
What, Paul?
Wait, I think I...
Why are you stopping, Paul?
I've made it. I'm out. I'm through the opening and out by the road.
How do you know?
I know it. I can feel it. I can feel more space around me.
Better be sure. Use the stick. Step forward, Paul. Slowly. 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 Watch out for the ditch, Paul. Well, Paul, you had to step over that roadside ditch when you entered the clearing before falling asleep, didn't you? Remember now? You saw the water in it and the mud and the wet leaves then, didn't you? Get up. Get to your feet. Go on, Paul. There. You should be standing by the side of the road now. Stop trembling.
That ditch. A lousy, rotten, foul, misbegotten, accursed ditch.
Paul?
I forgot the ditch. Lousy, rotten ditch.
Calm down, Paul. Shake the mud off your clothes. Where is your sense of proportion?
Sure as blazes isn't my night, is it?
You'd better get going.
Yes.
What are waiting for, Paul?
You know, when I was a kid and walked home on this road at night, even on the darkest nights, the sky was just faintly lighter than the woods. It made a sort of canyon of the road that you could follow easy. You couldn't see the road, but some kind of visual sense let you know what it was.
But not tonight, Paul.
Tonight I can't see a blessed thing. The darkest night I've ever seen. It's black. I don't know.
Are you nervous?
Yes. Yes, I am.
In what way?
I don't quite know. I can't quite figure it out.
What do you feel, Paul?
In my stomach. Sick.
Do you feel something strange? Something wrong?
Yes.
Have you ever felt it before, Paul?
No.
Never?
No.
How about the war, Paul?
No.
Remember the war, Paul?
No.
Yes, Paul. You have felt like this before.
No, never.
Oh, yes, Paul. Think about it. Remember it.
No. Stop. Leave me alone.
The war, Paul. The war. The war. The war.
Hey, Mac.
Yeah?
Mac, listen.
Yeah, Paul, I'm listening.
Oh, never mind. It's nothing.
Say, what's eating you? You look like you're ready for your shroud.
Oh, it's nothing.
How can you frame in this lousy trench giving you the willies, huh?
Well,
Say, what is the matter with you?
Well, it's... Look, Mac, do me a favor, will you?
Yeah?
Here's my wallet and some other stuff.
What?
Now, keep them for me, will you? And then if you have to, you'll know what to do with them.
Oh, no, wait a sec, Paul. Sure, I'll keep them if you want, but you're just putting the whammy on yourself.
No, I just got a feeling, that's all. Today is it, the ticket. The one with the label on it, and all that junk. I wish I could be funny about it, but I just feel so rotten, lousy bad.
You want to talk to the chaplain, maybe?
No, I've talked to him. Thanks. Look at me, Mac. Look right at me.
Yeah?
I'm scared. But I'm not just scared. I know it's going to happen. I can feel it all through me. You understand me, Mac? I know it. Know it.
Paul, steady, Paul. You're still standing by the side of the road. Is that the way you feel again?
Oh, leave me alone. I don't remember.
All right, Paul. All right.
I've got to relax.
You'd better get going, Paul.
Yes, but how am I going to stay on the road if I can't see it?
Figure it out. What kind of a road is it?
Why, it's an ordinary dirt road.
And?
Yes, I see. Car wheels throw most of the dirt and gravel to the side. That leaves hard, bare tracks in the center.
And?
And all I have to do is feel for a hard, bare part with my feet, and it'll be like a track to follow. If I feel myself walking in loose gravel, I'll know I'm getting on the shoulder off the road.
Good for you, Paul.
Yeah, now I'm getting smart. There's a bare track.
Turn to your right, Paul. Start walking. Walk, Paul.
I'm walking.
Soon you won't have to concentrate so hard on feeling the road through your feet. Soon your feet will keep to the road almost automatically. Soon you won't... What is it, Paul?
My wound. A scar. It's stinging again.
Your scar?
Oh, what's the matter with it anyway?
It hasn't bothered you for a long time, has it?
No. Now it's stinging. It goes right through my head.
Is that why you're holding your head in your hands? Steady, Paul. What are you thinking of, Paul? The war again?
Oh, I'm dizzy.
Why are you thinking of the war again, Paul? Can you help it?
Disease.
Steady, Paul. Steady, Paul. Steady, Paul.
What time is it, Paul?
3:16.
The 219's supposed to attack that hill over there soon. That should divert some of this fire from us, huh?
Yeah, Mac.
What time did you say it was, Paul?
3:16.
What time is it now?
Look, how many rotten times do I have to tell you?
You all right, Paul? Hey, are you... Paul! Hey, Corey, come here! Paul's dead! Paul's dead, man!
Walk, Paul.
I'm walking.
Are you all right now?
Yes, I'm all right.
What's the matter with your head, Paul?
I don't know, my wound...
What was it?
Shrapnel.
What do you remember about it?
Remember?
Yes. Don't you remember anything about your wound?
No. It's all fixed up now.
Don't you remember the hospital?
The hospital? Yes.
What did they do in the hospital?
Do?
What did they do?
They fixed it up. They fixed up the wound.
Don't you remember?
What?
Where is your wound, Paul?
It's in my head.
Where in your head?
My temple.
Where?
My temple.
Say it again.
My temple.
Is that a bad place to be wounded, Paul? Is that a bad place, Paul? What did they do in the hospital, Paul? Do you remember now, Paul? The hospital. The hospital.
You're Paul Gallagher, aren't you?
That's right. Every time I turn over comes a new nurse. Are you new on this shift?
No, I'm not on the ward.
Oh. Well, hello anyway.
We're ready for you now, Paul.
You ready for me?
Yes.
For what? What gives?
Why, for your operation, of course.
Operation?
Why, yes. Didn't anyone tell you?
No. No, they didn't. So that's what all that fussing with me was about last night and this morning. Oh, great. Isn't that just like the Army? Not say a rotten thing. Why do they have to operate?
I don't know.
Well, it's practically healed. I thought it was perfectly all right. What's the matter with it?
Come on, Paul. They're waiting for you. Here, put on your slippers.
Look, isn't it healing properly? What's wrong with it, nurse?
Come on, Paul. We can't keep them waiting.
Well, can't you tell me? What's the matter?
All right, Paul. I'm going to put this over your face. There. Now, breathe deeply. That's right. Take deep breaths. What's this one, Doctor?
Small piece of shrapnel in the temple. Seemed all right at first. We let it heal without taking it out. Ready, nurse?
Just a minute, Doctor.
So, what's the matter now?
Danger of pressure on the optic nerve. It's going to be a tricky business.
Mm-hmm. Any chance of loss of vision?
Chance, yes. I don't think so, but he could be all right tomorrow and then sometime later. Just can't tell now. Yes, blindness is unlikely, but perfectly possible.
Any chance loss of vision?
Perfectly possible. Perfectly possible. Perfectly possible.
I must have slept back there with my scar pressing on a twig or a small stone or something. Pressed on a nerve, probably. That's what makes it sting so.
That's probably it. Dark, isn't it? Look up, Paul. Look up to the sky. Do you see anything, Paul?
I ought to be able to see something, shouldn't I?
It's uncanny, isn't it?
No, it's clouded over, that's all. It's clouded over.
You're all alone in the dark, and it feels hollow and tight in the pit of your stomach.
Well, that's natural. That's perfectly natural.
Paul.
It's so dark.
It couldn't be any worse, could it, if you were blind? How do you know you're not blind, Paul? How do you know it's a very dark night? How do you know it isn't about 4 o'clock in the afternoon? How do you know you didn't fall asleep with 2 good eyes and wake up blind? What did the doctors say? Why is there a pain in your temple?
Oh, I'm crazy. I'm absolutely crazy.
On the other hand, Paul, why should you be blind?
The doctors...
They said it was possible, didn't they? Did they say it was probable?
No.
Why shouldn't it be a dark night?
It could be.
Why shouldn't you sleep several hours?
I was very tired.
It's not very likely that you're blind, is it?
No, it's not very likely.
Figure it out, then. What haven't you done all this time?
What haven't I done?
Your ears.
My ears?
Yes. Listen. What's that?
Just the breeze in the trees up there.
And that?
Crickets and insects.
What about birds?
Birds.
If you heard birds singing, it wouldn't be nighttime, would it? What was that?
What?
Didn't you hear it? Sounded like a robin, didn't it?
I don't know, maybe.
There.
Was that a crow?
Birds don't sing in the heat of the day. It might still be too hot at 4 in the afternoon. So even if you don't hear birds, it might be daytime. Do you feel the warm sun?
I don't know. Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. No. No, it's not warm.
Listen. Was that a squirrel?
Where?
Now. There's a robin.
I think so. No, I don't know. I didn't hear anything.
The squirrel chattering, don't you hear it?
I don't know.
You're listening too hard.
I don't know.
You don't know what you hear.
Oh, dear God, please.
Paul.
What?
Pull yourself together.
All right.
You're letting it get you down. Brace up. Paul, whether you're blind or not...
I'm not blind.
You've got to get home.
I'm not blind.
No. But suppose you were, Paul.
I'm not. It's just my imagination.
Then stop thinking about it.
Stop thinking about it.
And start walking.
I'm walking.
You're not blind. Force yourself to stop thinking about it.
Don't think about it.
Your mind is whirling. Stop thinking about it.
Stop thinking.
Stop thinking about it.
Dear God, don't let me be blind. Please don't let me be
Stop.
blind.
Listen.
What is it?
Listen. Do you hear it?
Yes, I hear it.
Do you know what it is?
Yes, it's a car.
Where is it?
It's way off in the woods ahead of me.
Is it coming this way or going away?
It's coming this way.
Now you'll know.
Yes, now I'll know.
Get off the road.
Yes.
It's coming closer, isn't it?
Yes.
Wait for it.
I'm waiting.
It's coming closer now, isn't it?
Yes. Closer.
What do you expect to see?
Headlights.
Do you see a glare in the sky yet?
No. No glare.
Why not, Paul? Why not?
I don't know.
Why no glare, Paul?
I don't know. Curves in the road ahead.
When will you see the lights, Paul?
Soon.
Wait?
Yes, wait.
How soon, Paul?
Very soon.
How soon? How soon? How soon?
What is the fool doing driving on a pitch dark night like this without lights? The fool. The idiot. Driving without lights. Idiot. No lights. No lights. No lights. It's still broad daylight, isn't it? All this time, it's been daylight. Please, help me. Please. I'm blind.
And that is the story of Paul Gallagher. You have just heard Charles Bennett's The Dark Hour, Attraction 13 on Radio City Playhouse. John Larkin was heard as Paul, Alan Stevenson as the voice within him. Other players included Eugene Francis, Hedley Rennie, and Helen Choate. With this performance, Radio City Playhouse rings down its curtain for the time being, but we hope to be back on the air again in the near future over most of these NBC stations. So please watch for the announcement of our return. Meanwhile, the staff of Radio City Playhouse, our producer-director, Harry W. Junkin, our composer-conductor, Dr. Roy Shield, sound technician, Jerry McGee, our skillful and resourceful engineer, Monroe J. Lawrence, and our supervisor, Richard P. McDonough, all join in saying thanks to you for your many wonderful letters, telegrams, and phone calls expressing your appreciation of our efforts. You've been very nice to work for. Next Saturday night, Hollywood Star Theater returns to the air. The opening show will star a talented and lovely young Hollywood actress, Marissa O'Brien. She will be introduced to you by her niece, a young lady known and loved by millions of theatergoers, Miss Margaret O'Brien. Hollywood Star Theater will be heard over most of these NBC stations next Saturday night. This is Lionel Rico speaking, and this is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Do little girls still dream of growing up and becoming queens? Probably not. Queens are no longer glamorous. And yet, there is a country in this world where a queen still holds power, where she rules as well as reigns, an absolute monarch who holds her throne by divine right. A queen whose smile may mean life, and whose frown can mean death.
I'm afraid I must insist, Miss Dennison. I'll be forced to kill you.
You can't kill me.
How can you say that?
Because you don't exist.
Miss Dennison, I do exist.
No, you don't. Because this is a dream.
You are not dreaming. This knife is real. If you insist on dying, it's your fault.
You stabbed... Oh, why don't I wake up? Why don't I wake up? Why?
Our mystery drama, The Queen of Darkness, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Julie Harris. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Statistics say that many of them have problems making a living. The record shows that even the successful ones burn out quickly. And yet, we have no shortage of actors and actresses. By acting, we mean that mysterious magical force which creates in an audience the almost religious conviction that the performer on stage is the embodiment of a living truth. Josephine Dennison is such an actress. Some say she was born with the gift. Others claim it was refined and purified by long years of tedious application. Does it matter? Josephine Dennison only knows this. She is 38 years old, and she is out of work. Well, she's been out of work before, but never has she been so absolutely, completely, and totally out of work as she is right now.
Joe, you've had it.
Don't say that.
I have to say that. You're washed up, through, finished.
How could this happen to me? It's ridiculous. I'm a good actress.
You're a great actress. I don't know why it happens. It's just... Joe, you know the only call I had for you in the last week?
Somebody wanted me?
Some clown, some character wanted you to be the queen in some pageant.
And you turned it down.
Joe, you played Joan of Arc. You've done Shakespeare. What are you supposed to do now? Go back to cheesecake like some winner in a beauty contest?
If that's all there is.
If you need money to pay the rent, I'm always...
I don't need money. I need a job. Jimmy, what kind of queen was I supposed to be, and who wanted me?
Some phony. You could tell by looking at him. A smooth talker. I think he was some kind of foreigner.
But what was it about?
We'll never know. I threw him out of the office.
Jimmy, I'll do anything. You know how it is.
Yeah, I know how it is. But you don't.
Well, I don't want to take up any more of your time.
I just don't know what's the matter. I can't figure people out. I don't know why these things happen.
Well, don't feel so bad, Jimmy. Sooner or later, the longest streak of luck, good or bad, has to change.
Quit dreaming, Joe.
Don't tell me to stop dreaming, Jimmy. What else is left? What? Why are my lights on?
Good evening, Miss Dennison.
Who are you? How did you get into my apartment? What do you want?
You have just asked me a complex question. It consists of 3 parts.
Just tell me.
Of course. I will tell you everything in good time.
What do you mean in good time?
My dear Miss Dennison, I am a native of a civilized country. One does not boorishly blurt out one's business upon initial confrontation. Americans seem to have so little time for the ceremonies, the niceties. I am here to offer you a job.
You'll have to speak to my agent.
I have spoken to your agent. The man is an idiot.
Are you a theatrical producer?
No.
What are you?
I am a Grand Duke.
A what?
I am the Grand Duke Arsan of Dalran.
Dalran?
Well, surely you have heard of my country.
Oh, I think so. What do you want with me?
First, we shall have dinner. You must be my guest.
I don't feel like going anywhere.
We shall dine here.
I don't want to sound inhospitable, but I have nothing in the house. Wait a minute.
Yes. Sniff again. That heavenly aroma is coming from your own kitchen.
But how?
My servants are preparing a feast fit for a queen. Raina, Loro, wheel in the table at once.
I can't believe it. None of this can be happening.
Trust the evidence of your senses, my dear.
But what is the meaning?
The wine will grow warm and the food become cold later. Right now, we must perform a ritual, Miss Dennison. We shall celebrate dinner. May I fill your glass?
No, thank you. I've had enough of everything.
I hope you have enjoyed your dinner.
I've read of feasts like this, but I never thought...
Would you care to dine this way every night?
No, I don't think I could stand it.
You could learn?
Your Highness, or Your Excellency, is it?
No, our son is good enough.
Is it permissible to talk about business now?
Entirely appropriate. You are wondering why I am here.
Let's say I'm at least mildly curious.
You know very little about my country.
Well, that's true.
But my country knows a great deal about you. Do you know you are the most popular actress in Dalran?
Oh, you're joking. I haven't been in a movie in almost 4 years.
But your television series was...
Well, why must we talk about...
Everything in which you ever appeared lives, flourishes in Dalran.
Do you know what all this is? It's a dream.
No, Miss Dennison.
Yes, it's a dream.
Miss
A
Dennison,
dream.
I assure you I am real.
Oh, please. Now, be good enough to hear me out. Besides, this is my dream, and I should like to do some of the talking.
But why do you insist you are dreaming?
Because I need this dream. I must have this fantasy. You see, I have reached what can only be considered the nadir of my existence.
Nonsense.
Oh, you're very kind, but the handwriting is on the wall. We simply disappear. Some of us drop by the wayside as soldiers fall in battle, victims of random misfortune. And now, it seems, a whole new generation of producers has come along, and they never heard of me.
I insist that you listen to me. You are practically worshipped in Dalran.
Of course.
Yeah, see what I have in this folder. Newspaper clippings, magazine articles. You cannot read Dalranese, but you can make out your name and you can certainly recognize your pictures.
Certainly.
What do you say now?
I say it's significant.
Let me tell you about the job I wish to offer you.
No, not now. Right now, I'm tired. I'm even too tired to dream anymore.
Very well, then. I shall call on you tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow. You do that. Call on me tomorrow.
Joe.
Huh?
Joe, wake up. It's noontime.
Oh, Sally.
You've got to get up. You should be making the rounds. Or you should be out there roiling the water.
What are you doing here, Sally?
The show folded.
Well, why don't you go to your own place?
My marriage folded, too. He gets custody of the apartment. Do you mind if I move in with you for a while?
Oh, let me go back to sleep. I was having such a fantastic dream.
And say, what kind of party did you have here last night?
Party?
Yeah, the kitchen. It's loaded with champagne.
Champagne?
And in the refrigerator, caviar and steaks.
What are you talking about?
And there's an enormous basket of fresh fruit and...
Sally.
What's the matter?
I'm dreaming. I'm still dreaming.
Oh, how can you be dreaming? You're wide awake.
No, I am dreaming, and you're part of it. Now, let me get out of bed. I'll prove it. Come with me.
Prove what?
Prove this is a dream. Sure. Here they are. They're still here. Look at these papers, these magazines.
Hey, what language is that?
A phony language from a phony country that I'm dreaming about. Dalran. Did you ever hear of Dalran?
I can't read this, but I see your pictures. Oh, you must be the hottest property in that country. Here you thought you were all washed up. I told you. You must never quit on yourself.
I know. That's why I'm dreaming. Answer it.
Oh, it has to be for you.
Well, go ahead. If it keeps ringing, it'll wake me up, and this dream is too beautiful to lose right now.
Hello?
Is Miss Dennison at home?
Is that the Grand Duke Arsène?
Who's calling, please?
The Grand Duke Arsène.
Joe, how did you know?
It's my dream. I know everything. I'll speak with him.
But, Joe, you're not...
Hello?
Miss Dennison, would it be convenient to come by and discuss an important matter of business, say, in about an hour?
Let me consult my calendar. Yes. It so happens I shall be free.
In an hour, then.
Oh, one moment, sir. I assume you wish to discuss an acting assignment.
Of course.
You should be apprised of the fact that my minimum fee is $25,000 in advance.
Of course.
In exactly 1 hour, then, I shall grant you an interview.
Joe, what were you saying?
Does it matter? What do I have to lose? It's only a dream.
I think you ought to see a doctor.
And so, we should like you to come to Dalran to be the star of our millennia.
Your what?
Your country has merely approached its bicentennial. Mine is celebrating the 1,000th year of our holy monarchy.
I see.
The greatest moment of our history occurred when our first queen was crowned 1,000 years ago. Her immortal speech is memorized by every schoolchild. Someone had the idea to have an actress portray our legendary empress, and at first everyone shouted blasphemy. But then I said, let us invite Josephine Dennison, who is idolized by our population.
How can I deliver this speech? I can't speak your language.
Oh, you are an actress with a marvelous ear. You could recite it perfectly. On Saturday, you will appear before the country in our national network, in ceremonial robes, as Queen Amara.
That's the day after tomorrow, Joe.
Coronation Day.
Let us discuss my fee.
A certified check for $25,000 has already been deposited in your bank. The royal plane leaves at 7 this evening. You will be picked up here at 5. Good day.
Well, what do you say now? Still think you're dreaming?
Oh, come on. The Grand Duke Arsène, the Kingdom of Dalran, the Warrior Queen. Oh, it's a crazy fantasy. Dream mixture of 1,000 plays I've been in or read.
Well, is it a dream or isn't it? Whatever it is, Josephine Dennison is in the grip of it. I'll be back with both dreams and realities in just a few moments. Every actress yearns for a dream part. But Josephine Dennison is convinced she is playing a part in a dream. But for an actress, the only reality is the theater. And so, awake or asleep, she is determined to prepare for the part of the Queen of Dalran. How does an absolute monarch hold her head, her shoulders? What is a regal smile, a royal frown, an imperial gesture?
Joe, don't you want to think about this?
Think about what?
Well, it's now just 10 minutes before noon. A man offers you a job.
He's not just a man. He's a Grand Duke.
In 5 hours, you'll be out of the country.
Well, what's the problem?
Well, shouldn't you check this out a bit more carefully? It's all happening too quickly. Suppose there's some danger involved here.
Sally, nothing can happen to me.
Why do you say that?
Because this is only a dream.
Look, Joe, call your bank. Ask if the money was deposited.
Of course it was.
Well, call them. do me the favor.
Certainly. Is there anything else you want me to do?
Oh, please. Take this thing seriously.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Howland, please.
And also call Jimmy Higgins.
This is Miss Dennison. Has a deposit been made to my account today?
I know Jimmy hasn't done much for you lately.
Now, that's the understatement of the year. How much? A certified check for $25,000. Thank you. Oh, you should have heard the tone of absolute deference in that little flunky's voice. He made me feel like a queen. Just a minute. Yes?
Are you Miss Josephine Dennison?
Oh, well, that's hardly a flattering question to ask an actress.
I'm not in the flattery business.
Well, whatever business you're in, I'm afraid I don't have time to talk to you. I'm about to leave the country.
I'm in the intelligence business with your government.
I beg your pardon?
My name is Harold Foster. My credentials.
Oh. Well, I'm impressed.
May I come in?
Well, I'll have to pack while we talk. Sit down anywhere.
Thank you. Miss Dennison, why are you going to Dalran?
Why is that your affair?
Your government is interested.
Why?
You're the first American private citizen who has been permitted to enter that country in 50 years.
Really?
Dalran is an absolute monarchy. The Queen rules by divine right. She holds the power of life and death.
Sounds medieval.
It is. Why are you going there?
I've been invited to appear in their millennial celebration, to play the part of their legendary queen.
I find that difficult to believe.
Do you? Why?
How would they ever have heard of you?
Mr. Foster, I admit I haven't been working lately, but I am a rather well-known actress.
The most famous actress in the world would still be unknown to the natives of Dalran.
And why do you say that, Mr. Foster?
Because the monarchy does not allow the import of any foreign films or books or publications of any sort.
How do you know?
Miss Dennison, it's a fact. The monarchy is afraid the pure and innocent and orthodox minds of the Dalranese will be subverted by dangerous democratic ideas.
But I have been informed that I am the favorite actress of the Dalranese. My films, my TV...
Impossible. No American film has ever been permitted to be shown there.
Suppose I were to tell you that the movie fan magazines in Dalran are constantly filled with articles about me.
It would be my sad duty to inform you that you're mistaken.
Why?
Because it's impossible. There are no movie fan magazines in Dalran.
There aren't?
Definitely not. We've been assured by our experts on Dalranese affairs that such trivial publications are banned in the interests of the state.
It's comforting to know that we have such knowledgeable experts. Would you care to look at these? Well, obviously, these are Dalranese magazines. Obviously, they are about the movies. Obviously, those are my pictures.
But this is...
Yes?
May I take these back to the office?
Oh, certainly.
Miss Dennison, could you postpone your trip? There's something about this entire setup. I don't like it. I say this for your own safety.
What could happen to me?
Miss Dennison, I wish you would listen.
I have a commitment to appear before the cameras the day after tomorrow.
I'm asking you to wait.
And I'm asking you to tell me why.
Well, all I have to go on is my instinct as an intelligence officer.
Is your instinct worth $25,000?
I know it's a lot of money, but...
And even if they weren't paying me a nickel, I'd go no matter what.
I'm afraid I don't understand. Why?
It's very simple. The show must go on. Well, how do I look?
Magnificent. You are the queen, the warrior queen.
Why did you want me in costume?
It is not a costume, my dear. This is how every queen of Dalran has dressed since Amara the First. When we land at the airport, we shall be greeted by a guard of honor, a band, a crowd. You have no idea how popular you are in my country.
But a guard of honor?
Everyone knows you shall be portraying our ancient and holy Queen Amara.
Couldn't I just go quietly to my hotel and study my lines?
Let me hear you speak them again.
Ide me, ide tu, ide me, ishedu.
Ah, spoken like a native.
What does it mean?
Our first queen, our immortal Amara, stood triumphantly on the battlefield and said, "In God's name, I conquer. In God's name, I rule."
Fantastic.
Home was never like this, was it?
Why? Why are they so fond of me? Oh, no, it can't be the crowd. People are bowing, kneeling. Why?
The millennium has begun. You are the ancient queen.
I never thought anything like this was possible.
You have never lived in a monarchy. Oh, but you must be tired. I shall radio the escort to move quickly.
Where am I staying?
As a royal guest, you must stay at the palace.
Oh, it's the most magnificent room I've ever seen.
I'm sure you must be very tired.
I am. Strange. You can get tired of dreaming. I hope I don't wake up before my great speech.
Everything you will need is here. And this is Tekla. She does not speak a word of English, but you will find her a splendid maid.
Why, she's beautiful with her looks and, well, she could go far.
In Dalran, one follows the fortunes of one's family. For 1,000 years, the women in her family were servants.
But that's
an excellent arrangement. People know their place. They know who they are, what they are, what's required of them. Thus, we have no problems of identity, no feelings of insecurity.
I think that's ridiculous.
Well, obviously, we differ. Till tomorrow.
Good night. Tekla. Is that your name?
Tekla.
Well, I don't think I'll need anything, so you're free to go. Oh, I forget you don't speak English.
I speak English.
Oh, well, that's great.
I want culture. In my mother's time, culture people speak French. Before then, culture people speak German. Today, culture people speak English. Even you, even Queen, you do not speak Daran. You speak English.
Did you say I was the Queen?
I work hard to get job in palace. So one day, I can kill you.
What are you saying?
For 1,000 years, you and nobility have oppressed common people. Now, you pay.
But I'm not, look, I'm not, I'm a movie actress.
What is movie actress?
I am Josephine Dennison. I'm Dalran's favorite actress.
You are Queen Amara.
Hey.
I will kill you.
Hey, put down that knife.
In name of the people.
All right, I might just as well get out of the stream right now.
I kill you in name of freedom.
Why don't I wake up? Oh, why don't I wake up?
Why doesn't she wake up? There can be only one reason. Perhaps she wasn't asleep in the first place. One thing should be obvious. It's a hazardous business to impersonate a queen in a country like Dalran, where evidently they take these things quite seriously. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. There are people who find excitement in dreams. The dream world can be filled with the most dangerous hazards, and these can be faced boldly, resolutely, without hesitation. Because, after all, what can happen? At the point where one falls into the sea among the ravenous sharks, or the split second before the bullet enters the brain, or the knife pierces the heart, one wakes up and is saved. Josephine Dennison has been counting on being rescued by reality, but she has already taken the point of the knife, and there is blood and pain, and either she isn't waking up, or she's been wide awake all the time.
No! Don't!
No, I cannot. I see blood. I cannot murder.
Oh, get me a handkerchief. Oh, some cold water.
Take the knife. Kill me. I deserve to die.
Now, nobody's going to die. Oh, what am I doing here? Why don't I wake up?
For years, I have planned to kill the queen, to free the people.
I'm not dreaming.
But when I see blood, I have no courage. Oh, kill me, Your Majesty.
Oh, shut up, will you?
I have raised my hand to my ruler. I must die.
Now, that's enough. I'm not the queen. You know me. I'm Josephine Dennison.
Josephine Dennison?
Yes, your favorite actress. The biggest hit in all Dalran.
I have never heard.
I have come here to read the speech of Queen Amara in the millennial celebration.
Oh, yes. Queen Amara. You are Queen Amara.
No, I'm not the queen. I'm an actress, dressed as the queen.
But it is death for any to dress as the queen.
I'm going to read the queen's speech. The speech Queen Amara I made 1,000 years ago.
Speech?
Yes, the speech. The speech that begins, Ide me, ide tu.
No.
Ide me, ishe du.
No. Please.
What's the matter?
I try to kill you before I know you. But you are good, kind. Oh, do not leave us. Do not. Oh, what is English word in Dalran mean? Step down from throne.
Abdicate.
Do not abdicate. You are good queen.
But I'm not saying anything like that. It means, in God's name I conquer, in God's name I rule.
No. It means, ide me, ide tu, ide me, ishe du. It means, in God's eyes, I am unworthy. In God's name, I abdicate.
Well, that's impossible. Oh, why do I say it's impossible? Tekla,
yes.
Listen to the rest of the speech and tell me what it means.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the one I threw out of my office.
Miss Jessup, is he the man? The one who made Miss Dennison the offer?
Oh, there's no doubt at all in my mind.
Now, what kind of a con artist are we dealing with here, Mr. Foster?
He's not a con artist. He's actually the Grand Duke Arsan of Dalran.
You mean there is such a guy? There is such a place?
Oh, yes.
Well, if everything's on the level, why are we worried? Especially the government.
In the first place, there is no such thing in Dalran as a millennial celebration.
Well, then why would the guy
There are no
say
movie fan magazines published there either.
I saw them. And you've got them on your desk.
These are fakes. They were printed over here.
But if this guy's legit, what's with the phony story?
I have a picture here. Recognize it?
Yeah, sure, it's Joe.
Miss Jessup?
Well, she never wore her hair like that, but it's Joe.
No. It's Queen Amara of Dalran.
The Queen? But she's the image of Joe.
Yeah. For a reason we're unaware of, they want somebody in that country to impersonate the Queen.
What's going to happen to Joe?
Hopefully nothing.
What do you mean, hopefully?
Well, it's a very violent country.
Tomorrow she'll be on the national network. At least we know she'll be okay till then.
Now, look, you just can't sit around here and do nothing.
I'm not going to be sitting around here. I'm leaving for Dalran.
I don't believe it. I can't believe it.
In this speech, you say, I am too weak, too ill, too unworthy. I abdicate my throne in favor of Iola Arti.
Iola Arti, that's someone's name?
Yes. That is sister of Grand Duke Arsan.
Oh, let me get this whole business straight. The Grand Duke wants to get his sister made the queen. So he creates a story to get me here to pose as the present queen and abdicate in her favor. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
No.
How does he know your people will accept his sister as the queen?
Ah, the old queen appoint new queen.
What do you mean?
When old queen wish to rule no more, she appoint new queen.
Where is the queen?
The queen? The queen is here. You are queen.
No, I'm talking about the queen. Now, where is the real queen?
The queen? Well, you see, the queen is not well.
Oh?
In the ordinary way, she would read the traditional speech, but since she's indisposed, you are, as you would say in your country, pinch hitting.
Oh. Then I suppose we could say that I'm not here as an actress playing a part. I'm actually posing as the queen.
Precisely.
That isn't quite the way this job was sold to me.
Ah, well...
And my opening lines do not really mean, in God's name I conquer, in God's name I rule.
No? What do they mean?
In God's name I am unworthy. In God's name I abdicate.
Whatever gave you such an idea?
And I abdicate in favor of Iola Ardi, who happens to be your sister. So, what has become of the queen?
Queen Amara is dead.
Really? How did it happen?
Well, let us say her time had come.
Ah. And who knows about it, in addition to you and me? A small, select group, no doubt.
You are a brilliant woman, Miss Dennison.
And afterward, what was supposed to become of me?
In time, you would be released quietly, and you could return home.
That's an unfortunate word, released. It implies that I would be a prisoner.
Well, you are a prisoner. You will be in a form of custody, restricted to an estate in a remote province. You would live comfortably, even luxuriously.
Well, I'm not interested in the part as it has been rewritten. And I shall not appear. May I have a lift to the airport?
I'm afraid not.
You can't force me to read that speech.
Would you rather be shot?
Oh, I see. The sophistication is only a veneer. You're basically a barbarian.
You have, as I said, two choices. Read the speech or die.
You think you can get away with killing me?
Duke Arsan. Who? Oh, yes, indeed. I shall speak with him immediately. Show him into the audience chamber. How may I serve you, Mr. Foster?
Your Highness, I wish to speak with Josephine Dennison.
Miss Dennison?
Yes. She is here to portray your queen.
Mr. Foster, if you knew anything at all about our customs, you would know it is sacrilege for an actress.
We know, sir, that you engaged her in New York City for precisely this purpose.
Who dares accuse me of this utterly false and criminal... I resent this baseless accusation, this slur upon my personal integrity.
Your Highness...
I have never heard of Miss Josephine Dennison. I have never met Miss Josephine Dennison. I can tell you nothing of Miss Josephine Dennison. And that, sir, must end the matter. Well, Miss Dennison, obviously there shall be no international incident.
How do I know that I won't be quietly disposed of after I abdicate?
What motive would I have for killing you?
How do I know I won't be shot or killed afterward?
Refuse to deliver the speech and you will be killed immediately. This way, at least you can enjoy the suspense.
Please, Your Majesty, do not leave.
Look, Tekla, how many times do I have to tell you? I'm not the queen.
You are the queen.
Why do you think I'm the queen?
Because God says you are queen. And I see now, you are good queen.
Tell me, if you were queen...
I? Queen?
Suppose God says Tekla shall be queen. What would you do?
What would I do?
You wanted to kill me because I was bad. What would a good queen do?
A good queen would help the people. The poor people. Peasant people. A good queen would not be queen of darkness.
A queen of darkness?
All queens are queen of darkness.
I see.
What are you going to do?
My dear, I shall wait. I shall wait for God to tell me.
Peers of the realm, nobles, gentry, soldiers, and people, silence for the Queen of Darkness! Speak! Speak!
People of Dalran, I choose to speak in English.
What are you?
I am queen. A divine voice speaks within me.
Who is she? She's not the queen!
Arrest him!
Listen to me, people! She is...
Silence him!
Listen!
Remove him! People, I have been commanded by the divine voice to abdicate the throne. It is to be my fate to leave this lovely country. I have been commanded to appoint a new queen. From now on, the queen shall no longer be a queen of darkness. She shall be known as the Queen of Light. The divine voice within me commands that the first Queen of Light shall be Tekla.
Your Majesty.
I kneel before the new queen. Let the multitude kneel also.
But, Your Majesty...
You wanted to help your people. Now let's see you do it. How will you turn out? A queen of light or a queen of darkness?
But I...
Hail the queen!
ever thank you. What can I do for you?
Put me on the first plane headed for America.
You remember, of course, the Queen who abdicated some time ago and came here. She pursued a rather successful career as an actress. She reminded so many people of an actress, Josephine Denson, something like that. You know how it is in showbiz. People come and go. Like skyrockets, they flare up in momentary brilliance and then fall silently into the unknown darkness. I, however, shall return with some light in just a few moments. How are things in Dalran? What kind of queen did Tekla turn out to be? I'm sorry. We only give you one story at a time. It is certainly the classic situation. The idealistic young reformer who wishes to change the system suddenly acquires unlimited power. Who changes? What changes? The system or the reformer? Well, we don't have definite answers to these philosophical questions, but you must admit, we certainly kick them around. Our cast included Julie Harris, Robert Dryden, Evie Juster, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Now, who could that be?
I'm afraid I know. Jerry Ferris tried to reach you half hour ago. He left word to call him.
Honey, why didn't you tell me?
I did want you at least to have your dinner.
Oh, well. Hello?
Bill, saddle and ride.
Not me, friend Jerry. I'm starting my 48 hours off.
We got us a homicide. The address is 718 Hayes. You don't need more than 15 minutes to get here.
Ferris? Yeah, I better run.
Can't you just finish?
No, dear. I don't even know what kind of homicide we're up against. I better get right over there. I'm sorry.
Well, it isn't as if you didn't warn me before we were married.
718 Hayes. 718 Hayes.
What, Bill?
It's the address where I'm supposed to meet Jerry.
That's northeast, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, why should that address sound familiar?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Radio 4. It's 3:05. Afternoon Theatre.
The Instruments of Darkness by Michael Robson, with Nigel Stock as Inspector Millions, Anthony Hall as Dynasty Shorecard, Elizabeth Proud as Melisande Lady Quandary, and Richard Handel as Porrit. The Instruments of Darkness.
Milord. Milord.
What is it, Porrit?
Breakfast is quite ready, milord.
Why, thank you, Porrit.
Oh, what was that, milord?
Another subsidence, I fear. It seems that our garden by the sea is diminishing rapidly. How long, I wonder, before the very foundations of the house be threatened?
I think the garden will outlive us all, milord.
I pray you are right. For Dunwich has yielded much more than enough to the sea already. They say that when the tides are northerly, you can hear the bells of the sunken churches tolling for the dead, and for those yet to die.
Oh, I have heard that superstition, milord, and prefer to disregard it.
I admire your sturdy common sense. I wish I could share it.
Good morning, Xerxes.
My dear girl. Had I known you were coming down for breakfast, I should have waited.
I am glad you did not, for I shall be eating nothing. A drink of tea will serve me well enough.
Are you perfectly yourself, Melisande? You appear fragile. Lovely, but fragile. Why those violet stains beneath your eyes?
I slept indifferently. The sea thundering against the cliffs awoke me. Thereafter I was troubled with unpleasant dreams.
How very discommoding.
Yes. Well, the sun is shining now and my spirits have somewhat risen. Does the Times have any interesting items of information this morning?
Do you know it does? I had scarcely begun reading of bizarre events at the Crystal Palace when you came into the room.
Bizarre events? How so?
Let me read you the report. The happy excitement attendant upon the forthcoming opening of the Crystal Palace in Hyde Park by Her Majesty the Queen and His Royal Highness Prince Albert has been marred by two inexplicable fatalities. 2 days ago, at 6:30 in the morning, a scaffolder, one Victory Tidd, was seen abruptly to collapse and fall heavily and headlong some 40 feet through glass and past girders to the floor of the Oriental Tea Room.
Oh, the poor creature.
But yesterday morning, an even more macabre death was to follow. During an informal visit by several members of Parliament, a man was seen lying motionless some 60 feet up in the branches of a sycamore tree, the centerpiece of an horticultural display. When the unfortunate person was eventually reached, it was found that his heart was savagely ruptured. Though by what agency, it has not yet been determined. The deceased, who had... Great heavens!
Xerxes, what is it?
The deceased, who had become one of the most gifted landscape gardeners of the exhibition, has been named as Mr. Temperance Muldoon of Chelsea.
Muldoon? Ah!
Sure card. Sure card. Where is the lad? Confound him.
Come in, sir. At once, sir. On my way, sir. Well, sir, may I give you good morning, sir?
No, you may not, sir. Do you know where I have been this past hour, sure card? I have been closeted with the man upstairs. That man has seen fit to postpone my proposed holiday to Hove in favour of a new investigation. Are there not, I cried, other officers of the detective force who are capable of undertaking this work? But that man was adamant, lad, was obdurate as very agate. Millions must lead this investigation, he said, and millions must solve it within the fortnight before the royal couple open the exhibition at the Crystal Palace.
I'm glad to make your acquaintance, Inspector Millions, though I could wish the circumstances had been more congenial.
Indeed, Sir Joseph. Two dreadful shadows over the forthcoming exhibition. This is my assistant, Mr. Dynasty Surecard. Surecard, be gratified to meet Sir Joseph Paxton, prime planner of this remarkable edifice.
Gratified to be sure, Sir Joseph. And may I add my sincere congratulations on this vast, though graceful spectacle.
Surecard, we have detective business to hand, and these felicitations must wait upon a more suitable occasion. I am sure Sir Joseph will concur.
Well, tell me how I may assist you, gentlemen, and assist you I will and shall.
Thank you, sir. Now, were the men Victory Tidd and Temperance Muldoon known personally to you?
Tidd I hardly knew at all, but I secured the services of Muldoon myself. He was a very considerable gardener. Tragic loss.
When did Muldoon enter upon his labours here?
8 months ago, almost to the day. He came to me with strong recommendations from his former employer, Xerxes, Lord Quandary of Paradox Park in the county of Suffolk.
Thank you, sir. Now, both these men gave every satisfaction.
In all respects.
No hostile elements within the exhibition, sir? No internal jealousies or petty vindications?
None, to my knowledge. Nay, I may add that until these tragedies occurred, the very air of Hyde Park was supremely joyous.
Joyous, perhaps. Joyous, superficially. Yet homicide, sir, is my forte. And I think and believe my superiors would not have seen fit to cancel my proposed visit to Hove for anything less instinct with horror than homicide.
To that end, Sir Joseph, our next call is upon Dr. Melchior Yolland, who examined the bodies of both Tidd and Muldoon.
But what more can you wish to know, Inspector? Your senior has copies of my report already.
Your reports do not make it clear, Dr. Yolland, if both Tidd and Muldoon were haled before the judgment seat by similar means.
Because the situations were quite different. Tidd fell through glass, glanced off girders, and suffered further injuries from shattering a sandalwood case, containing 144 pounds of prime Darjeeling. Muldoon, on the other hand, was found dead in the fork of a sycamore 60 feet above the ground. His injuries were the more readily able to be studied.
Do you wish for the report, Inspector?
Thank you, lad. His diaphragm and lower ventricle had been shattered by what could have been, and I quote your words, Doctor, a missile projected with enormous force by some means quite unknown to this physician, since the missile, if such it was, could not be found among the organs of the deceased, nor, as I understand it, in or anywhere near the tree in which the death took place.
That is correct, sir. Those were my conclusions.
Then what of Victory Tidd? Aside of those injuries he sustained while falling, was there also evidence of any such wound as put paid to the unfortunate Muldoon?
I have already told you viva voce, and I have clearly written down that the injuries sustained by Tidd in falling were so many, so serious, and so various as to make it medically impossible to judge if the damage to the rib cage and heart had occurred before he began the fall, or no, I will not be moved from this opinion.
Then may I persuade you to abandon your Hippocratic stance for a moment and answer me as one citizen to another? What possible weapon might have killed Muldoon, or Muldoon and Tidd, without leaving any remnant behind?
Dr. Melchior Yolland was not the most amiable surgeon, sir. I seem to detect, if you'll forgive the figure, a naked reluctance to further our inquiries.
I should like to thrash him, sure God. Thrash him within an inch of his insolent life. That a lisping pedant like Yolland should by so much as half an hour delay my trip to Hove moves me to thoughts of assassination. My blood rages.
Your facial parts are indeed suffused, sir. Much more than is their wont.
But sure, Card, despite Yolland's criminal vacillation, I am of opinion that Tidd and Muldoon were killed by the same initial means and by the same hand.
Find what connects the two men, and we begin to trace a motive for their unseasonable parting from this world.
Ah, that's the hammer that drives the nail. Something linked them, something much more desperate linked them than their adoration of horticulture at the Crystal Palace, and something that led them to seem of sufficient danger to a third party, that he was obliged to remove them post-haste. And to this end, sure Card, do you direct your step to Victory Tidd's place of residence in Clerkenwell. Be unswerving in your investigations, lad. Admit of no makeshift evasions. For my part, I shall visit Mrs. Caroline Muldoon at poor Trincomalee Stairs in the borough of Chelsea.
But who could have killed Muldoon, Inspector? And who shall now support me along my faltering path to the grave? Not Temperance Muldoon, Inspector. That faithful heart is stilled, quite still.
My own heart bleeds for your condition, ma'am. It bleeds. It does, indeed. But certain facts must be established if we are to lay his murderer by the heels.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. I shall do my best to stem these weak and foolish tears. Ask on, sir, I pray.
Victory Tidd.
I'm very glad to hear it, sir, I'm sure.
You mistake me, ma'am. Victory Tidd, also engaged upon work at the Crystal Palace, died not 2 days earlier, in circumstances similar to those in which your husband brutally perished.
Oh!
Had you ever met Mr. Tidd, ma'am?
Never, sir, I swear. The name's all unknown to me.
Your husband never mentioned him?
Never, not once, I swear.
No written communications ever passed between them?
Letters, sir, do you mean? Oh, no, sir. Muldoon and me was obliterate, sir, you might say from birth. I'm proud of it. We read the Book of Nature, sir. That was all the learning we cared for.
Your reverence for matters bucolic does you credit, ma'am. But as to that, what made your husband leave the employ of Lord Quandery in Suffolk, given his evident passion for those fecund acres, and seek his fortune here in the filth and venom of the city?
I recall the moment precise and clear as an holy image, sir. I was in our little garden in Paradox Park one Sunday morning, a-picking a rhubarb, sir, for dinner. An excellent clarifier of the blood, Inspector, and one I recommend.
But what happened amongst the rhubarb, ma'am?
Oh, Muldoon comes up to me, and, "Caroline, my girl," he cries, "'tis time to go, time to be off and away. You're leaving Lord Quandary, I count as after so many green and comforting years." "Leaving," says he, "and with 10 golden guineas as a farewell present from his lordship. There, girl, what of that?"
Your husband also bore letters of recommendation from Lord Quandary, I understand, with one of which he was able to secure employment at the Crystal Palace.
Such, sir, was the case. Oh, Inspector, what is that dreadful noise?
You have a caller, ma'am, I fancy. Shall you answer it, Mrs. Muldoon, or will the caller wear out his knuckles on your door?
The door. 'Tis opening, Inspector. Are we to be slain in our beds, our sins still hot upon us?
In our beds, ma'am?
Shall I return later, sir?
Sure, card. Why are you here and not in Clerkenwell, where your duty calls you?
No cash, sir, in brief.
No cash?
Pockets empty, purse idle, exchequer a yawning void.
Yawning voids in the course of an investigation? Is this the way to enhance your prospects of promotion, sure, card?
Interrupting, as I did, a matter of some intimacy.
What the devil are you talking about, lad? What carnal follies does your mind conjure?
Talk, sir, of beds and sins as I entered upon
No, your place, sure, card. Entertain no more presumptions of that ilk. Mrs. Muldoon, was your husband called to higher service, leaving you in comfortable or indigent circumstances?
Oh, Muldoon was ever thoughtful, gents. This property's mine. I shall again be letting the upper rooms, and rental fees shall take care of my anguished widowhood.
Upper rooms? Did Mr. Muldoon let them out then, prior to his death?
Oh, yes, sir. Very discreet he was. Let to the quality, he said, engaged upon affairs of state.
Affairs of state, ma'am?
Shall I answer yourself, Inspector, or your young acquaintance, Mr. Deadshore?
Merely reply, Mrs. Muldoon.
Well, sirs, about 6 months after we come to London, Muldoon tells me he has been approached by a person or persons of rank, station, and breeding as to the use of certain rooms of quality and distinction. Evidently, 4 Trincomalee stairs suited these persons, and Muldoon was in receipt of a small but useful honorarium as a result.
And did you discover who the person or persons of rank, station, and breeding might be?
Mr. Surefire, I did not. I saw nothing of them, being out the house a good deal during the day.
But what of the night, ma'am?
The person or persons never stayed the night, sir. The person or persons seldom used the rooms at all.
Then do you think we might see these rooms, ma'am? An investigation there could prove highly pertinent. So, this is where affairs of state were conducted. Sniff, sure, card. Sniff again. Well, does nothing assail your nostrils?
Some trace. Some lingering fragrance.
Perfume, lad. Feminine perfume. Of the subtler sort.
Do you believe this to be in a place of assignation, sir?
I believe nothing. Yet. But perfume is certainly present. Hello?
What is it, sir?
Cast your eye across the street. Who do you observe skulking down there?
Fleet Ned Sprott.
Fleet Ned, the my-side informer. Have him sure card. I shall follow in my own time. But have it, lad, the truth from those rancid lips of his.
Oh, my eye. Oh, my afflicted eye, the peelers.
Fleet Ned Sprott. A word with you, my dear.
I'm too old to leather the cobbles like this. As once I did in sweet days of yore. My lungs is fair wore out.
What have you?
Can't stop seeing me barber.
I warn.
Barber's me uncle. Owes me a squirrel.
I warn you.
Fleet Ned Sprott in the gutter again.
Can it be you, Mr. Millions?
Hush your feet, Sprott. Don't breathe near my face.
You was always a sensitive man, Inspector.
Fleet Ned, talk. Avert your face, but talk. Of long afternoons in the upper rooms of 4 Trincomalee stairs.
Don't know it, sir. Never been near the place.
Fleet Ned, don't waste my time. Time that could be far better spent in Hove, contemplating the raging billows of the main, than here in the gutter with you.
Adjust your memory, Ned. Don't cross him now. He's working to a fashion. 4 Trincomalee stairs. Abode of the late Mr. Temperance Muldoon and his relict Caroline. Who visited when said Mrs. M was about her artless business away from home?
Aye. He hesitates, sure card. He gingerly proffers his hand. Now, what might Fleet Ned require?
The power of cash to stir the memory is wonderful to behold, gents. Beauteous to see.
Tuppence farthing if we hear the truth. A week in chokey if you temporise.
Well, sirs, I've seen strange comings and goings at that abode of which you spoke but recent.
Strange?
A visitor come there perhaps 4 times, always of an afternoon, always with a key.
A visitor?
What kind of visitor?
High or low?
Whig or Tory?
Home or colonial?
Poor or rich?
Male?
Or female?
Of gender?
The faces was always wild. The physique slight and trim, the clothing obscure but costly, mode of a wry walk, cab. I guess a young woman of uneasy virtue and considerable means, keeping of a assignation, or tryst.
You spoke to the cabbies, doubtless. Now, where would this young woman have hailed their services?
Regent Street, sir. Always Regent Street.
But why were you favouring that particular house with your attention, Fleet Ned?
Because Muldoon spent freely in the 4 ales, gentlemen. And I wondered whence a humble gardener come by such ready, such often cash.
My ribs ache, sure card. They torment me cruel. They inform me with a certainty born of 20 years with a detective that we are moving inexorably towards a perfect maelstrom of guilt and darkness. More devilry will surely follow these 2 murders.
Mr. Joint Schism. Mr. Edgar Joint Schism.
I am that man. And you, sir?
Nimble's Earthrowl, sir. And my partner, Danvers Gimlinge.
Earthrowl, Gimlinge. Quench your thirst in ale, but listen. Only listen to what I have to propose.
We flinch from nothing, sir, save infanticide and basket weaving. Trust us for all else.
I like you, boys. I like your forthright manner. Good. The matter, lads, is robbery. But robbery it must be by total stealth. Stealth, boys, must be the game.
Leave us alone for stealth, sir. Only tell us the place, only the place, and what we are to remove.
close. Come close. Very close, boys. Xerxes, Lord Conrad, and his lady wife are recently arrived once again in London to their townhouse in the borough of Marylebone. The house, good fellows both, is situate in Bentinck Street.
A rare neighbourhood, sir, and full of promise for lads of mettle.
The house is in Bentinck Street, and formerly the dwelling of one Edward Gibbon.
Gibbon the Welbeck Strangler, sir?
Edward Gibbon, who sang the varied fortunes of the Roman Empire in many an improving volume.
We are to remove a library, sir?
Merely cease your interruptions, and you shall learn what it is you are being paid to steal.
But you are still pale, Melisande. Was I right to bring you to London?
I was troubled by a recurrence of that dream that has disturbed so many of my slumbers at Paradox Park. But last night it was so real that I thought it must actually have happened here in Bentinck Street.
So real?
I thought I heard a long, hoarse scream of fear, a great clattering, then a dreadful, a most harrowing noise, as if someone had struck ground after falling from a desperate height.
My treasure, you are still dwelling upon the spectacular and tragic deaths of poor Muldoon and the man Tidd. But if you are to know any tranquility whatsoever, you must put these thoughts behind you.
Forgive me, my lord, but there is a person from the detective wishing to see you. The name of Inspector Millions.
From the detective, Porritt? What can he possibly want of Lord Quandery?
I shall see him at once, Porritt.
Very good, my lord.
Should you repair to your room, Melisande, and recruit your strength in quiet?
No, of course not. It behoves us to meet such a celebrity with the liveliest interest.
Inspector Millions, my lord.
Thank you, Porritt. That will be all.
Your ladyship.
Inspector.
Lord Quandery. Most grateful for this signal opportunity.
My dear Inspector, whatever we can do, we shall do, to aid you in your inquiries relevant to Temperance Muldoon.
How swiftly, sir, you bring your lofty intellect to play upon the matter in hand. But why, given his wholesome devotion to all things rural, did Muldoon choose to quit his toils amid your Dunwich sanctuary and make for London?
How often have I asked myself that self-same question, sir?
And what was your reply, my lord?
Why, I was at a loss for an answer.
Ah, so no reason offers itself. He just ups and leaves.
A forceful and a cogent description of his exit from my employment.
Thank you. Now, his wife, was she a prima mobile in the Muldoon's urban adventure?
Caroline, that most genuine, that warmest-hearted of natures.
Rhubarb was her one excess. She was else the completest of helpmeets.
The rhubarb, I well recall. You parted then from the Muldoons on the best of terms. 10 guineas for the gardener and letters of recommendation.
Accurate in each particular, sir.
You can think then of no person or persons who might have harboured such resentment against Muldoon as to have accomplished his assassination?
None, sir. The world was his friend. The meadow sang to his tread, and all creation flowered beneath his sunshine blandishments.
Then that shall be the superscription to his eternal resting place. Do you, my Xerxes, arrange it this very day?
Yes.
Come, sir. Haste, post haste from Clerkenwell, from the innocent alleys of Victory Tidd.
Innocent? A dangerous word to use in my present, sure, cuz.
In a course of 2 long days and nights, I've discovered the late Victory Tidd to have been a man of such startling virtue that I confess myself amazed he was not summoned to his eternal reward at birth. That poor fellow, sir, had not an enemy in the land. No eye recalling him but fills with tears.
I feared as much. Tidd blameless, Muldoon apparently so, aside of that mysterious visitor in Chelsea. So, where now, sure card? Where direct our path from this facer?
At the moment when Muldoon was first glimpsed, dead in the branches of the sycamore tree at the horticultural exhibition area, no fewer than 5 members of Parliament was present, in addition to the official guide.
Continue, lad.
The political gents in question was Mr. Cosmo Evergreen, Mr. Hatchard Millicent, Sir Jericho Arbogast, Mr. Nathaniel Upjohn, and the Laird of Yell.
Pretty enough, crew. And we shall talk to them, everyone. Sure card, present yourself to the esquires of the party. For my part, I shall address my inquiries to the quality. Yell and Arbogast. Don't look so crestfallen, lad. Your turn with the titles will come when your toes are more securely placed upon the higher rungs of constabulary promotion. I observe, Mr. Nossiter, that your master, Sir Jericho, seems devoted to the rigours of the chase.
That observation is founded on hard facts, sir. The master has roamed in many of Hearth's wide quarters in search of trophies, from the high savannas of colonial Guyana to the echoing loneliness of the Great Karoo. His guns has known little rest these past 12 years.
But he still finds time for a useful day or two in the service of the House of Commons.
Neglect of his constituents is not a charge as can be levelled against Sir Jericho, sir. Sleepless he is in his efforts to bring his peoples to the land of Pisgah.
Nossiter! Show the inspector in at once. Busy men have need of punctuality.
Obliged to you, Sir Jericho. Thank ye, Nossiter.
Your humble, sir. Ever your humble and obedient.
Inspector Millions, what an enchantment it is to meet a sleuth of your pronounced and often proven brilliance. Throw yourself into a chair, sir, if you please.
I acknowledge with gratitude that handsome tribute from so discerning a baronet as yourself, Sir Jericho.
Well deserved, sir. Richly deserved. But how may I further your investigations?
I spoke recently to the Laird of Yell. My assistant has spoken recently to the other members of that parliamentary party that visited the Crystal Palace. So far, all statements taken point to the fact that at no time were the members of the party separated from their guide and mentor. Would you corroborate this, Sir Jericho?
Do you know, I believe I would. Yes, we were at all times within earshot of our delightful and informative Cicerone.
Of course you were. Of course you were. Had you perchance any prior knowledge of the gardener, Muldoon?
Would a gentleman have knowledge of an artisan?
Yet I believe, sir, that you are not unacquainted with Xerxes, Lord Quandary, and his wife, Lady Melisande, within whose purlieus the dead Muldoon once enjoyed many a happy and not unrewarded season of employment.
What a stern taskmaster it is, Inspector. Yes, I knew Muldoon was once employed by Quandary, but not once did I meet the fellow face to face.
I perfectly understand, Sir Jericho. Why should you, a baronet and rover, have first-hand knowledge of a lowly son of toil? Sure card.
Inspector?
I have spoken to the Laird of Yell and to the dashing Sir Jericho Arbogast. They maintain that the parliamentary party observing the Crystal Palace was all of a piece all the time.
Yet Mr. Cosmo Evergreen allowed that from time to time individual members of the party would stray as a fancy took them to an exhibit here or an area there.
So, here is an inconsistency.
Innocent or intended?
At present I fail to see why any of these parliamentarians would wish to kill two artisans, and why are you looking so wan?
We've had a note, sir, from Meldrum's cellar in Rotherhithe. A corpse was recovered from the Thames early this morning. Would you care to examine it?
Come in, gents, come in.
Why did you choose to summon me, Meldrum? The bodies fall in the Thames as thick as autumnal leaves, and they are none of my concern.
But this one, sir, this one bears the marks of horror and unspeakable violence.
Does it, though? Remove the sheet, if you please, Meldrum.
Bear with my warning, gents. This corpse is fair broke up, though the face has miraculously survived shattering.
It's Dimble's Earthrowl!
A gent well known to you, Inspector?
I put Earthrowl in jail as often as I put on my boots. And now he has made his last atonement.
Oh, this is a most horrible slaying, sir. His every bone looks broken.
Oh, ugly, lad. Ugly work. But not, I think, within our bailiwick. Not relevant to the Crystal Palace death.
Any papers? Any personal possessions on the corpse, Meldrum?
As to that, sir...
Meldrum, I've warned you before about a pilfering from the dead.
As to that, sirs,
I found but one scrap of paper within a lining of the deceased waistcoat, sirs. Wet it was, all sodden, after some hours' immersion in the Queen of Rivers.
Give it here. It could be part of an envelope. And the name. Oh, confound it, this is a crab fist. Sure, guard. Turn your eyes to this.
Looks to be a Mrs. Glumdalclitch Osborne of Clapham Common, sir.
Glumdalclitch Osborne? What creature would own to a name like that? Clapham Common this time of year is undeniably attractive, Shorcard. Man could do worse than buy a genteel property here against his ultimate retirement from the detective.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sirs.
Have I the pleasure of addressing Mrs. Osborne?
That pleasure is yours, sir.
Mrs. Grumblebeach Osborne.
The same, sir. And who?
Inspector Millions and Mr. Shorcard of the detective, ma'am.
The detective? Are you the bearers of ill news, Inspector?
That we have yet to determine, ma'am. But might we conduct our colloquy within doors?
Of course, pray forgive me.
You seemed apprehensive, ma'am, when I announced our identities. Why would this be?
Apprehensive? Why, yes, I am.
Care to enlighten us, ma'am?
My husband has been away for almost 3 days now, and still no word from him.
Mr. Osborne don't normally stray from hearth and home.
My husband is not called Osborne, sirs. To my shame, I must confess it.
But how may this be, ma'am?
Our union has not been blessed by Mother Church, sirs. We are as one in common law, but not under the eye of heaven.
Would your protector's name be Earthrowl, ma'am? Why do you start so?
Earthrowl? But Mr. Earthrowl is a recent partner of my protector's in a small but energetic plasterer's business, sir.
Plasterers? Earthrowl? Madam, I know 2 things about Nimble's Earthrowl. 1, he was a thief. 2, he is now stone dead.
And stone dead hath no fellow.
But if Mr. Earthrowl is stone dead, and my husband be not returned, can the same fate have overtaken him too?
You say your husband has not been home for 3 days, ma'am. Incidentally, what is your husband's name?
Gimlinge, sir. Danvers Gimlinge, and as good a man as ever drew breath.
Then why did he not make an honest woman of you?
Because, sir, he already has a wife and daughter, though he has not set eyes on them for 20 years.
And this man is now a plasterer?
He and Mr. Earthrowl were employed upon some work in Marylebone, as I understand it.
And his partner in plaster or felony, call it what you will, now lies dead in Meldrum Cellar at Rotherhithe. Dead terribly. Dead appallingly. But dead indubitably.
Mrs. Osborne, should your self-styled husband, Mr. Danvers Gimlinge, repair back to the comfort of his parlour, would you be so kind as to tell him to report straightway to Inspector Millions? His life, dear lady, may hang in the balance.
If yet it hangs at all. Madam, we must leave you. From this ambiguous state we must return to my office. Be assured we shall see you again.
Oh, sirs, may I not offer you a glass of sherry wine? My father left me 86 bottles when he passed on, and some few are still left.
Regretfully, ma'am, we must hail a cab and be off. But one last question.
Sir?
Why the devil did your father call you Glumdalclitch?
My father, the late Uttoxeter Osborne, was many things in his life. Drunkard, glass-blower, symbolist, naval architect, sonneteer, pederast, and Muslim scholar. But his greatest devotion was to that preeminent work of the ill-starred genius Jonathan Swift. Uttoxeter Osborne, gentlemen, was addicted to Gulliver's Travels. Hence, Glumdalclitch.
Glumdalclitch?
And how, sir, it's called Glubdubdrib.
My mind is bent on murder, lad. We are juggling with several plates at once. They must be identified immediately before we lose control and they fall unremarked to earth.
Very well, sir. Shall we examine the plates singly? Item. 8 months ago, Temperance Muldoon quits the employment of Xerxes Lord Quandary in Suffolk.
To seek his arable fortunes in London.
Item. A week ago, an innocent named Victory Tidd falls to his death in the Crystal Palace with prior injuries as yet unexplained.
Item. Shortly afterwards, Temperance Muldoon is discovered dead in the branches of a sycamore tree in the Crystal Palace, with mortal injuries as yet unexplained.
Item. Muldoon lets out the upper rooms of his dwelling in Chelsea,
which are infrequently visited. Visited. Afternoons only, by a veiled lady of seemingly independent means.
Item. Nimble's earthrow, cutpurse, pickpocket and bully boy goes into plasterer's business with an ex-sailor, Danvers Gimling.
Item. Earthrow and Gimlinge disappear to undertake labour in Marylebone.
Item. Xerxes Lord Quandary returns to London to his home in Bentinck Street in the borough of Marylebone.
Item. Nimble's earthrow is dragged out of the Thames, dreadfully done to death.
Item. Danvers Gimlinge is accomplished. He's vanished.
Item. Gimlinge we must find, sure card. Gimlinge we must by all means secure. Oh.
Gimlinge, here, man.
Mr. Joint Schism.
Who else?
St. Paul's Cathedral. A pretty enough place to conduct our business, sir.
The noble sentiments we hear may pour an unction on that business, Gimlinge.
Yes, well, I have ill news, Mr. Joint Schism.
You were unable to steal the correspondence from Lord Quandary's home?
We stole it, sir, yes. Earthrow came out of that upper window with the bundle in his hand. He passed it on to me before attempting to effect his descent by the drainpipe. But there was a commotion within the house. Voices raised. Candles are flickering and the sound of approaching footsteps. And in that instant, Nimble's Earthrow's natural skill deserts him. He misses his footing and falls some 60 feet to a desperate, shattered fate in the courtyard below.
So he was found by Quandary's staff in the article of death?
He was not. I went down the side of that house like a frantic ape, sir. Collected the mortal remains of Earthrow and was out of the rear door before the staff were fully aroused.
And how did you dispose of the body?
Into the Thames, sir, with only a gruff sailor's prayer to speed him on his last voyage.
You did well, Gimlinge. There can be no unforeseen connections between us and the late Earthrow, and the full fee for the robbery will be all yours.
The fee, sir, is something we must discuss at length, be we in the house of the Lord or not.
You would turn renegade?
I did not realise when we undertook to burgle Lord Quandary's house the nature of the correspondence we should remove.
It is compromising.
Utterly.
Well then?
It compromises Lord Quandary, sir, and it also compromises a lady whose reputation I shall stop at nothing to protect.
What's your pleasure, Inspector?
Gin and water, if you please, Job, and a bowl of snuff.
Sir?
Well, lad?
Sir, interesting intelligence from Clapham Common.
I shall hope so, lad. Keep your voice down. You've loitered there long enough. Well, see, I shall have to buy you a drink.
A glass of claret would do very well, sir, and I appreciate the thought.
Claret? Well, you'll drink your beer and like it, boy.
Beer be admirable, sir. Most quenching.
Gin, water, snuff, sir.
And beer for this young fellow.
And beer for Mr. Surecard.
Snuff, Mr. Surecard?
No, thank you, sir.
Then tell me, what have you learned at Clapham Common?
Miss Glundleclitch Osborne as a child, sir. The daughter of some 17 summers.
The devil she does.
Name a daffodil, sir. An enchanting creature and one not slow to indulge in lively conversation with an officer of detective incognito.
But what did you learn?
She corroborated a statement given by Miss Glundleclitch. Nor hide nor hair of Danvers Gimlinge has been seen since he went off 3 days ago on his plastering expedition to Marylebone with Nimble's Earthrow.
Here's your beer, lad.
Your health, sir.
Well, it would seem a broad swing of coincidence if Gimlinge and Earthrow were in any way involved with Lord Quandary, but one that must, in default of anything better, be examined. Drink up your beer, lad, for I want you back at Clapham Common. ready to apprehend for questioning this Danvers Gimlinge, should he return to,
Glubbdubdrib, sir.
Glubbdubdrib, yes. But loiter in the shadows, sure card. Do not attempt further intercourse with the doubtless winsome Daffodil Osborne. Hover in the dark, and should Gimlinge return, then pounce.
May I ask, sir, where you will direct your steps?
To Bentinck Street. A word with Lord Quandary's butler may ease my mind.
I fail to see your drift, Inspector.
Nimble's Earthrealm was a cat burglar, sure card. No plasterer he. So could it be that he and Gimlinge were suborned to burgle Lord Quandary's house? Could Earthrealm have met his desperate shattered death whilst attempting to effect some felony at 7 Bentinck Street? Capital, Mr. Porritt, capital. Glad to see your high spirits have not been quelled by the recent depredations on this property.
Depredations, Inspector? What depredations would they be?
Oh, the break-in on the premises.
These premises, sir?
Sure it be.
You jest, Inspector.
Though my mien be jocund, my intentions are profoundly sober. I do assure you, Mr. Porritt. Was this house not burgled 3 nights ago?
But, sir, had we been burgled, you may be sure we should have lost no time in raising the hue and cry.
Of course you wouldn't. Might we take the air in the yard a moment, sir? I have something of a headache on me. Too much gin and insufficient water at the Gallow Glass Arms, eh?
Why, certainly, Inspector. The yard is not large, but as you see, it gives onto the mews.
The air of Marylebone at night is sweet and piercing, Porritt, even to these dull nostrils. Hello? What would this be, here, on the ground? Dried blood, Mr. Porritt, in some quantity.
The odd man slaughters the chickens here, sir. I regret he has not cleaned the Augean stables as thoroughly as he should.
I hope you're not trifling with me, sir.
Trifling, sir?
Will you swear that this is the blood of poultry and not of a human being?
Inspector, your humour tends to the graveyard this evening, does it not?
The instincts of my profession seldom desert me, Mr. Porritt. Would you tell me this? Is Sir Jericho Arbogast, sportsman and Member of Parliament, a frequent visitor here?
Why, bless you, sir, as regular as clockwork. He and his lordship have been intimate these 10 years or more.
Oh.
Lord Quandary looks upon Sir Jericho as a son.
And does the Lady Melisande look upon him as a brother?
But, Mr. Shawcard, why will you not wait inside at Glubbdubdrib? I'm certain my father, when he returns, will be only too ready to apprise you of the facts that led to Mr. Earthrow's death.
Oh, Mr. Gimlinge may be less ready than you think to talk to an officer of the detective, Miss Daffodil. I fear I must surprise him. Now, please, return to your home. Miss Osborne will be anxious on your...
Oh, look! Is not that sagging figure that of my father? There! Over there! Coming through the wood.
You know far better than I, Miss Daffodil. Is it he?
I have the most dreadful misgivings. Why does he move so slowly, so warily?
Drunk, perhaps?
My father is no tosspot, sir. Oh, see! He has fallen.
Then we must approach him at once.
Oh, Papa, dearest Papa, whatever has happened to you?
Daffodil, flower of my heart. Oh, gaze your last upon your unfortunate father.
Mr. Gimlinge, I am a member of the detective. Who has done this fearful injury to you?
A man named Joint Schism. Edgar Joint Schism. Oh, God, I die upon the hour.
Please, this Joint Schism, was he a footpad?
A gent. Tall he was, well-spoken. Dark hair, dark moustaches, and black of eyes. He smoked me, sir. Under the 5th rib.
And Earthrow? Did Joint Schism kill him too?
Earthrow was...
shall find his murderer, Miss Daffodil. I shall not rest till I have found this Edgar Joint schism. And when I have found him, I shall see him swing for this foul mischief.
You rang, my lord?
Porritt, I understand that Inspector Millions was here last evening.
He was, my lord.
Then why was I not informed when her ladyship and I returned from the opera?
He was quite satisfied, sir, that once his interview with me was over, he need not trouble your lordship.
But what did he want?
He was, investigating a possible burglary, my lady.
Burglary? Where?
Here, my lady.
Here?
But I assured him that 7 Bentinck Street has never been the scene of night marauding, my lady, and he went away agreeable and content, having sampled a little of my rum and tobacco first.
Porritt, dear faithful fellow, well done. Well played indeed.
The pleasure was all mine, my lord.
A caller? At this time of day?
With your permission, my lord, I shall ascertain the identity of the caller.
Of course.
Xerxes, in my dreams the other evening, I had visions of some burglary. That dreadful scream.
And it was nothing but a nightmare, Melisande. I thought I had reassured you on that score. Had there been a burglary, I should have summoned officers of the police at once. Perhaps some unfortunate dweller on the street close by had been the victim of... Yes, Porritt.
Sir Lucifer Hipkin has called, my lord. He's desirous of a few minutes' conversation with you.
Hipkin, that blackguard. What does he want of me?
He said a few minutes' conversation would reveal the urgent nature of his call, my lord.
Melisande, will you excuse us? This must be some pressing parliamentary business, a division, perhaps.
I shall go to the withdrawing room directly. But, Xerxes, pray do not distress yourself unnecessarily. Sir Lucifer is not worth any anxiety whatsoever.
How perceptive you are. And, my dearest, I shall be with you soon. Very well, Porritt. Show Sir Lucifer in.
Yes. Yes, Sugarcard.
It's a Mr. Porritt, sir, from Lord Quandary.
Oh, what could this presage? Show the butler in, lad. Show him in.
This way, sir.
Mr. Porritt.
Good evening, sir.
Stay, Sugarcard.
Sir?
Your eyes are red, Mr. Porritt, and your cheeks hectic.
Oh, sir, Lord Quandary has asked me to beg you to attend upon him immediately.
Why could the noble lord not come here in person?
That, sir, is unknown to me. I have a cab waiting, Inspector, for your convenience.
That being so, I am prepared to accommodate his lordship. Sugarcard, your hat, and mine. My ribs foretell a sudden end to many of our questionings.
You were quick upon the summons, Inspector, and I thank you for it.
I am eager to learn what you have to impart, Lord Quandary. This is my assistant, Mr. Sugarcard.
Your servant, sir.
Mr. Sugarcard, will you be seated, gentlemen?
Thank you, my lord. Sit, lad. Don't gape there.
What I have to reveal, Inspector, is both tragic and terrible. You have a cold, sir?
A lively nose, my lord. Pray continue.
My disclosure will shed light on much that has hitherto lain in the shadows of horror and suffering. But let me begin with Temperance Muldoon.
Your erstwhile gardener?
As you are already aware, Muldoon left my employment on the best of terms to seek work in London. Well then, some 6 months later, he came to see me here at Bentinck Street. Alas, no pleasantries were to be exchanged, Inspector. Muldoon had turned blackmailer.
But all the world knows that the House of Quandary is above suspicion.
I thank you for that, sir, but unhappily it is not true. Muldoon, that fearful wretch, had discovered something regrettable in my past. He wanted money, gentlemen, in return for his silence.
Enough, perhaps, to purchase a house in Chelsea?
I paid him a pretty sum, Mr. Sugarcard. Then he wanted more.
Blackmail ever does.
I realized he could and would go on and on with his insatiable demands until I was ruined. I became desperate.
You did not think of confiding in the police?
One breath of scandal, and my looked-for position as Foreign Secretary would forever be lost.
So you thought to silence Muldoon yourself?
Inspector, I am more than 60 years of age, a man with some infirmities, How could I compete in physical conflict with the brute strength of a man of the soil, a man almost 30 years my junior?
So you hired the services of a desperado?
Just so. I did not want Muldoon murdered, Inspector. You must believe that. I merely wanted him terrified. Yes, I hired a desperado and told him what I required. I described Muldoon thoroughly. His appearance, his habit, his place of work. I paid the fellow 100 guineas in advance. The fellow, hasty, anxious to have done with his odious work, did not pay sufficient attention to my instructions. To my horror, I read in the Times that 2 men had died.
I can imagine your consternation.
I hastened to London, intending to denounce the desperado, but he had forestalled me. When we arrived here, I found a sealed letter waiting for me. I was to meet him at 11 that night upon Westminster Bridge.
One question, sirs, if I may.
Sure, Colonel.
It does have bearing, sir, on the matter in hand.
Does it, lad?
My lord, what was the name of this assassin?
Why, he gave his name as Earthrowl.
What?
Nimble's Earthrowl.
Sure, God. My apologies.
The name Earthrowl is known to you, gentlemen?
It is indeed, my lord. Intimately. But pray proceed to that sinister interview upon the bridge at 11 p.m.
It was a foul and foggy night, when a man could scarcely see his hand in front of his face. I reached the bridge and peered down, vainly hoping to descry some cheering ray of light from the brigs and colliers anchored below, but light there was none. Only the steady footfall of someone approaching me through that grim blanket of obscurity. It was Earthrowl, pale as snow, but red of eye. I taxed him bitterly with the deaths of Muldoon and Tidd. The wretch laughed and said that his services demanded compensation greater than I so far afforded. I threatened to denounce him. He made to attack me. But in the struggle, that demon lost his balance, over-toppled, and was gone, down into the Thames, lost forever from the world of men.
Yet you did not see fit to report this incident.
Inspector, I was too distracted to think of anything but to repair back to Benting Street and restore my wits.
Have you had a visitor recently, Lord Condery?
I beg your pardon?
A visitor to this house, to this room, recently.
No, I have not, sir. Why do you ask?
Do you smoke, my lord?
Smoke, sir? I abhor the practice. No one smokes in any household of mine.
So you have had no visitor here this evening?
By me, sir, I have not. And of what relevance is that to my recent disclosure?
Forgive me, my lord. You are aware, I imagine, that you will have to accompany me to the office, where a formal statement may be taken from you.
I am aware of that. If you will give me 2 minutes, I shall collect the necessary statements myself. They are already set down and witnessed.
2 minutes, my lord, are negligible. We shall attend you here.
Thank you.
Your card.
Sir?
Hover, lad. Hover in the hall. I want no midnight chases.
Sir.
Sure card!
Came from the study, sir.
In there! Quick as you like.
Too late, sir. Too late. The master is dead. Self-slaughter.
Confirm, sure card.
Sir.
Porrit, a word in your ear.
Yes, sir.
Porrit, did you admit a visitor to his lordship shortly before you came to my office this evening? A visitor who smoked Havana cigars?
No, sir. No visitors at all today, apart from you 2 gentlemen of the detective.
What a spectacle Hyde Park presents, sir. And the Crystal Palace, in its pristine magnificence. The flower of the nation, of the empire, nay, dare I say it, the flower of the world. assembled here for the opening of this most majestic of man's works, and thanks in no small part to you, sir.
Tobacco, Shurkard. Cuban tobacco.
Sir?
Amid these festive imbecilities, lad, have you given a thought to the singular aroma of Cuban leaf tobacco?
You have me on the hips, sir, and I confess it.
I smelt that aroma in Quandary's study the night of his confession. Yet he abhorred smoking, both he and Bonnet, denied the presence of any visitor that day.
But the case is over, is it not? And you should be enjoying the delights of Hove, if not this present spectacle.
But think, lad, why should Quandary confess when the only two men, Muldoon and Earthrow, who could assail his reputation, were both stone dead?
Well, conscience, sir, Lord Quandary admitted as much himself.
And you were hoodwinked?
But if the confession was in some way spurious, then which way now do your thoughts incline?
There was no reason for Quandary's confession and suicide unless another foot stumbled upon his secrets. Another so high in rank or power that his removal could never go uninvestigated. Another who smoked Havana cigars and visited Lord Quandary some minutes before Bonnet was dispatched to my office. Another who threatened Quandary with public obloquy unless he put an end to his wretched and conniving life.
Yes, sir. I anxiously await.
Consider, Shurkard, our earlier hypothesis, viz. That Earthrow and Gimlinge were effecting together a burglary of Quandary's house in Bentinck Street. Now, Earthrow, as we are told, fell off Westminster Bridge and hit the river with bone-shattering impact, and his injuries could bear out that story.
But Gimlinge was stabbed, as he averred with his latest breath, by one Edgar Joint Schism. A gent. Tall he was, well-spoken, dark hair, dark moustache and black of eyes.
I wonder, lad, if Joint Schism smokes Havana cigars.
No hawkers, no harlots, no fishmongers.
Inspector Millions and Dynasty Shurkard of the detective.
The detective?
Mr. Cletworthy.
Your servant.
Mr. Peebles Cletworthy.
Your ineffable.
Mr. Peebles Cletworthy, discriminating diarist and social historian.
Your idiosyncratic.
Who knows more about the Mother of Parliaments than Mr. Speaker himself?
You're eternally gratified.
It is of the lower house that we wish to inquire, sir. Kindly remove that arquebus from your shoulder and invite us to your study.
Damn you, Clara. Cease your impertinence. Clara, sirs, is a lawless cat, hence her hatred of the detective. You were asking?
The defunct Lord Quandary, sir. I understand he had ambitions for the post of Foreign Secretary.
True.
What obstacles lay in his path?
Who opposed him, you mean? But, sir, both chambers have been full of the gossip all year. Sir Lucifer Hipkin was chief contender for that position. Now, with poor old Xerxes done in, Sir Lucifer is first in line for the post you mentioned.
Sir Lucifer Hipkin.
Your manners, Clara.
This Sir Lucifer, a tall and black-of-eyes knight, would he be? Dark hair, dark moustaches?
Hipkin to the echo, Mr. Safeguard.
Obliged, sir.
There was then within Parliament outright rancour between Lord Quandary and Sir Lucifer Hipkin.
The venom crackled, sir, like a child's limbs in an open fire.
And is this Hipkin to be found in London?
A man incessantly vain of his physique, sirs. He occupies himself daily at Master Parmesan's fencing academy in Regent Street.
The bold course is our only course, Shurkard. Sir Lucifer Hipkin? Is Sir Lucifer Hipkin present in this academy?
Oh, Joseph's disturbing me.
Sir Lucifer?
The same.
Allow me to introduce myself, sir. Cumberbatch is the name, Sir Lucifer. And this is my son, young Dynasty. Devotees both of your matchless steel.
Devil you are.
As we stood and watched you confound your opponent, sir, with lunge, incart and tierce, riposte and recovery following one another in swift succession, we realised at once that we were in the presence of a master swordsman.
Did you, Joe? And I wish you'd say the like to Master Parmesan, sir.
A cigar, sir? Allow me to present you with a cigar.
Havana. It's uncommon civil of you, sir.
My pleasure, sir, and my honour. And to congratulate you also on the quick dispatch of that scoundrel Gimlinge.
Gimlinge? What's he to you?
He perished, sir, with your name on his lips. Cut to death, he cried, and proud of it, by the rapier of Lucifer Hipkin.
Who in damnation are you, fellas?
It is who you are that interests us, Sir Lucifer, for in certain parts of the city you are better known as Edgar Joint Schism.
Sir Jericho Arbogast, milady.
Oh, show him in, Porrit. Do, show Sir Jericho in.
At once, your ladyship.
Melisande.
Jericho! Oh, my dear.
My darling. Oh, what an extraordinary turn events have taken. Your husband dies confessing to the suborned murders of Tid and Muldoon and to the accidental slaying of Earthrowl, and today Sir Lucifer Hipkin admits to the murder of the man Gimlinge. What an almanac of horrors for London. But how fortunate for we two.
Oh, my sweet. Oh, can our path to happiness lie across a meadow filled with corpses?
They lie in the past, Melisande. Together we can surmount these horrors and be united at last. Oh, my dearest, on my knees I beg you to become my wife at last, no longer the admired consort of another.
Oh, Jericho, you know too well how little I cared for Xerxes, how abominably he treated both myself and our son, little Gareth. Yet even at his most delinquent, Xerxes was possessed of some shreds of goodness, and I somehow believe that this terrible suicide of his was meant as an atonement for the unhappiness he had heaped upon me.
He was a monster.
Oh, not when I married him. He was bright and affectionate and generous.
You are all too well aware of how vicious and depraved the man really was.
I have lived with him for 8 years as his wife. I have borne him a son. I have known, amidst years of misery, some moments of happiness.
Melisande, do you love me?
With all my heart.
Then pray forswear your grief for that libertine, and agree to become my wife, proudly proclaimed as such, and as soon as we decently may, in the finest church this city boasts of.
Stop that stridulation, Surecard, before I truss your tongue.
Jen was indifferent last night, sir.
Damn your impertinence, lad. Damn it, I say.
Oh, forgive me for asking, sir, but ask I must.
Well...
Why are you here and not in Hove, whence your thoughts have inclined these past 6 months?
Hove?
The strange affair is over, sir. You've explained all. Sir Lucifer, wishing to oust Lord Quandary from his position as heir apparent to the post of Foreign Secretary, assumed the nom de guerre of Edgar Joint Schism. He paid Earthrowl and Gimlinge to burgle Quandary's home and find proof of some past misdemeanour. This was done, but Earthrowl was silenced by Lord Quandary, and Gimlinge was mortally wounded by Sir Lucifer himself, that no third party might discover the real facts. Then Sir Lucifer called on Lord Quandary, smoking a Havana cigar, and confronted the trembling peer with written evidence of some scandal. Quandary promised to resign his political hopes in return for Sir Lucifer's silence, and afterwards, recognising the terrible web of guilt he had himself helped to spin, sent for us. Having admitted conniving at the murders of Tid and Muldoon at the Crystal Palace, he engaged himself in the possibly accidental death of Earthrowl. He wished to spare his wife, his family and the country further scandal, and did away with himself.
And that is what the public is being asked to accept by the man upstairs.
Asked to accept, sir?
The existing scandal is such as to threaten the government already. Further revelations would lead to its complete overthrow, and so the man upstairs has directly instructed me to consider the case or cases irrevocably closed.
Then you may depart for Hove at once.
Will you stop harping on Hove?
I thought of some other resort, perhaps. Bognor Regis or West Hartlepool.
Sure card. How, where, Tid and Muldoon killed? Physically, how?
Does it matter, sir? Earthrowell was their executioner, and Earthrowell is dead.
Do you seriously believe that a man of Earthrowell's spectacularly low intellect could have conceived two murders so brilliant, so terrible, and so inexplicable as to baffle forensic science? If so, the investigative career is not for you, lad. Now come, let's be off.
A new case, sir?
The old case is officially closed, sure card. So we shall pay an entirely social visit to that colourful and gallant traveller, Sir Jericho Arbogast.
Inspector Million's hand, Mr. Shorehard, Sir Jericho. Milady.
And how capital. Inspector, Mr. Shorehard, may I extend my congratulations to you both on a successful outcome to this tragic and complex affair. Oh, but forgive me, you have met, of course, Melisande, Lady Quandary?
Indeed we have met, Jericho. Gentlemen, I am pleased that this occasion is something happier than the last occasion upon which we had conversation together.
Happier, milady?
Oh, we must tell them. I shall tell them. I can no longer contain my greatest good fortune. Inspector, Mr. Brasenose, Lady Quandary has agreed to cut short her normal period of mourning in order to make me the most divinely happy of mankind.
We are to be married, sirs, on Wednesday next, at the Church of St. Matthew Carborundum in the city of Westminster.
Felicitations.
And I insist that you both be present, though whether as my guest or Lady Quandary's, I have no mortal idea.
Then may we congratulate you on this moment of social harmony and decent joy.
Too kind, Mr. Half-Card. And I am sure you will give us the added pleasure of pledging that harmony and joy in a toast.
Oh, Jericho!
You rang, Sir Jericho.
I did, Nossiter, I did. Would you prepare a libation, a special libation for our guests and ourselves?
On the instant,
Nossiter.
Sir?
I believe, Nossiter, that you were brought up in Hove.
You see before you a proud son of Hove, sir, to be sure.
Then may I accompany you a moment, Nossiter? Hove interests me strangely. If Lady Quandary and Sir Jericho will excuse me.
Well, of course, Inspector. We are only too pleased that even the busiest, the most successful detective in the land has time to consider something so humane as a holiday. Inspector, discussion finished. And Nossiter, the libation is correct in every particular?
White rum, sir, Angostura bitters, crushed limes, some aerated water, and cracked ice.
Ice?
Ice in an English summer.
This is indeed a miracle, Sir Jericho. But ice in a drink?
Such a confection is called by our American cousins a cocktail, Inspector, because it is lively, full of metal, and it tickles the palate.
But how do you come by ice in this season, sir?
Well, you need two elements. A good hard winter and a damp, cool cellar. I noted the idea when I was in India a few years ago. You form the ice in winter in large blocks, wrap the blocks in burlap, put all in straw, and secrete deep in a cellar in moist, cool earth. I have a river close to the cellar here, and that keeps the temperature low all year. And there's another mystery solved, gentlemen, I hope, to your satisfaction.
And now, let us drink together, for I am anxious to taste this cocktail of yours at once, dear Jericho.
Who?
Short card, sir, your assistant, with a letter for you. Marked confidential, from Scotland.
Then give it here, lad.
Sealed under the impress of the Earl of Lesmahago.
Within this envelope, sure card, my hopes are won or lost.
The news are good, sir?
The news are fascinating, sure card. Cast your mind back to last week when you were alone and jovial with Sir Jericho and his bride-to-be. I was with Nossiter and begged to see Sir Jericho's trophies of the chase and his armoury. Amid all the weapons that adorned that great wall, one was conspicuous by its absence. My inquiries revealed that Sir Jericho had lent this unusual and long obsolescent weapon to the Earl of Lesmahago. I took the trouble to verify this. And here is my answer.
Well, sir?
High Cockalorum Shortcard. Lesmahago denies all knowledge of this alleged loan.
But of what possible interest can this be?
Accompany me to the Crystal Palace late tonight, and I hope to show you Shortcard. Easy with that lantern, lad. We want no custodians disturbing us, or our necks are on the block.
But why are we here, sir, in the sycamore room?
This vast glass edifice, that mighty tree, saw once the body of Temperance Muldoon, dead in that fork, some 60 foot above ground.
Sir, this was where the parliamentary party found him.
To be sure, a party comprising...
Mr. Cosmo Evergreen, Mr. Hatchard Millicent, Mr. Nathaniel Upjohn, and the Laird of Yell.
And...
Sir Jericho Arbogast.
And what did Evergreen himself establish?
That from time to time, members of the party separated.
You begin to reassure me, lad. Look for the softest earth in this area and dig. Dig well, Shortcard. Dig deep.
This spot seems untrodden, sir. Protected as it is by the great base roots of the sycamore.
Yes. Yes, the earth is softer here. Sink your spade. Thus. Have a care, lad. You may be striking evidence.
Sir, I have something.
Huh?
Some strange...
Yes.
Some strange agricultural implement is buried here by error. Great Scott.
Great Scott indeed, Shortcard. You have in your hand a crossbow.
A crossbow belonging to Sir Jericho Arbogast.
A crossbow supposedly lent to the Earl of Lesmahago 3 months ago or more.
Sir, Inspector?
Yes, lad? What is it?
The man upstairs is wondering how you intend to proceed with the new case, sir.
The new case can wait. I am concerned with Victory Tidd.
Tidd, sir?
Why should Tidd have to die? That most innocuous of mortals. A man who could surely have played no part in the obscene and sensational events that we are now enjoined to forget.
I'm at a loss, sir. Always was where Tidd was concerned. But may I draw your attention to the time?
Why?
It is now 2:45. If you recall, sir, we were invited to celebrate the nuptials of Sir Jericho Arbogast and Melisande Lady Quandary at the parish church of St. Matthew Carborundum in the city of Westminster 15 minutes ago.
And if any man know of just cause or impediment why these two persons should not be joined together in holy matrimony, let him speak now or forever hold his peace.
I am that man.
I beg your pardon, sir.
I am he who knows of such impediment.
Have you taken leave of your senses, sir?
My Lord Bishop, I am Inspector Millions of the Detective, and I am here to arrest the putative bridegroom, Sir Jericho Arbogast, on a charge of double homicide.
I shall see you ruined for this outrage, Millions, destroyed.
You kill those men at the Crystal Palace, Sir Jericho, and I can prove how you killed them. Why need not concern me as an officer of the law.
But how could those unfortunate creatures have been murdered? There was no trace of a weapon.
If you leave ice in a cocktail, Sir Jericho, for any length of time, what happens to it?
Why, it melts, of course.
And leaves no trace, as if it had never been.
You mean, sir, that instead of a steel bolt, he used a long, slim shard of ice as a projectile for his crossbow?
A weapon of pure genius, Shurkard. For by the time the bodies were inspected, all trace of ice had vanished. But, Sir Jericho, I can hazard a guess as to why you slew Muldoon, but not Tid, a man you'd never met.
You are indeed a great detective, sir, and I salute you. As to why I killed those men, the answer is simple. I am tired of killing beasts, both great and small, for the ultimate danger, the ultimate conquest I had never attempted, the stalk and killing of a man. To do this in public, to court apprehension and trial and the gallows, and to evade them, this became my one ambition. And so I hit upon a weapon in the very means you suggested, and I used it once, from a distance and early, on a man who was later discovered to be Victory Tid. Flushed with that success, I could think of nothing but to dare again in even more perilous circumstances. During the parliamentary visit to the palace, this time the victim, then unknown to me since he was obscured by foliage, was Temperance Muldoon. Thereafter, I reburied the crossbow. I waited all. For a time, I thought I'd won. Your brilliance has discovered me, and now I am ready to embrace the fate I so inevitably deserve.
But why are we travelling to Dunwich, sir? Surely Lady Quandary has suffered enough.
Tell me this, Shurkard. Why were Sir Jericho and Lady Quandary so anxious to marry so soon after the death of Lord Quandary, when they knew that by doing so they were brutally outraging all social conventions?
Because they were very deeply in love,
Oh,
sir.
abandon these romanticisms, lad, and think again.
I try, sir. I search and search about.
Because a wife may not be obliged
to give evidence against her husband.
I am sorry, Inspector, but Lady Quandary can see no one. She is prostrate, having taken at her physician's advice a strong sedative.
You know me, Porritt. You know my rank and my authority. And I tell you that I must speak to Lady Quandary on the instant.
It cannot be allowed, sir.
You have ever been a loyal servant to the Lady Porritt, and I respect you for it. But no good can come of obstructing me now. I must and will see the Lady Melisande at once.
Very well, sir. Her ladyship is in the garden, at the far end of it, overlooking the sea.
Thank you. Shurkard.
Sir.
Be so good as to wait for me here. I may be some time. Lady Melisande?
Inspector Millions, why are you here?
I think you must know, ma'am.
You have destroyed all I hold dear. Why do you seek me out now?
Sir Jericho Arbogast killed 2 men in cold blood, milady. I want you to tell me why. Lord Quandary was an elderly man of an infirm constitution. You are a beautiful young woman. Sir Jericho is a handsome and adventurous young man. It was natural that youth should call to youth.
There was love between us, certainly. But at no time did I ever transgress my marriage vows.
Nevertheless, Temperance Muldoon became aware of this growing attachment between yourself and Sir Jericho. I think you paid Muldoon handsomely for his silence, enough for him to buy a house in Chelsea. But I think Muldoon wanted still more money, and from time to time you delivered it to him personally, veiled, always in a cab from Regent Street. And you argued and pleaded with him in an upper suite of 4 Trincomalee stairs. I think that realising his demands would never cease, you told Sir Jericho of them. I think Sir Jericho, with cold and matchless cunning... cold and matchless cunning, killed an unknown man, Victory Tid. Firstly, to try out his bizarre weapon for its effectiveness, and secondly, to draw me away from the killing of Muldoon, with all its implications.
Inspector, believe this or not as you will,
I wanted Jericho to buy Muldoon's perpetual silence with an offer of passage money to Australia and sufficient capital for him to start a farm there. It was not until I heard of the deaths of Muldoon and Tidd from the Times newspaper that I realized that Jericho could have had no success with his bargaining and had stumbled upon the fact that it was no longer money that Muldoon wanted, but me.
Wanted? You, milady?
When I visited Muldoon for the last time in that oppressive house in Chelsea, I shudder even now to admit to such humiliation. He proposed that his dreadful room should be our place of assignation, that in return for my favours, he would not reveal to Lord Quandery the attachment that had grown between Sir Jericho and myself. An attachment which, I repeat, was blameless indeed, if not entirely in emotion.
This is an aspect of the affair that had never crossed my mind.
Yet the most abominable thing of all was this. For 20 years my husband had been conducting an affair with a woman, and rejoiced to tell me of it. Oh. A woman who was, he said, in every respect my superior.
Glumdal Clitz Osborne.
Oh, dear God, you know that too.
I could only guess, till now.
That person had a daughter, Daffodil, by her self-styled protector, the man Danvers Gimlinge. 4 years ago, my husband began debauching her too, paying the mother handsomely for the privilege. Can you wonder, then, how sickened I was of Xerxes, and how readily I found comfort in the presence of Sir Jericho?
But Gimlinge knew nothing of this? And he was suborned along with Earthrow to steal intimate correspondence between Miss Osborne and your husband.
From Bentinck Street?
Gimlinge, recognising that the letters hideously compromised his common-law wife and daughter, refused to deliver them. So Sir Lucifer mortally wounded him and removed the correspondence.
Oh, Inspector, what a nightmare tale of lust and greed and slaughter.
Sir Lucifer Hipkin, bent on securing the Foreign Secretaryship, called on Lord Quandery and, lighting a Havana cigar, showed him the letters. Your husband realised that his reputation was ruined forever. And thinking for once of you, he invented a plausible story to cover the deaths of Tidd, Muldoon and Earthrow, then did away with himself.
Nothing more can happen to me now.
This is vital, milady. Following the deaths of the two gardeners, did Sir Jericho ever disclose to you that it was he who had murdered them?
Not once. He would never have inflicted that terrible knowledge upon me.
But you guessed, Lady Melisande?
I must have done.
And having guessed, you were nevertheless prepared to join him in matrimony. A matrimony sanctioned by Holy Church.
Should I have denounced the only man I ever loved? The man who, however brutally, freed me of the loathsome embraces of Muldoon.
My lady, the law of which I am an officer would maintain that you are an accessory after the fact of 2 murders. Make no mistake. Sir Jericho is guilty, and he will be hanged. Yet, the present horror at his false confession of motive would be greatly dissipated were the court to learn the true reason for his actions, that he wished to preserve your honour.
To be imprisoned, to be separated from my son. Have I not suffered enough?
Think, I urge you, of Victory Tidd, a useful and wholly innocent man in the prime of life. Does not his death cry out for retribution?
My son, Gareth, is 5 years old, Inspector. When he grows old enough to understand, will you try to explain to him something of the complexity and cruelty of this life of mine? Because I see you are a just man, terrible in your implacability, but just.
I shall try, ma'am, with all my heart.
Thank you. For some 400 years, the sea has been eating away at these cliffs of Dunwich. Far below us, somewhere on the ocean bed, lie great houses and churches and huge bells. Inch by inch, yard by yard, the headlands of Dunwich are claimed by the sea. Just so has my own short life been eaten, been entirely claimed by others' deceits and folly, and my own. I shall not see Dunwich again, Inspector.
The wind mounts. The cliff is treacherous.
Say goodbye to Jericho for me. Give him my unending love.
Do not approach too close to the edge, ma'am. Ma'am! Lady Millicent! Come back! Lady Millicent!
What has happened, sir? Dear heaven, what's that noise?
If we are creatures of any sensibility, Shurkard, we shall say it is the bells under the sea, tolling for the soul of a confused, tormented, but valiant lady.
In The Instruments of Darkness by Michael Robson, Inspector Millions was played by Nigel Stock, Dynasty Shorcard by Anthony Hall, Melisande by Elizabeth Proud, and Porret by Richard Handel. Xerxes Lord Quandre by Manning Wilson, Sir Jericho by Henry Knowles, Fleet Ned Sprott and Nossiter by Brian Hewlett, Dr. Yolland and the Bishop by Michael Deacon, Caroline Muldoon, Heather Bell, Sir Lucifer Hipkin, Nigel Graham, Earthrowl, Peter Wickham, Gimlinge, Michael Harbour, Meldrum and Peoples Clatworthy, Trader Faulkner, Daffodil, Penelope Reynolds, and Mrs. Glumdale Clitch Osborne, Irene Sutcliffe. The play was directed by David Spencer.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, starring Brian Aherne. Today, a story by one of the most exciting writers of the last century, Joseph Conrad. He knew wherever he wrote, for he had been there. He was born in Poland. At 17, was a sailor of France, and not many years later was a master mariner of the seven seas. He knew the world and its wickedness, and put both down on paper with great zest. Conrad is known as an English novelist, but he drew his imagery from the richness of 3 languages. The Heart of Darkness is one of his most masterful stories, drawing heavily on personal experience in the Congo. Its hypnotic style and intensity of mood have been well captured in today's adaptation for radio by Morton Friedman. Here, then, The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, starring one of Hollywood's most articulate gentlemen, Mr. Brian Aherne, as Marlowe.
We are well separated, Kurtz and I. We are separated by life and death. I live, and Kurtz does not. We are separated by a year. Exactly 1 year ago, I saw his body swallowed by the mud of a river bank in Africa. We are separated by thousands of miles. We are well separated, Kurtz and I. And yet, less than an hour ago, I saw him again. And again I heard him. His magnificent voice, whispering, pealing, proclaiming, begging. And again I heard the beat of the drums, regular and muffled like the beating of a heart. The heart of a conquering darkness.
I trust you will pardon this intrusion, Mademoiselle Marlowe, but I have come to see Captain Marlowe on business, company business.
Oh, dear, how awkward. I'm afraid you can't see my nephew, monsieur.
Can't?
I mean now. I believe he's taking a nap.
I must insist, mademoiselle, upon seeing your nephew, the captain, now. He is involved in a matter of the utmost gravity. The company is quite perturbed.
But if he's napping, I can't wake him.
That won't be necessary. He is awake. There is a light in his room, the corner room.
Well, really now.
You smell it? Tobacco. The captain is smoking.
I'll tell him you're here, if he's awake. Charlie?
I'm awake, Auntie.
The director of the company.
I know, I heard you talking. Tell him to go away. I don't want to see him.
Charlie, don't you think you ought to get it over and done with? You know...
I coughed twice. You both were so engrossed, I'm afraid you didn't hear.
Monsieur Director.
I'm so very glad to see you, Capitaine. You can't imagine how anxiously I have looked forward to seeing you again.
And to talk to me, Monsieur Directeur, to ask some questions, Monsieur Directeur. Some questions about Kurtz.
I see you are an intelligent man, Capitaine. I am pleased.
Oh, can't we dispense with the sham? You're not here as a friend, but as a representative of the company.
Say rather both. As a friend and as a representative, as you put it, of the company. Both.
If you don't mind, I think I'd like to go to my room.
I think that's wise, Auntie.
Oh, there is no real need for you to go, mademoiselle. Whatever we have to say, your nephew and I
think I shall be able to like you both better if I don't hear what you have to say to each other.
Perhaps. Who knows? Now, Captain, about Kurtz. Shortly before this unfortunate death, Mr. Kurtz gave you a package containing some papers of his, did he not?
Some papers and a photograph. In a shoebox.
Oh, you still have them. Where are they? Let me have them.
I still have them. I have them with me. And I will not let you have them.
I beg your pardon. I meant to say, if you had them, might I see the documents Kurtz left in your care?
Look here, when the manager of the central station told you I had the documents, he must also have told you that he tried to get them and couldn't.
He did so report.
And what makes you think I would change my mind because you asked me?
Because they concern company territory, very valuable territory. A completely unexplored portion of the Congo until Mr. Kurtz...
They have nothing in them in reference to commerce. They're all purely personal.
There may be much of great value to science, geographers, anthropologists.
I doubt very much if you're concerned with any values or any other profit than to yourself and the company.
I confess I do not understand your obvious hostility, but you would do well to be civil.
Oh, you're being ridiculous. After all, you insulted me first. You insulted my intelligence with your prattle about science.
I do not make idle threats, Captain Marlowe. So believe me, I shall...
You'll do nothing. Remember Kurtz's papers? There may be lots of profits in them. And I've got 'em, remember?
Let's be sensible. What do you want for those papers? How much?
Oh, so that they may be used for the promotion of science, of course.
Oh, of course. How much?
I'll match your generosity, monsieur. Take it. For science. Free. Here, this little pamphlet on the bed table.
This is it? Been in front of me all this time?
Right. A report written by Mr. Kurtz entitled The Suppression of Savage Customs.
Oh, nothing. This is nothing. Not at all what I had expected. Keep it!
2 days later, I had another caller, a man who said he was Kurtz's cousin. This self-identified cousin was a musician.
Yes, a musician, an organist. I have studied music for years, but did you know, sir, that my cousin Kurtz was essentially a great musician?
No, I didn't. In plain truth, I couldn't tell what Kurtz's real profession was. He painted well, wrote well. I couldn't tell which of his many talents was the greatest.
Oh, yes, you are quite right, sir. Yes, quite right. My cousin Kurtz was undoubtedly a universal genius.
I agreed with the old chap. Kurtz undoubtedly was just that. Well, he left after a while, taking with him some family letters that had been among Kurtz's papers. couldn't I be done with it all? I wanted to forget, to wipe my mind and memory clear of Kurtz, and the horror, to use his own word, that was inextricably associated with him in my mind. The horror and the darkness and the death. But mostly the darkness. Another caller, this time a journalist, a self-proclaimed colleague of Kurtz.
You should have heard him address large meetings. He could electrify them. He had the faith.
Faith? Faith in what?
Anything. Kurtz could get himself to believe in anything. And anything he believed in, he could get anyone to believe. He would have had a great career in politics. What a splendid leader of a party he would have been.
What party, for example?
Any party. So long as it was an extreme party. He was himself an extremist, don't you agree?
I evaded the answer, or rather the true answer, and gave him instead Kurtz's pamphlet. The journalist took it most eagerly and left with it, saying it would be published at once. So now I am left with a slim packet of letters and the girl's photograph. All that had been Kurtz's, save these, have passed through my hands. His soul, his body, his station, his plans, his ivory, his career. There remains only his memory and his intended. I have gone to see Kurtz's intended, the girl of the photograph, to return the letters and the picture, to surrender to his memory, and to wipe my memory clear of all that oppresses it and me. We sit in the formal drawing room of her house. We sit and talk, sporadically. She is still in deep mourning, although a year has now passed since his death.
You knew him. You knew him well, didn't you?
I knew him as well as it is possible for one man to know another.
And you admired him. Oh, it was impossible to know him and not to admire him, wasn't it?
He was a remarkable man. As you say, it was impossible not to...
Love him? Oh, how true, how true.
She talks about Kurtz. I hardly listen. For her words in the twilight gloom have conjured up for me again a vision of the man. I see him again, and only occasionally hear snatches of her voice as it pierces the phantom that besets my mind and my eyes.
He drew men towards him by what was best in them. Oh, it is the gift of the great, and he had it.
It's unbearable, the burden of observing her grief. A noble grief that comes from her core with nothing of pose or convention in it.
And at the end, he whose goodness shone in his every act, he died as he lived.
His end was, in every way, worthy of his life.
And I was not with him. No one near him who understood.
I was with him.
To the very end.
To the very end.
Oh, please. Please, his last words to live with. Don't you understand? I loved him. I loved him.
She is begging, with her eyes and her heart in her eyes. She's begging, making the silence clamorous with the begging words she restrains, refusing to give them utterance. I cannot answer her.
Oh, please. Just his last words. Just tell me his last words.
She bows to my silence. She sits, immobile, grave. She has long since learned to accept silence and to bear. And I sit, and I cannot reply. I cannot tell her of the last, for I am caught up once more in the beginning. And in the silence it begins again, from the beginning, almost 2 years ago. "30 days from the port in Europe to the coastal station of the company in Africa. The station where I first heard of Kurtz.
Your boat, Captain Marlowe, is at the central station, 200 miles up the river.
Oh, then I should be on my way there.
You shall have to walk.
What, 200 miles?
Yes, I know it sounds ridiculous, but everything here in this foul country is ridiculous, or fatal, or both. Well, you shall leave with the next caravan for the central station. As I said, that will be in 10 days. Maybe longer. The caravan will leave the day after tomorrow, Captain.
Well, I can't say I'll be sorry to leave.
You have one interesting prospect. In the interior, you will no doubt meet Monsieur Kurtz.
And who is this interesting Mr. Kurtz?
Oh, believe me, Captain, Monsieur Kurtz is a remarkable person. A most unusual man.
Oh, is he in charge of the central station?
No. He is much further out, in the very bottom of the Congo. His trading post is in the true ivory country. He sends in as much ivory as all the others put together.
"15 days after leaving the coastal station, I hobbled into the central station, where I was immediately taken into tow by a bearded young man who informed me that his name was Malapart.
Marlowe? Captain Marlowe. Oh, you are here to take charge of the boat, huh?
To run the boat, to wherever it is I'm supposed to run it.
Ah, that's too bad, Captain. How are you to run a boat that is at this moment at the bottom of the river? Too bad.
What? How did this happen?
Oh, no,
When?
it's quite all right. I assure you the manager himself was there. All is quite all right.
All right? What, my boat sunk and you say
Please,
it's all
please,
right?
the manager
What
will
the devil?
explain. He's waiting. You must go see him at once.
You're a very long time getting here, Captain Marlowe.
The delays were beyond my control, Monsieur Renard.
I could not wait. As manager of the central station, I'm responsible for the agents at the upriver stations. I had to start without you.
But without a captain, why, the risk to the boat was enormous.
Are you questioning my judgment, Captain? Ah. There were rumors that a very important station is in danger, that its chief, Mr. Kurtz, is ill. I do hope the rumors are false. Mr. Kurtz is...
I know all about Mr. Kurtz.
Oh? Well, then, you can understand my anxiety. Tell me, Captain, how long will it take to get the boat off the bottom and repair it?
Well, how the devil can I tell? I haven't even seen the wreck yet. Besides, I'm hungry and tired. I've walked 20 miles today, and I haven't eaten or sat down yet. Oh, it probably will take months.
Months? Let's say 3 months. That ought to do it perfectly.
The next day, I began operations to raise the boat from the bottom. Fasten that stern line and keep bailing.
Well, Captain Marlowe, you're an example of industry.
Eh? Oh, hello, Malapart. Keep those pumps working.
You will be able to repair the boat.
Oh, worry about that later. Right now, the problem is to get her on the bank to work on her.
Well, of course, you know all about these things. Tell me, Captain, confidentially, what do you think about our manager, Renard?
I haven't thought about him at all. Why?
Oh, nothing. No reason, just curious. I was wondering if you did not find it strange that one so obviously mediocre as he should be manager.
I said I haven't thought about him at all.
I must tell you, in confidence, of course, that I used to find it strange when first I came out here.
You're doing the talking, Malapart. I'll listen.
You are most discreet. Very wise. However, do you know that I no longer find it strange that Renard is manager? He is manager because he is never ill. He inherited his position. Think of that. 9 years out here, and never once ill.
That's very interesting. So what?
Oh, nothing. You know, you cannot imagine how many men have come here from Europe hoping to replace Renard as manager. And every one of them has failed. And do you know why? It's of a magnificent simplicity, the answer. Renard outlives them. They die. Renard remains. the manager.
What are you getting at?
Getting at? Oh, Captain Marlowe, I'm amazed. One might think that you suspected me of giving you a warning.
I suspected Malapart of something, but of what I didn't know. Certainly I couldn't credit the obvious inference that I'd come out to oust Renard from his job as manager. There were 18 or 19 other white men at the station besides Malapart, who whiled away the time with backbiting and petty intrigue. And it was not long before I learned that Malapart was the manager's spy. He had indeed been warning me. But why? Why?
I do hope you don't mind my coming aboard the boat, Captain Marlowe.
Oh, you're aboard already.
I brought something I thought might interest you. A painting. It's small but interesting, I think. Here, look for yourself.
Oh, subject's interesting. Native girl holding a torch, looks like. Hey, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Who painted it?
Mr. Kurtz.
Huh. Tell me, who is this Mr. Kurtz?
The chief of the inner station.
Much obliged. And you are the manager's spy. Everybody knows that, too. Come, talk.
Kurtz is a prodigy. Today he is chief of the best station. Next he will be assistant manager. In a year or two... But I dare say you know what he'll be by then. You are of the new gang. I know.
You know? Malapart, you've been reading the company's confidential correspondence. When Mr. Kurtz is general manager, you won't have the opportunity. The last repairs were being made on the steamboat when the station was invaded by a mob of pack animals, porters, and white men, calling themselves the El Dorado Exploring Expedition. The uncle of our manager Renard was the leader. I found them so distasteful that to contain my temper I took to staying aboard my steamboat. Well, the evening before the expedition left, I was stretched out on the deck when I heard the voices of the manager and his uncle on the bank against which the boat lay.
I know I'm the manager, but I was ordered to send him there. Ordered.
It is unpleasant, but the man has great influence.
Influence enough to jeopardize my position and yours, my dear uncle.
Is he alone there?
Yes. Sent his assistant down the river with a note to me. I remember it word for word. Clear this poor devil out of the country, and don't bother sending more of this sort. I'd rather be alone than have the kind of men you can dispose of with me. That's the note he sent me, the manager, me.
Anything since then?
Ivory. Lots of it. Prime stuff. Lots.
But how? He's been without supplies for over 9 months now. No goods, no store.
Perhaps some wandering white man who gets ivory from the natives.
Well, perhaps the climate will do away with your problem, Renard.
Yes, I know that.
Don't worry, then. Trust to the jungle, the river, the fever, the savages. Trust to this. And your magnificent health. You stand the climate. You outlast them all. And at the worst, here, anything can be done.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Brian Aherne in a radio version of Joseph Conrad's The Heart of Darkness. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of Anglo-American literature. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, Mr. Granville Hicks, author of The Great Tradition, Small Town, and John Reed, The Making of a Revolutionary. Speaking from New York, here is Mr. Granville Hicks.
The process by which Joseph Conrad became a master of English fiction was as full of coincidences as one of Thomas Hardy's novels. In the first place, he was not a native Englishman, and in the second place, he chose for himself a career that was far removed from literature. He was born in Poland in 1857, and when he was 17, he went to France to become a sailor, in itself a surprising decision for a youth who had grown up in an inland country. In 1878, quite by accident, he signed on a British ship. This led to other voyages under the British flag, and eventually to his becoming a British citizen. While he was recuperating from a fever contracted in Africa, he began his first novel. He intended to return to the sea, but his health had been impaired. The periods between voyages grew longer. He finished his first novel and began another. And so, without conscious intention, he drifted into the literary career that was to last until his death in 1924 and was so full of distinction. Like Herman Melville, Conrad based most of his novels on personal experience, and his most inspiring experiences, like Melville's, were associated with the sea. Heart of Darkness, of course, is not a sea story, but so far as the setting goes, it is autobiographical. Conrad did go to the Congo. The diary that he kept on that trip makes no mention of a Mr. Kurtz, but it demonstrates that he knew at first hand the heart of darkness. In a passage that has often been quoted, Conrad wrote, "My task which I am trying to achieve is, by the power of the written word, to make you hear, to make you feel, it is, before all, to make you see." The reader of Heart of Darkness does see the Congo and the impenetrable African jungles, but feeling is for once more important than seeing. What makes the story great is the overwhelming power with which Conrad creates a mood of terrified anticipation and realized horror. But there is something more in this tale than the evocation of a barbaric continent. Where is the Heart of Darkness, anyway? In Africa or in Mr. Kurtz? That is to say, in man. Today, after what we have known of concentration camps and human slaughterhouses, the story has a new meaning. Where does Kurtz's ambition lead for all his idealistic professions? To participation in obscene rites and to that devastating postscript to his official report, "Exterminate the brutes." It is in more senses than one that we can say that Conrad knew the Heart of Darkness.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Our radio version of The Heart of Darkness, starring Brian Ahern, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
The El Dorado expedition plunged into the patient wilderness the next day, and 9 days later, the stern wheel of the steamboat began to churn the treacherous waters of the river and started upstream. It was 2 months to the day when we came to the bank below Kurtz's station. It was like a particularly torturous dream, that journey. The sort of dream one recognizes in the dreaming as a dream, and yet is unable to escape by awakening. A great silence enveloped us, and all about us, over us, beside us, beneath us, was darkness, ever darker as we penetrated further, until it seemed that we would soon be within the very heart of darkness. Trees, millions of trees, massive, immense, running up very high, and at their foot, hugging the bank, puffing feebly against the stream, crept the little steamboat, like a small beetle crawling on the floor of a lofty portico. Where Malaparte and his fellow seekers of trading posts imagined it crawled to, I don't know. Some place where they expected to get something, I bet. But for me, it crawled toward Kurtz exclusively. Some 50 miles below the inner station, the manager yelled up to me in the wheelhouse from the deck below.
Captain Marlowe, look over at the right bank. A flag of some sort. Can you make it out?
No. Shall we put into shore and take a look?
Yes. It may belong to one of our traders.
There's a nice stack of wood all piled up. We can use it.
Yes. Hut seems deserted. No signs of a struggle. Hello. There's a message of some sort on that flat piece of board.
Can you read it, Renard?
Not without my glasses. It's so faded. See what you can make of it.
It is faded. Wood for you. Hurry up. Approach cautiously. Well, there's a signature, too, but it's too faded to make out.
It's a foolish message. Hurry up. Where? Approach cautiously. Where?
Obviously not here. We weren't very cautious approaching.
Idiot. Writes a message as if we were writing a telegram. The devil with it. Let's load the wood aboard and get on our way.
This looks like a good place to anchor for the night, Captain.
According to my calculations, Renard, we're only 8 miles from Kurtz's station. Let's keep going, eh?
I'm afraid it would be too risky. Waters here are quite dangerous. Less than an hour of sunlight left.
But we're so near.
Besides, recall the message. Approach cautiously. Now, I think we'd best wait for morning.
The manager was right. 8 miles meant 3 hours steaming for us, and the water had many suspicious ripples. It was sensible. Still, I was annoyed beyond expression at the delay. When the sun rose, there was a white fog, hot and clammy, more blinding than the night. It just lay there like something solid. At 8 or 9, it lifted all at once like a shutter lifts. Oh!
Well, thank heavens for that, Captain. I thought that fog was going to lay in all day.
You spoke too soon, Renard. It's rolling down on us again. Forget it. Drop anchor. Drop anchor.
What was that? Savages. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Fall apart. Get the others. Get your rifle quickly. Cover all sides of the boat. Keep your rifles ready. Fire as soon as you see them.
Finally, the fog lifted, and the boat headed into the western passage. It was narrower than it had seemed, and shallower. The deeper water was nearer the bank. I ordered my steersman, an athletic-looking native whom I called Boy, or various of the more pungent names a sailor learns, to steer inshore, whilst I kept a sharp eye ahead for snags and rocks. Hard right, Boy.
Yes, Bwana.
Hard, I said. Blast you, hard.
Yes, Bwana.
Steady now, steady. I looked below me where I could see the fireman, and suddenly he stretched himself out, prone on the deck. I was amazed. But then I had to look at the river again mighty quick. There was a snag dead ahead. And sticks, little sticks were flying about, thick. Hard left, Boy. Hard left. Arrows. The little sticks were arrows. We were being shot at. Boy, where are you? That fool native had left the wheel, grabbed the heavy rifle that was on the wall of the wheelhouse, opened the side shutter, and was shooting. I grabbed the whistle cord and jerked out screech after screech, while with the other hand I held the wheel. The whistle checked the tumult, and the attack ended as it began, abruptly. Boy, the steersman, was on the floor with what appeared to be a long cane sticking out of his back. It was the shaft of a spear that had pierced him through. He was gashed horribly. A pool of his blood gleamed dark red under the wheel.
Captain, the manager wants you. Oh, no. Is
Is he dead?
I suppose. Here, hold the wheel.
But I can't. I don't know.
Hold it, blast you. Just hold it steady. Over, shut my eyes, pulled the spear out of him, and put him over the side with a single movement. The greatest strain was on my stomach, not my strength, as I put my arms around that body.
Marlowe. Good heavens, Marlowe, you're not going to...
What do you want to keep the body hanging about for? To embalm it? The manager and Malapart and the other whites were scandalized. And so was my crew, and for a better reason. Oh, I admit their reason was inadmissible. Besides, I'd made up my mind that if my late steersman was to be eaten, it would be by fish only.
There is really very little point in going ahead. These savages have surely burned the station to the ground.
Most probably. Kurtz, too, then, is undoubtedly dead.
Now, what do you want to do, then? Shall I turn the boat around and go back downstream?
Oh, no, not at all. We must examine the remains.
If we can, give poor Kurtz Christian burial.
Marlowe, fire does not always destroy ivory. The ivory he collected may still...
The ivory.
I felt sick. I felt like crying. All I could think was I will never hear Kurtz speak. I felt somehow as if I'd been robbed of a belief or had missed my destiny in life. I was gripped by the sense of tears in my being. I was mourning within me, for I'd lost the inestimable privilege of listening to the gifted Kurtz.
At least we're safer here, Captain. Channel is well in midstream.
Here, what's that up ahead?
The station. It's Kurtz's station.
What? Not burned.
Here, hold the wheel, Renard. I want to take a look through my glasses. As I adjusted the glasses, a long, decaying building, perched on the summit of a naked hill, swung into focus. There was no stockade or fence around it, but apparently there had been one, for near the house half a dozen slim posts remained, roughly trimmed and ornamented on top with round, carved balls. On the bank, I saw a white man wearing a hat like a cartwheel, waving his arm in frantic circles. As we pulled in close to the shore, I could see him clearly. Ahoy! You there ashore! Are we in time?
Yes, I think so. He's up there in the house.
We've been attacked.
I know. It's all right. Come ashore. It's all right.
You stay here with the boat, Captain. The rest of you, come with me and bring your guns.
The manager and the rest of them went ashore, up to the hill and to the house. And the other chap came aboard.
They are simple people, but I'm glad you have come. It took me all my time to keep them off.
Oh?
They meant no harm. That is not exactly... You see, you just can't tell when they mean harm or no harm, or then again...
He rattled away at such a rate he quite overwhelmed me. He seemed to be trying to make up for lots of silence.
I'm afraid I'm talking too much, but I can't help myself. I've got so much talk bottled up in me.
Why, don't you talk with Mr. Kurtz?
With Mr. Kurtz? No, my friend, you don't talk with that man. Oh, you listen to him. And I tell you, this man has enlarged my mind. Not just me, no. The natives, too. Not that I mean they have minds, but whatever it is they have, he has captured it.
Then why did they attack us?
Oh, they don't want him to go.
Oh, don't they?
No. But you must take Kurtz away quick. Quick, I tell you. He is very badly off. Very badly. I have been doing my best to keep him alive.
Calm yourself. I'm sure you've done very well.
No, I have no abilities, and there isn't a drop of medicine or invalid food. There hasn't been for months. So shamefully abandoned. A man like this with such ideas is shameful. I can't do any more. I haven't slept for the last 10 nights.
I gave him a tot from the brandy flask. Medicinal. After a bit, he began to talk again. His words were satellites, revolving about the sun that was Kurtz.
We met by accident in the jungle.
And ever since you've been with him?
Oh, no, hardly ever, except twice when Kurtz was ill. Most of the time he'd be wandering through the jungle looking for ivory.
But he's had no goods to trade for well nigh a year now.
There's a good deal of cartridges left even yet.
Oh. Let's speak plainly. You mean Kurtz raided the country?
Yes.
But he couldn't do it alone, surely.
They came from the villages around the lake.
Kurtz got the tribe to follow him, did he?
Well, you see, they adore him. What can you expect? He came to them with thunder and lightning. And don't you see, they had never seen anything like it before. He was terrible. He could be very terrible.
He sounds vile and horrible.
No, you can't judge Mr. Kurtz as you would an ordinary man.
Finally subsided into silence. I picked up my binoculars and looked more carefully than before at the fence that had once enclosed the house and at the round carved ball that ornamented the top of the pole. I felt my stomach drop. Quickly I examined the top piece on each of the poles. They were all the same. Not ornaments, not round carved wooden balls, but black, dried human skulls.
He should have taken them down, but I didn't dare. Not that I'm afraid of the natives, you understand. No, they wouldn't stir until Mr. Kurtz gave the word. He controlled them completely. Why, when the chiefs of the tribes come to see Mr. Kurtz, they would crawl.
Stop! I don't want to know anything about the ceremony of approaching Mr. Kurtz.
No, don't judge him, Captain. You don't know how such a life tries a man like Kurtz.
No? Well, then how has it tried a man like you?
Me? What am I? A simple man. I have no great thoughts. I want nothing from anybody. How can you compare me to... Me, nobody, nothing. How can you compare me?
We were silent, he and I. We watched the sudden tropic nightfall. It shadowed the house, and the shadows were lengthening down the hill toward the river, which still glittered with a dazzling splendor. Not a living soul was to be seen on the shore. Not a single bush rustled. Suddenly, around the corner of the house, a group of men appeared, bearing an improvised stretcher in their midst. And instantly, in the emptiness of the landscape, as if by enchantment, streams of human beings, naked human beings, seemed to rise from out the very ground to surround the group of men bearing the stretcher.
If he doesn't say the right thing to the natives now, we are all done for.
Well, let's hope that the man who can talk so convincingly will find some particular reason to do so and spare us this time.
Oh, they're so far away. If only I could hear him. He's done it. They're gone.
Gone? They disappeared. I was watching, and they never moved, and they were gone. As if the jungle had drawn them back with a single enormous sucking breath. got Kurtz aboard and put him in the little cabin next to mine. We'd brought along his mail, a year's worth of torn envelopes and opened letters, now littered his bed. He waved one of the letters and, looking at me, spoke.
I'm glad to see you, Captain. They write fine things about you.
Gentlemen, would you leave us? Mr. Kurtz and I have some matters to discuss.
Did I describe his voice truthfully, Captain? Huh? Did I?
It's amazing. Such strength. And the sound of it. Why, he doesn't look strong enough to whisper.
Hey, there's something on my heart. I feel you should know, yet if it were known, it would affect Mr. Kurtz's reputation gravely.
He couldn't see that Kurtz was already as good as in his grave. To him, I suspect, Kurtz was one of the immortals.
I don't want anything to happen to you or the others here, but I must consider Mr. Kurtz's reputation.
All right, I promise you, Mr. Kurtz's reputation is safe with me.
The attack on your steamboat. Mr. Kurtz ordered it. He had sometimes the idea of being taken away. And then again, I don't quite understand it. I am a simple man. He thought it would scare you away, that you would give it up, thinking him dead. I have had an awful time of it this last month.
He's all right now, though, isn't he?
Yes.
Thanks. I shall keep my eyes open.
And your promise to keep that.
As you would yourself.
Thank you, Captain. Goodbye.
Before I could quite catch the full significance of his goodbye, he was gone, and I never saw him again. I stood there in the darkness, and suddenly, like a clarion, Kurtz's voice rang out, although I was some considerable distance from the cabin where he and the manager Renard were closeted.
Save me! Ha! Save the ivory, you mean? Don't tell me you've saved me. Why, I had to save you. Now you're interrupting my plans. Sick? Not as sick as you'd like to believe. Never mind. I'll carry my ideas out yet. I'll return. I'll show you what can be done. You and your little peddling notions. You're interfering with me. I'll return.
It was well after midnight when I awoke. I don't know why I should have, but I did. I walked out of the pilot house onto the deck. On top of the hill, a big fire was burning, and around the fire were several of the boat's crew and Malapart, or one of the manager's other jackholes, keeping guard over the enormous store of ivory that Kurtz had assembled. I turned away from the rail for a moment and glanced casually into the little cabin. A light was burning in it, but Kurtz was not there. In that moment, I knew pure terror. Kurtz was going back to the jungle. And once he reached the natives, he would order our massacre. He would never allow us to return to tell. I went ashore quickly, and as soon as I got on the bank, I saw a broad trail through the dew-soaked grass. It was obvious. Kurtz was crawling on all fours, too weak to walk. I ran rapidly, bent close to the ground, following the trail, and suddenly, so suddenly that I almost fell over him, I was upon him.
Go away. Hide yourself.
Come back to the boat, quietly with me.
I was on the threshold of great things. Now this stupid scoundrel, this Renard...
Doesn't matter. Your success in Europe is assured in any event.
I already have it here. Look there by the fire. See him?
I looked. Not 30 yards away was a fire, and striding up and down before it, a black figure, majestically erect, wearing horns, antelope horns, I think, on its head.
He is a witch doctor, a priest, and I am the god he worships, and all the rest of them, it is I.
The love of your own, your family, the girl you're to marry, the awe and fear and respect of your own Kurtz. Don't you want that?
What more have I ever wanted? And yet...
And your mind, Kurtz, your mind and your talents, your genius, Where can they receive proper recognition here? Who can appreciate them here?
No one. And I am a great man. I am.
It was a terrible contest. I couldn't appeal to him in the name of anything high or low. I had, even as the savages who worshipped him, to invoke him himself, his own exalted and terrible degradation. I struggled with him, and he struggled with himself too. I saw the inconceivable mystery of a soul that knew no restraint, no faith, and no fear, and yet struggled with itself blindly. I had to half carry him back on the boat. The brown current ran swiftly out of the heart of darkness, bearing us back with twice the speed of our journey into the jungle. And Kurtz's life was running swiftly, too, ebbing out of his heart into the sea of inexorable time. And I saw it. For he was not in the little cabin, but in the pilot house, where there was more air. And Kurtz would talk, discourse abruptly, without preamble or explanation, much as a gramophone record blares out music from whatever spot the needle is put to it.
Did you know, Captain Marlowe, that I have been commissioned by the International Society for the Suppression of Savage Customs to write a paper on the subject?
Why, I'm afraid I...
No, of course not. I hadn't told you before. Well, here, Captain. Read it for yourself.
I read it. 17 pages of it. It was magnificent. It gave me the notion of an exotic immensity ruled by an august benevolence. It had unbounded eloquence, noble, burning words, but no practical suggestions to interrupt the magic current of phrases, unless a kind of note, scrawled evidently after the report proper had been written, that appeared at the foot of the last page. It was just this: exterminate all the brutes.
Why have we stopped, Captain? It's only mid-afternoon.
One engine's broken down. It'll be a few days before they're repaired, I'm afraid.
Close the shutter. The jungle is looking in at me. Close it, please.
All right. Don't get excited, Kurtz.
Can't bear to look at it. It laughs at me. It listens to me talking of my ivory, my station, my river, my career, my intended. It listens and it laughs. It knows all these belong to me. It knows. But it laughs because it knows that I belong to its own infernal powers of darkness. I'm sold to it. I was bought by... never mind the vile purchase price. I know the price, and the jungle knows.
Oh, come now, Kurtz. Your nerves are getting a little low. Here, get some sleep. You'll feel better.
No, Captain. It won't be too much longer. That much is plain. I know it. You can see it. There's a shoebox under my bed. Take care of it for me. It's got some private papers and my intended's photograph. That stinking fool Renard is capable of prying into my things, and I want you to see he does not.
All right.
Please, would you mind leaving me alone for a bit?
No, not at all. Not at all. I spent the rest of the day working on the engine. It was evening before I returned to the pilot house. Kurtz lay on his bed, staring straight ahead, unblinking, immobile.
I'm lying here in the dark, waiting for death.
Oh, stop talking nonsense, Kurtz. Why, there's a candle within a foot of your eyes. A change came over his face, a change I hope never to see again. It was as if he achieved a supreme moment of complete knowledge, and in that moment lived again every detail, every temptation, and every surrender of his life. And he cried out twice, "The horror! The horror!"
Pass the salt, please, Malapart.
Here you are.
Thank you. Salt, Captain?
Oh, no, it's all right as it is.
Tell me, how is Kurtz tonight?
Oh, all right, I guess.
I think I should pop in, say hello to him.
I'll ask him if he's ready for his dinner.
Right, I'll do that.
You know, when I get back to Europe, Captain, I'm going to find the man who sells us this tinned beef, and I'm going to shoot him.
Why not torture him? Make him eat some of it.
That's very good, Captain. That's very good.
Kurtz! He's dead.
Oh. Come on, let's see. Coming, Captain.
No, I haven't finished my dinner. I didn't eat any more after they left. I hadn't gone because it was light in the dining room and so beastly dark out there. And besides, the voice was gone. Kurtz's voice was gone forever. And what else had there ever been?
His last words, please. You must tell me, Captain. Please, won't you? Won't you tell me his last words?
Kurtz's intended. I'd quite forgotten. I was in the drawing room of a house back in Europe. The house of Kurtz's intended.
You've been thinking of him, of Kurtz, haven't you?
Yes, Oh, forgive me, most impolite.
I understand. Often I sit and I think of Kurtz. Remember him. Miss him. And never miss the hours that go by.
Had I been remembering Kurtz for hours? I don't know, but the dusk is gone, and night and darkness fill the room.
You will tell me, won't you? You will tell me his last words. Oh, you must.
The last word he pronounced was your name.
I knew it. I was sure. I was so sure. So sure.
I fled the room and the house. She was weeping. She didn't notice. I didn't matter. But I thought the house would collapse on me before I could escape. That the heavens would fall upon my head. For I had lied. Lied completely. I couldn't tell her the truth. I couldn't. It would have been too dark. Too dark altogether.
The University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. The Heart of Darkness was adapted for radio by Morton Friedman. Our intermission commentator was Granville Hicks. The part of Marlowe was played by Brian Ahern, internationally celebrated star of stage and screen. Our cast included Rolf Sedan, Doris Lloyd, Tony Barrett, Lynn Allen, Roy Engel, Jerome Sheldon, Ben Wright, Whitfield Connor. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater dramatization of Edith Wharton's fine novel, The Age of Innocence, starring John Sutton. This program came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Now, Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, Voyage Through Darkness, starring Olivia de Havilland and Reginald Gardner.
Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Tonight from Hollywood, we bring you the distinguished American leading lady of the screen, Miss Olivia de Havilland. Miss de Havilland appears as a girl named Judith Webster, who found herself embarked upon a journey into darkness. Traveling with her on this perilous voyage is that suave and debonair actor, Mr. Reginald Gardner. So with the performances of Mr. Havilland and Mr. Gardner in this sea-going adventure play, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
It happened in 1939, shortly before England and Germany were at war. I was in London, serving as traveling companion to Mrs. Edna Prescott, a wealthy, quite elderly American woman. She wasn't a pleasant person, and the city's practiced blackouts were a particular source of annoyance to her. I remember thinking how ironic it was that she should die during one of them. I even thought it the cause, until the doctors assured me her death was due to a common heart ailment. I was very busy for the next few days, arranging passage to America, getting my train ticket down to Southampton, and carrying out the promise I had made so many times to Mrs. Prescott. I didn't relish any part of that.
Miss Webster, oh, yes. The young woman who's escorting the casket. Oh, here's your ticket. Gate 5, please. Boat train for Southampton! This way, please!
The young woman who's escorting the casket. He said it so matter-of-factly, as if such things occurred every day. I suppose they do. And yet, every minute on that train I felt uncomfortable, on edge. It seemed as if the trip to Southampton and the steamer docks would never end. I remember how glad I was when it did, and how cheerful the steward's voice sounded as he greeted me at the head of the gangway.
Good evening, miss. Welcome aboard. May I show you to your cabin?
Please do, steward. I'm very tired.
12A, B deck. This way, miss. I hope they get him all right, miss.
Get who?
Police have no clue on Blackguard Killer. Boy, that Blackguard Killer. The police have a new clue on him, he says.
Oh, yes. An awful thing.
Ah, here we are, miss. 12A. You have it all to yourself.
Thank you, Stuart. Oh, I'm sorry. Here you are.
Oh, that's quite all right, miss. Thanks, and good night. Call me if you need me now.
Good night. In my stateroom. Perfectly safe, I realized how jittery I'd been, how upset. And now, how relieved. Suddenly I began to laugh right out loud. My fears had been so foolish, so very foolish. An hour later, I went out on deck. I no longer felt tired, and I wanted to watch the lights of the coastline fading away from us. I was standing near the aft rail, quietly looking out across the water, when he first spoke.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Oh.
I'm sorry. Did I frighten you?
Oh, yes. Yes, you did. I didn't realize there was anyone near that lifeboat.
Well, I'm sorry. I was sure you saw me. I never would have...
Well, it's all right, really. I've been nervous tonight anyway. I'm not always so jumpy.
What you need is an ocean voyage.
Maybe that's it.
Were you watching the shore lights?
Yes, and I never did answer your question. They are beautiful.
Very. And the sea alone is beautiful. She has moods, you know, just like a woman. Gentle sometimes and soothing. Then suddenly flying into a rage and dashing things to pieces.
And then quieting right down again.
That's right. I see we feel the same about her.
Does she frighten you sometimes?
The same way women frighten me.
Oh?
I mean, when I don't understand them.
Well, I thought it was the general male consensus that we weren't supposed to be understood.
Only loved. Isn't that the rest of it?
Something like that.
Anyway, it's a philosophy I disagree with.
Well, that's refreshing.
Ah, the lady is amused.
Oh, not at all. It's just that the lady detects a bachelor.
Because I have a mind of my own?
Well, that's one good clue. Well, listen to me. I'm lecturing to you as if I believe that bit of triteness ends up as if I'd known you all my life.
Oh, wait a minute. There's another which makes it perfectly all right. It's that shipboard friendships last forever business. However, my name is Alan Bruce. Yours?
Judith Webster.
Miss or...
Miss.
Good. Well, we got through that.
Quite nicely.
You suppose we could get through a dance? There's music in the salon.
Well, there's no longer any view of the shore lights. However, you did say the sea alone was beautiful.
I was so wrong. There's nothing as monotonous as all that water.
It is kind of flat.
Yes, well, let's trade it for champagne, shall we? Be with you in a minute.
Where are you going?
Well, just over here. Wanted to do the skipper a little favor.
What is it? Oh, the lifeboat cover. How did that ever get so loose?
I don't know. I noticed it a while back. There. Well, that should do it.
Strange. It was almost as if... Oh, no.
Well, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to get melodramatic and suggest that someone might have been hiding there.
You mean a stowaway?
Yes. Well, of course it's silly.
I wouldn't say so.
You're joking.
Not at all. It's quite possible someone could have slipped on board and hid in that boat. That's why I think we shouldn't mention this to anyone.
What?
It would only cause an alarm.
But I don't understand. You really think there might have been someone... I shall never forget that moment and the thoughts which went racing through my mind. My nervousness on the train, those horrible headlines about the blackout killer that newsboy had shouted an hour before, Alan's strange attitude about the lifeboat, the whole unpleasant nature of this voyage, and my promise to Mrs. Prescott. I wanted to turn and run, wanted to cry out, but somehow I couldn't. It was like a dream when you can't move. And then the darkness was swept away, and I was no longer dreaming. I was in Alan's arms dancing. There There were laughing, carefree people all about us, and the ship's salon was so bright and friendly, I was ashamed for even thinking there might have been anything wrong.
Had enough? They just brought our champagne.
Well, in that case, yes. I'd about given up.
Well, a fine way to talk about my dancing.
You know perfectly well what I mean.
Oh, all right. Let her go, waiter.
Right you are, sir.
There we are. All right. Thank you, waiter. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that does look good.
And is. Well, what should we toast to? Shipboard friendship?
Shipboard friendship.
You know,
What is it? Something wrong?
No, nothing at all. Just thought I saw some, and will you excuse me a moment?
Well, of course.
I won't be long.
Everything all right, miss? Oh, excuse me, miss, but the gentleman, he dropped this billfold.
Oh, thank you, waiter. I didn't notice. Would you just leave it there on the table?
Very good, miss. There you are.
The billfold fell open as the waiter placed it on the table. I couldn't take my eyes from it. There was an identification card in plain sight. The name on the card was not Alan Bruce. It was Charles Drew.
Sorry to have run off that way. I never should have. Didn't know the fellow at all. Say, you haven't touched your champagne. You'll let all the kick go out of it.
I'm afraid all the kick has gone out of it.
Well, we'll soon take care of it. Oh, my billfold. Where did you find it?
It was on the floor. The waiter picked it up.
The waiter, did he look at it?
No.
Well, we found an honest man, eh? Have to remember him.
Hadn't you better look to see if you found an honest woman?
I'll take a chance.
On my honesty, yes. But what about a woman's curiosity?
Oh, I see. Well, now you know. Well, I must be more careful of my things in future. But you know, I'm sure you wouldn't tell anyone anything.
No?
No. I knew from the very first that I could trust you. Implicitly.
Stop your music. Stop your music. Stop it. Stop.
Say, what's happened to the music? What's up, Stuart? Why does the music stop? What's the matter here?
Attention! Attention, everybody! Everybody! The first officer has something to say to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to break in on your dancing this way, but I assure you this won't take long. We've just received a radiogram from London, and I must ask your cooperation.
Is something important? Maybe it's war with Germany.
No, it isn't war. Nothing nearly as alarming as that. However, the London police suspect that we're carrying a stowaway, and they've asked us to make a thorough search of the ship and report back to them.
Really? Must be a criminal.
A criminal? Oh, no, I don't...
Perhaps it's the blackout killer.
A killer on our ship?
Now, wait a moment, please, ladies and gentlemen. It won't help to get excited. The ship is being searched. He'll never get off. All we ask is that you keep your cabins locked.
I was afraid this might happen.
How long did you expect to keep it from them?
Naturally, I was hoping they'd never... Judith. Well, Judith, what's wrong? Where are you going?
Hey, look at him.
Well, what the devil?
Hey, what's the matter, handsome? She run out on you?
Well, please let me through, will you?
Okay, sure. Go to it, mister. Don't let her get away. You know, maybe she thinks that you're the blackout killer.
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Olivia de Havilland and Reginald Gardner. You have heard them in the first act of Voyage Through Darkness by Joel Malone, tonight's tale of suspense.
It is a fact that connoisseurs of many foreign lands have discovered the excellence of Roma wines, the greatness of California's wine country from which Roma comes. But millions of Americans also know these things and have made Roma by far the most popular, the largest selling of all America's wines. Here at home, Roma wines are truly inexpensive. For only pennies a glass, your meals, your entertaining can have the added delight of superb Roma wines. You will find them constant in quality, of unvarying excellent taste and character. Fine products of age-old winemaking skill, perfected by modern knowledge. To start enjoying this really fine wine yourself, simply place on the table with dinner tomorrow a well-chilled bottle of hearty, ruby red Roma California Burgundy. Don't worry about what the meal is or what glasses you have handy. You'll be delightfully surprised at how much extra enjoyment you get from your meal. How Roma wine makes even the simplest meal a feast. Enjoy Roma wines anytime with meals when entertaining. It's the easy, inexpensive way to make a big hit with guests and with the family. Be sure to ask your dealer for ROMA, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our sound stage Miss Olivia de Havilland and Mr. Reginald Gardner as they continue Voyage Through Darkness, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'll never know why I left the dining salon without telling them. Certainly there could no longer be any doubt. It was all too clear. That loose canvas covering on the lifeboat, the way he'd been standing there, even the name he had given me, Alan Bruce. I saw it later on the regular passenger list. He must have killed Bruce and thrown him overboard, taking not only his name, but his stateroom and clothes. It was all so fantastic. Worse than anything else. I had almost fallen in love with him. He knew that, I'm certain. It was why he was so confident that I wouldn't tell anyone. And I didn't. Not even when I spoke to the first officer about my promise to Mrs. Prescott. I wanted to tell him, but somehow
Miss Webster, I'll arrange it for early tomorrow morning. Most of the passengers will be asleep.
Thank you. I suppose it's rather unusual, but then Mrs. Prescott was an unusual woman.
I haven't conducted a burial at sea since the last war. However, I'm not entirely unprepared. The company officials spoke to me about this before sailing, and, well, now, don't you worry, Miss Webster. The ceremony will be quite in order, I assure you.
Thank you.
I'll bid you good day, ma'am.
I wish you hadn't done that. Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to have a habit of startling you.
What do you want? How long have you been standing there?
Long enough to overhear that conversation.
You had no right. What are you doing in my cabin?
Please, I know what you're going to say. I had no right to be here or to listen. However, it's fortunate that I did.
What do you mean?
I didn't know that it was Mrs. Prescott's desire to be buried at sea.
No one knew it. But it was her last wish. I promised her it would be carried out.
And tomorrow morning you're keeping that promise?
Yes. And now, if you'll excuse me, I don't feel very well. I'd like to...
Wait, please, Judith. You've been avoiding me, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
I hope it's only because you've been upset. About Mrs. Prescott, I mean.
That's one reason.
Oh, I'm sorry. I almost thought we were beginning to become very good friends. You know, you're the only person on board whom I can trust.
You're very sure about that, aren't you?
Of course. You know who I am and what I'm doing on this ship, and yet you've told no one.
I've wanted to.
I know. Women were never meant to keep secrets. However, I'm going to ask you to keep one more.
I'd rather not.
Sorry. I must include you this time. You see, it requires a change in your plans so they'll fit in with mine.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
It's very simple. Judith, this may upset you, but I must ask that you tell them that you've changed your mind, that you don't want Mrs. Prescott buried at sea.
What?
You remember what they said? Even if they couldn't find the stowaway, he'd never get off the ship. Well, he could get off very easily if you'd allow him to take Mrs. Prescott's place in that casket.
What, in that casket?
Yes. Clever, eh?
Clever?
Well, not every man would think of it. Simple as it may seem, everyone searching the ship, questioning each passenger, and all the while the man they were seeking would be safe inside the casket. He would only have to wait patiently, and then be hoisted from the ship's hold, lowered onto the pier, and whisked safely away in a funeral car.
And when he was discovered by the funeral attendants?
Oh, I'm sure they'd be so shocked at the dead coming to life, he'd have little trouble in...
Stop it! Stop it, do you hear? If you haven't any respect for the dead, I'm afraid I have.
Oh, Mrs. Prescott, you mean? I should have told you that part of it. Her last wish has already been carried out. You see, her body was removed from the casket the night we sailed. Mrs. Prescott is already buried at sea.
You've thought of everything, haven't you?
Yes. In my position, one must.
I remained in my cabin all that day and the next. I was afraid to see him again. I can't explain the strange fascination he held over me. I remember how surprised the first officer looked when I told him I had changed my mind about the burial. It was as if he sensed the truth, as if he knew Mrs. Prescott's body wasn't in the casket, that it was empty. But of course it was only my imagination and my sense of guilt for this terrible wrong I was doing. When we sailed into New York Harbor, I went out on deck. He was standing there near the port rail. I went up to him. He turned and smiled as if he'd been expecting me.
Oh, there you are. I've missed you. Haven't been under the weather?
No, I've been perfectly well.
You had me worried, not showing up at dinner. You know, I've come to depend on you.
Yes, I know.
I've decided not to let you get away from me. After this is all over, we must,
You haven't much time.
Oh, that's right. This may not be easy. Wish me luck?
Haven't I done more than that already?
Yes, of course. Only, like this, Judith.
As suddenly as he had taken me in his arms, he released me, and I remained there by the rail as he hurried away. I watched as the ship moved on into the harbor under the guidance of the tugboats with their shrill, insistent little whistles. I listened to the shouts of the crew and longshoremen. Soon we were alongside the pier. And the steward was shouting from the head of the gangway, and then I saw it. The casket. They were lowering it toward the pier. There was a car waiting, a long black car, and suddenly I realized what I had done, what a fool I had been, what a cowardly, frightened little fool. Wait! Stop them! Don't let them take it! Don't let them! Wait, please! You mustn't touch that casket. There's something wrong.
Huh? Hey, what's the matter with you, lady? Get out of the way, will you?
But there's a man in there alive. He's hiding.
Sure. Hide and go seek he's played in a coffin. Go on, lady. We got work to do. Slam those rear doors tight, Ed.
Please, you must listen to me. If you won't, I'll call the police. Someone has got to stop him.
Did I hear you call for the police?
Oh, yes, these men won't listen to me, but there's a man hiding in this casket.
Of course there is. We put him in there, Judith.
What did you say?
I said we put him in there. Or rather, we let him walk right into our trap.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me there's someone else inside that casket?
Well, surely you're not trying to say that you thought I was in there.
Well, who else?
Who else? Why, the blackout killer, of course.
Then he's getting away. You're letting him get away.
No, Judith. No. Those men know who's inside that casket. And they know right where to take him.
Take him?
You know, Judith, for someone who helped plan this entire thing, you're acting very strangely.
I'm acting strangely.
It's almost as if you didn't know who I am at all.
I don't.
What?
I said I don't know you. I still don't.
But the night I dropped my billfold, I thought surely...
All I learned that night was your real name, Charles Drew.
You mean you didn't look at the rest of my papers?
Certainly not.
But that's amazing. Say, you are different.
Yes, and I suppose you're the everyday run-of-the-mill type. Look, what is this?
Oh, it's all very simple, Judith. I thought you'd learned of my affiliation with Scotland Yard when you had my billfold.
You mean you're a detective?
I've even been called a bloodhound.
Then all this time, you've been trailing the killer.
That's right. We had a tip-off he might be on this ship, and when I discovered the loose lifeboat covering, I was certain of it.
Then Alan Bruce, he wasn't murdered at all.
He never existed. Just a name I was using. Good Lord, Judith, you know detectives never travel under their own names. It just isn't done.
No, everything has to be done the hard way. I suppose that's why you just didn't find the killer and arrest him on board.
Oh, no, hardly. You see, I couldn't find him. Searched the ship from top to bottom, and I guess he really would have given me the slip if I hadn't looked in the casket.
He was hiding there all the time?
No, it was empty.
I don't get it.
Neither did I at first. And then I began to wonder why he would remove Mrs. Prescott's body from her casket unless it was part of some plan. And I decided that it was. A weird yet thoroughly clever plan. Remember I told you not every man would think of it?
Yes, you did say that.
He had only to wait patiently until the ship docked.
Then, at the last minute, slip into the casket.
And be hoisted out of the hold onto the pier and whisked safely away in the funeral car.
And to think, if it hadn't been for you, he might have gotten away with it.
Oh, you helped plenty. By calling off that burial and leaving the way open for him.
Oh, no, Charles. I nearly wrecked everything. I thought you were the killer.
Well, no wonder you avoided me.
I was so mixed up. I thought I knew so much.
No, it's my fault, darling. I overestimated you. Is it all clear to you now?
Well, No, that is, it's clear about how, well, the killer and the casket, but I don't know whether...
What? You mean about the lifeboat and...
No, about you. I'm not clear whether or...
You mean whether or not I'm really Scotland Yard? Well, I am. You can really...
No, I'm just not sure whether...
But, Judith, there's nothing else. Oh, except, of course, that I love you, and...
What was that again?
I said I love you.
How can I be sure?
Judith, darling.
Oh, Charles. That makes it very clear.
And so closes Voyage Through Darkness, starring Olivia de Havilland and Reginald Gardner. Tonight's study in Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
If you are one who does not yet know how much and how delightfully Roma wines add to your meals, well, let me urge you not to miss out any longer on such a treat as this. There's nothing complicated about it. Just get and serve Roma wine with any meal or any time in any kind of glass you wish. Serve it chilled. Try the many different kinds of Roma wine until you find those you like best of all. Try Roma California Sherry with its wonderful nut-like flavor as an appetizer. Or Ruby Red Roma Burgundy, or the deliciously delicate flavored Roma Sauterne. These superb wines cost you only pennies a glassful. Yet they make even the simplest meal taste like $1 million. Get some today. And if your dealer is temporarily out of Roma, please try again soon. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Olivia de Havilland. I have certainly enjoyed appearing here tonight on Suspense, which is a program I've admired for a very long time. Our government has asked us to bring to the attention of women listeners a very important message. In spite of our wonderful victories on all the fighting fronts, you must remember that the war is by no means over or nearly over. Hundreds of thousands of women must get into war work this year. You're desperately needed, both because you are admirably fitted for these jobs and because you represent the only adequate source of labor to replace the men in the armed forces and in the heavy war industries. Make a realistic appraisal of your household duties and your state of health. Talk it over with your family and with friends who are now employed in war work or in one of the branches of the Women's Armed Services. If you are still in doubt after analyzing the situation, go to the United States Employment Service office and ask for information about the kinds of full-time or part-time jobs for which you are best suited. We cannot stress too highly how vitally necessary your immediate action can be. And here is a thought for everyone. 6 million Americans are fighting overseas. Here at home, let us all remember that until final victory everywhere, winning the war still comes first with every last one of us.
Reginald Gardner appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Darrell F. Zanuck's Wilson. Next Thursday, same time, Joseph Cotton will be your star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. In our starring Hollywood cast this evening is Mr. Peter Lorre, who appears as a mysterious gentleman called George Ravel. Miss Wendy Berry plays our worried heroine, Marjorie. Mr. George Zuko is the lawyer, Alex Stevens. The story called The Moment of Darkness is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold a solution until the last possible moment. And so, with The Moment of Darkness, and with the performances of Peter Lorre, Wendy Berry, George Zuko, and our other players, we again hope to keep you in suspense. The Train Bleu crack express train from Paris to the French Riviera, which in these carefree days before the war used to make the journey from Paris to Nice overnight. At the Gare du Sud, on this particular mild spring evening, the train with its glistening wagon-lits, or sleeping cars, waits in a station filled with smoke and the iron coughing of engines. You can hear the excited crowd and the slamming of compartment doors. You can see the guard standing by with his watch in hand, with his horn ready to blow as a signal. En voiture, messieurs les voyageurs! En voiture!
Better get in, Emily. The train's just about ready to start.
That commotion there. At the last moment, just before the signal, a girl in a light summer dress, carrying a small suitcase, hurries along the platform towards car number 10. The girl is blonde and evidently English, and as she hurries towards the guard...
En voiture! Dépêchez-vous, mademoiselle. Hurry up, please.
Oh, yes, of course. Is this carriage number 10?
Oui, mademoiselle, numéro 10. Hurry up, please.
Thank you. I'll get in.
Et maintenant...
Must be at least a mile long. Car 10. Compartment number 6. Compartment number 6. Compartment... Oh, here it is.
Yes, come in.
Mr. Stevens, Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's quite all right. Won't you come in?
I thought this was Mr. Stevens' compartment.
It is his compartment. I'm sharing it with him.
He is on the train, isn't he?
Oh, yes. He's going to look for some luggage that failed to turn up. In the meantime, won't you come in and sit down?
Thank you.
As an old friend of Toby Stevens, why do you smile?
Nothing. It's just odd to hear a dignified man like Mr. Stevens called Toby. That's all.
Well, it suits him. As an old friend of his anyway, may I introduce myself? I'm Ken Blake, on vacation from the American consulate in London.
How do you do? My name is Gray, Marjorie Gray. I most particularly wanted to have a word with Mr. Stevens.
Miss Gray, will you pardon my impertinence if I ask...
Ask what?
Whether it's about your Aunt Hester at Monte Carlo and the man who seems so determined to scare her to death.
You know about that?
Yes, a little. After all, that's why Toby's left his law practice and come all the way from London. He said...
Mr. Stevens.
Marjorie. Great Scott, what are you doing here?
I came up from Monte Carlo, especially to see you. I thought I'd find you in Paris, but when I got to your hotel, they told me you'd gone. Cook said they'd reserved a compartment on this train for you. So, well, here I am.
But why?
Before you see Aunt Hester, Mr. Stevens, I want to know what you meant by that letter you wrote me.
I meant exactly what I said, Marjorie. I'm going to expose this faker, George Revel.
Excuse me, if you two want to talk, I'll just clear out of here.
Oh, no, Ken, stay where you are.
Really, Mr. Stevens?
You've made an impression on her, Ken. When the girl suddenly becomes thoroughly British after spending half her life on the Riviera, well, you've made an impression.
Don't talk like that, Toby. She won't get annoyed with you for saying it. She'll just get annoyed with me.
Marjorie, this is Ken Blake.
We've met, thanks.
I asked him to come along with me, and for a very good reason.
Indeed?
Ken was for years at the American consulate in Paris. He knows all the heads of the Sûreté Générale, that's the Scotland Yard of France. And in particular, he knows the great detective Flamand, who's the chef de Sûreté. I thought Ken might be very useful when we nab Revel.
But I tell you, Revel is dangerous.
Dangerous, my eye.
Something's going to happen. I know something dreadful's going to happen.
Now, let's face the situation, Marjorie. Your Aunt Hester is middle-aged, wealthy, and,
Oh, if only Uncle Paul hadn't died. He was the decentest person I ever knew.
But he did die, my dear, and Hester can't be consoled. She can't eat, she can't sleep, she can't think of anything except getting in touch with his spirit. Along comes this faker Revel to give seances.
I wonder if he is a faker.
You're not falling for this Tommy rot, surely?
Really, Mr. Blake, if I'd asked for your advice in this matter...
I beg your pardon, Miss Gray. When we get to Nice, I'll take the first train back to Paris.
Oh, no, wait, please. I didn't mean to be rude. It's nice of you to help us, but it's the whole atmosphere of Monte Carlo.
Well, that's quite all right, my dear. We understand.
Of course.
There's Aunt Hester in that villa over the Mediterranean. There's Revel, all thin and quiet and swarthy, with those somber-looking eyes of his. He seems to dominate her, just as Mr. Stevens used to.
Dominate her, my dear? That's rather a strong word for an easygoing old buffer like me.
The things Revel does at those seances are terrifying. I don't know whether he's an imposter or not, but I am sure nobody else can do what he does.
Now there, Marjorie, is where you're wrong. I can.
You can?
Yes. I promise to duplicate in front of your aunt every single trick Revel ever performed.
Oh, but that's impossible.
Is it? Wait and see.
I'll put it up to Mr. Blake. It isn't merely that Revel is tied up, tied hand and foot in a chair, while these horrible things are going on. I know there are people who can get out of ropes and back into them again. But Revel lets you take one precaution that shows there can't be any trickery.
Oh? And what is that precaution?
Just before the lights go out, he takes a piece of white paper.
Well?
He puts one under each foot. You take a pencil and draw an outline around the shoe on the paper. If he moved the millionth fraction of an inch, it would show in the outline later. But it never does.
Well, look here, Toby, that's a bad one. Why does it strike you as being so funny?
Because I can do it, too. Just give me a moment of darkness, that's all.
You mean he gets out of his shoes or something like that?
No, he could hardly get out of his shoes and back into them without disturbing the outline.
Then he doesn't leave his chair after all.
On the contrary, he can be all over the room.
Well, how in Satan's name does he do it?
My dear fellow, there's nothing simple.
The Villa Bijou, Monte Carlo, the next evening. On the lighted terrace, that white villa, overlooking the olive groves and the sea, 3 people are seated at their ease, enjoying the night air. Below glitters the town, a white palm garden. But even its lamps are dimmed by the firework illuminations from the Promenade des Anglais. When the Principality of Monaco celebrates its ruler's birthday, great rockets go hissing upwards to burst and bloom in colored fires against a black sky.
I don't like those fireworks. The noise upsets me. I wish they'd stop.
Never mind the fireworks, Hester. You've heard my proposition. Give me an answer.
Oh, what's more, you spill broth on your jacket at dinner. You're the clumsiest eater I ever saw. Here. Let me take a handkerchief to it.
Please, Aunt Hester, won't you answer Mr. Stevens?
Why don't you two let me alone, both of you?
We're only trying to help you. Don't you believe that?
Oh, yes, I believe it, but I'm happy. I talked with my husband twice last week.
Now, look here, Hester. This has got to stop.
Why?
Ravel's a fraud, and I can prove it.
If Monsieur Ravel is a fraud, what has he gained by this? Has he not asked for money?
I don't know, has he?
No, not a penny.
You haven't changed your will by any chance. People do queer things sometimes that even their solicitors don't know about.
Oh, no, dear, I haven't changed my will. When I die, Marjorie inherits everything. I am a lonely woman. I'm getting old. I haven't got much to look forward to. Now, why don't you go your way and let me go mine?
Suppose Ravel is a fraud. Just suppose it.
Well, all right. Have your way.
You wouldn't like to think you'd been deliberately tricked and imposed on now, would you?
No.
Now, listen, Hester. If I prove to you these so-called miracles were really tricks that I can do myself.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Alex Stevens.
I offer to prove that here and now. Would that shake your faith a little?
Yes, I suppose it would. But how did you become so clever all of a sudden?
How did you become so gullible all of a sudden? You used to scoff at this sort of thing. You used to be gay and lively and go to the casino.
Well, that was before Paul died. You're shivering, Marjorie. If you feel cold, put on a wrap.
I'm not cold. It's only...
Only what?
Got a kind of presentiment that there's something dreadful hanging over us. I can't tell what direction it's taking or who's in danger. But I'm sure it's going to burst. Just as sure as I...
By George, look at that rocket.
Yes. Red and gold stars. And a deathly white blaze like the life we're living. You can see every leaf in the garden. Every blade of grass.
And we can also see, look there, Ravel and Ken Blake coming up the path.
This Ken Blake, Mr. Stevens. Are you sure he's quite honest?
My dear Marjorie, Ken's all right. I've known him for years.
I thought he came here to help expose Ravel. But he and Ravel are as thick as thieves. What sort of game is going on here?
Game, mademoiselle? You spoke of a game?
Yes, Monsieur Ravel, I did.
So did I, friend Ravel. Are you ready for my demonstration tonight?
Demonstration?
In the seance room upstairs. You claim you can bring back the dead.
Pardon me, monsieur, I claim nothing. When I'm in trance, I cannot tell what happens.
But I can. I'm going to make ghosts walk by perfectly natural means.
You know, Monsieur Stevens, I don't understand your logic.
Logic?
Yes, you wish to, how do you put it? Expose me? But how will you expose me by these childish tricks? If I show you a counterfeit 10-pound note, does that prove there's no Bank of England?
I'm not going to argue subtleties with you. You can always beat me there. I'm a plain, ordinary man with a little common sense to back me up.
No. Come on, my friend. Not an ordinary man, surely.
Just exactly what are you hinting at?
Yes, I'd like to know that, too.
Oh, Madame Hester, believe me, I didn't mean to upset you. I wouldn't upset you for anything.
No, I'll bet you wouldn't.
Well, I kiss your hand, Madame. I'm all apologies. Well, let this gentleman do what he likes. But I warn him, it is dangerous.
Dangerous? How is it dangerous?
That's the first time you've spoken, Mr. Blake. Why have you been so quiet?
Please, Marjorie, please now, be a good girl and stop interrupting.
Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt Hester, but he's been muttering to himself and moving from one foot to the other and looking guilty.
Confound it, I'm not looking guilty.
Aren't you?
No, it's a hot night. I don't like this business at all. Why will a seance be dangerous?
Why? Because we shall be tampering with evil forces.
Evil forces, my foot.
Oh, you doubt it?
Yes.
This brave Monsieur Stevens is challenging the unseen world. He's mocking at forces he does not understand. Believe me, monsieur, they are not mocked without danger.
I'll risk that, thanks.
Well, up in a seance room, with a door bolted on the inside, we shall be at their mercy. The evil forces, the elementals, will wax and grow strong. They can take us in their grip, as I take this walking stick and...
You've got strong hands, Monsieur Ravel.
The hands of evil spirits are stronger. Much stronger.
I'm afraid. I wonder if we ought to do this.
I've been wondering the same thing. What does your aunt say?
Well, I don't know what to say. I'm so confused. And I want to break down and cry. But I suppose we'd better do it, or Alex Stevens will never let me hear the end of it.
For the last time, monsieur, will you be warned of danger?
No.
Very well. Oh, Madame Hester.
Yes, Monsieur Ravel.
Do you believe that I'm an impostor?
No, dear, of course not. But
But in your heart, you're not yet convinced.
Well, I don't know. I'm not such a fool as some people seem to think.
But if something did happen, something to show there are living forces beyond this world, it would convince you utterly?
Oh, yes, I suppose it would.
Then, shall we allow Monsieur Stevens to go on with his demonstration?
I have a feeling we shouldn't do this. Oh, I'm afraid.
Upstairs at the Villa Bijou, there is a small, bare, deeply carpeted room. Its only furniture consists of a round table, 5 chairs, and a large cabinet phonograph. There is only one door, and there are no windows. In one chair, a little way back from the table, sits Mr. Alexander Stevens. He is tied hand and foot, the outline of his shoes drawn with pencil on pieces of paper, so that he cannot move.
Now then, friend Raphael. Have you quite finished tying me up?
Oh, yes. Yes, and I bet you won't get out of these knots, sir.
Well, we'll see about that. Are the rest of you ready?
Yes, all right.
Oh, dear, I wish I'd put some smelling salts in my handbag.
Well, what do you want us to do now?
You'll have conditions exactly as they are for Mr. Ravel. I'll sit in this chair back from the table. You 4 sit round the table, clasping hands to form a circle.
All right, let's get on with it.
Ken, will you start the gramophone? I believe it's customary, Mr. Ravel, to have hymns played at the beginning of a seance to establish the proper frame of mind.
Yes, monsieur, that's true. You fool.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing, monsieur. Please continue.
Start the gramophone, Ken. When you've done that, turn out the lights on that switch by the door. Then join the circle. Clasp each other's hands tightly and don't let go unless...
Unless what?
Well, unless something gets me.
Be careful, monsieur.
Go on, please. Start the gramophone.
All right, here goes.
Now the lights, Ken. Switch off the lights.
Lights? Yes. There you are. It's pitch dark. I can't see my way back to the table.
Here, Ken. Here's my hand.
Thank you.
Mine on the other side, Mr. Blake.
Thank you. I've got my bearings now.
Are all of you clasping the hands of the next person? Then quiet and wait for what's going to happen.
Ken, look.
Look where?
Over there, where Mr. Stevens is sitting.
What about it?
There's a luminous spot in the dark, about the size of a shilling.
Shh. Quiet, please.
Did anything touch the back of your neck?
No.
What was that?
It's Alex Stevens. I know it.
This was not on a program, madame. Break the circle and get those lights on.
The luminous spot is still there. Oh, hurry, Ken.
I can't see my way in the dark. I don't know which direction the lights are. Wait a minute. Here's the wall. If I grope along here, I ought to find the switch. Yes, here it is. Lights.
Quiet. Silence, mademoiselle, if you please.
What's wrong with Mr. Stevens? What's that sticking out of his chest?
It's the handle of a dagger. And a good deal of blood has soaked through his coat, too. Oh, Monsieur Blake, will you turn off this gramophone?
Yes, certainly. But you're not saying that Toby Stevens is dead?
I'm afraid he is, my friend. That's a direct heart wound. Perhaps 10 seconds of intense agony, and then the end. Or is the door still bolted from the inside?
Yes.
Then we are all alone, here, the 4 of us. This rash gentleman, one imagines, did not kill himself. He's too well tied up.
I know who killed him. Mr. George Ravel. You did, with luminous paint.
I killed him, mademoiselle? With luminous paint?
I mean, that was part of the trick. You tied him up. You were the only one who touched him.
And? What of that, mademoiselle?
Luminous paint doesn't show up in the light. You smeared a little of it on his coat. That showed you exactly where to strike in the dark.
I commend your good sense, madame. But there are two excellent reasons why I had nothing to do with this. The first reason I must keep to myself, but the second reason can easily be proved.
Well, what is it?
Well, up to the time that man screamed, you yourself were holding my right hand, and Madame Hester was holding my left hand. Did either of you let go at any time?
No. No, that is, I didn't. What about you, Aunt Hester?
No, Marjorie, dear. I didn't let go either. He never moved.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Well, monsieur, speak up.
I was holding Marjorie's hand on one side and her aunt's on the other. And they didn't move either. Nobody let go or left the circle.
That's true.
Consequently, none of us could have killed Toby Stevens.
Yes, it is true.
Somebody must have sneaked in here.
Oh, no. As you said yourself, the door is bolted on the inside.
Then who the devil did kill him?
Well, that's the question. Has anybody ever seen a dagger before?
No. It looks like one of those curio things you buy in the shops.
Yes, and with the design of wooden scroll work on the handle. No fingerprints will show. Nothing else, except some musical instruments. A tambourine, an accordion, and a speaking trumpet. You know, I blame myself for this.
You ought to.
Why?
Because you killed him. Don't ask me how, but I know why.
Indeed, mademoiselle. You found my motive.
Yes, I have. You've got Aunt Hester fully believing in you now, haven't you?
Easy, Marjorie.
In another minute, you'll be talking about forces and elementals and heaven knows what. You'll be saying it was a spirit hand that killed Mr. Stevens because nobody else could have.
Please, Marjorie, brace up. Someone's got to send for the police.
Why don't you send for the police, Ken? Couldn't you help us there?
Help you? How?
Mr. Stevens said you knew the heads of the Sûreté. He said you knew this man Flamand, who's supposed to be the greatest detective in France.
Oh, but this isn't French territory. Monte Carlo is the independent state of Monaco.
I'm sorry, Marjorie. Ordinarily, I might have helped.
You mean you won't help us?
I'm sorry, Marjorie. I can't.
Then I've got to help myself. George Ravel, you killed Mr. Stevens. But how?
Yes, how?
24 hours later, 24 hours of blind puzzling. In the railway station at Nice, 9 miles from Monte Carlo, the night express for Paris is already underway. The guard has blown his signal, and the great wheels grind. A young man, hatless and worried, pushes through the crowd past the already moving train.
Non, monsieur. C'est défendu. Vous êtes trop tard.
Too late, nothing. I'm getting aboard this train.
Prenez garde, monsieur. Prenez garde.
I'm sorry to have caused you any trouble, guard. But do you happen to know whether... Marjorie.
Ken Blake, what are you doing on this train?
Exactly the question I wanted to ask you. Walk along the corridor with me, will you?
All right.
Marjorie, you little idiot. What's the idea of running away?
If it's any of your business, Mr. Blake, I'm not running away. I'm merely going to Paris.
You were told to stay in Monte Carlo. Don't you know you can land in jail for this?
They'll put you in jail, too, won't they?
Yes, I suppose so. But what's the idea of going to Paris?
First of all, I had to get Aunt Hester away from that man, Ravel. She really thinks he can call up ghosts now.
Is your aunt on this train?
Yes, in that compartment there. Second, I'm going to Paris for some real help. I'm going to the Sûreté. I'm going to see this man, Flamand.
You won't find Flamand in Paris, Marjorie. And you'll certainly never get him to arrest Georges Ravel.
Oh? And why not?
Because, my dear idiot, Georges Ravel is Flamand.
What are you saying?
The man who calls himself Ravel is really Flamand, the head of the whole French Detective Bureau. He made me promise not to tell anybody.
And that's why you've been looking so guilty for 2 days.
Yes, I tried to tip you off today, but the police were with us all the time.
So he is a fake spiritual medium. Mr. Stevens was right about that. And I still say I'm right about the other thing. Whoever he is, Ravel killed Mr. Stevens.
But how and why?
Oh, I don't know. This alleged detective. Did he tell you why he was masquerading as a medium in Monte Carlo?
No. All I know is that we're in one sweet mess. We've left town without permission. They'll probably stop the train and send us back in a patrol wagon.
Oh, no, my friend. That won't be at all necessary.
Ravel!
Yes, mademoiselle. Ravel or Flamand. Well, since you know Miss Ravel, call me that.
You knew that I was on this train?
Oh, naturally.
Look here, old man. I kept quiet about you because you swore it was a matter of life and death. But will you answer a couple of questions now?
Oh, with pleasure.
Why did you pose as a medium?
Because the Moroccan government employed me to trap a murderer. So I had to work, how do you say, undercover.
All right. Why was Toby Stevens killed?
Stevens was killed because he was a blackmailer.
A blackmailer?
Yes, mademoiselle. Does that surprise you?
Yes. Oh, yes, of course. Very much.
I tried to warn Stevens, but the fool wouldn't listen. And then, well, I wasn't quick enough. Stevens was murdered, of course, by one of us four in the seance room.
Well, that's impossible.
Impossible? Oh, no. The trick was baffling because of its simplicity.
I'm sure you killed him.
One moment, mademoiselle. Let me show you what I mean by trick baffling because it is so simple. Take, for example, the pencil outline drawn on a paper around the medium shoes. Did Stevens tell you how I did that?
No. On this train 2 nights ago, he started to tell us, but...
Then he just stopped in the middle of it and laughed.
You see, the medium leaves his chair. Well, he makes tambourines rattle and ghost forms appear. Yet the pencil outline is not disturbed. Now, how does he manage it?
Well, how does he manage it?
Well, quite easily. He returns to his chair. He turns over the 2 pieces of paper. He takes another pencil and draws an outline of his shoes on the reverse side of the paper. You look at it.
And imagine it's the same outline we drew.
Precisely. So easily are people misled. And it was the same way with a murder.
But there couldn't have been any trick about the murder. None of us left the circle. We were all clasping hands when we heard that scream. Don't you agree?
Oh, yes, I agree.
I can't stand this any longer. When we heard Mr. Stevens utter that horrible scream...
What makes you think it was Stevens who uttered that scream?
I beg your pardon.
What makes you think it was Stevens who screamed?
Well, wasn't it?
Oh, you assumed it, yes. We all assumed it. But up to that time, Stevens wasn't even hurt.
Wasn't hurt?
You see, the source of sound cannot be located in the dark. It was the murderer who uttered that appalling cry. In a few seconds of darkness, before the lights went on, the killer simply leaned across and drove that dagger into Stevens' chest.
And you prove that?
Yes. If Stevens had been hit at the time of the scream, blood would have blotted out the spot of luminous paint. Yet, Marjorie Gray saw the paint shining after the scream.
That's true, Marjorie. I heard you say so.
You put the luminous paint there, Ravel. You were the only person who touched him.
Oh, no. There was one other person who touched him.
Who was it?
Another person, in full sight of you, said Stevens had spilled broth on his coat and swabbed at his chest with a handkerchief.
You mean?
I mean, of course, the real murderer. Your Aunt Hester.
Yes, Marjorie. Your Aunt Hester.
Aunt Hester!
Keep back, all of you.
Oh, so you managed to find a revolver?
Marjorie, I poisoned your Uncle Paul. I poisoned my husband. And Alex Stevens knew it.
You can't get away, madame. Keep away from that door.
I never believed in spiritualism. I let myself be influenced by a medium because Alex Stevens would try to stop it. He was getting money out of me. He wanted no other influence.
Don't open that door, madame.
But I am opening it.
Oh, Aunt Hester, don't!
I told you I wasn't a fool as I looked. I had the knife in my hand.
Stop her, Ken! Stop her!
Well, mademoiselle, she has committed many crimes, but now she has paid for them all.
And so closes The Moment of Darkness, starring Peter Lorre, Wendy Berry, with George Zuko. Tonight's tale of Suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when Agnes Moorehead and Ray Collins will star in a study in terror titled The Diary of Sophronia Winter. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who with Ted Bliss, the director, Wilbur Hatch, and Lucian Morowick, conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Saturday Night Theatre. It all began with a phone call.
Police Station, Cambridge. Inspector Buller speaking.
Police? Oh, please come quickly. It's young Mr. Fraser. He's dead. I took his breakfast and he's lying on the floor. It's horrible.
What address?
Horrible. It's murder, I know.
What address are you speaking from?
23 Copper Street. He was only an undergrad. This was his first time at the college. And
23 Copper Street?
No, hurry, please. I can't bear it. I'm still in the house and nobody...
All right. Now calm down. I'll be over, and don't touch anything.
Please, hurry. I don't know what...
Sergeant. Sir? Emergency call. I'm taking Walters and the police surgeon.
Yes, sir. Anything interesting, sir?
I don't know. It might be murder.
Murder?
I said might be, Sergeant.
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry.
Stand by at the desk.
Very good, sir.
We present Brewster Mason and Marius Goring in Darkness at Pemberton.
Not that I ever took murder for granted. You don't see enough of it in a university town like Cambridge. Besides, it was only a starting point. The moment where reality suddenly and unpredictably hinged onto dream. It touched off the fuse for nightmare. By the side of what happened afterwards, definitely a mere case of murder.
Blown his brains out, sir. He's in the bedroom, on the floor. We haven't touched him.
Thank you, Constable Walters.
I've locked the landlady in the dining room. Bit hysterical. She's cooling off, though.
An undergraduate called Fraser, shot between the eyes in his rooms. No witnesses, no weapon. Time of death between 8 and 9 on the evening before. I looked at the body and talked to Fraser's landlady. And then I got an urgent call from my sergeant. I was to go round at once to St. Bernard's College, directly opposite young Fraser's rooms.
Hello, Inspector. You found it all right?
Yes, Sergeant.
Dr. Wilder's looking at the body, sir.
Oh, who is it this time?
Mr. Beeden, one of the history dons. A bullet through his head.
Business picking up. Well, Doctor.
Looks like suicide. The gun was in his hand. May even have been the same weapon as killed young Fraser.
Here on the table, sir. Automatic with a silencer. Only one set of prints on it, Beeden's.
The old town's waking up at last, eh?
You know, you're a bloodthirsty brute, Wilder.
Well, we haven't had a Beano like this since that razor job. Anyway, I thought you liked a good murder.
I like solving them when I get a chance. Is there anything else on this?
They both died about the same time, if that's any help. Not later than 9 o'clock last night.
Well, sir...
It's all right, Sergeant. There's no need to burst. Out with it.
Oh, I was just going to say, sir, that, that clears it all up, doesn't it?
Does it?
Well, sir, I wouldn't jump to any conclusion, but, well, young Fraser was shot from a distance, Beeden from close up. If they were both killed with the same weapon, Beeden must have shot Fraser and then come back into college and shot himself.
Yes. Why?
Well, the motive will crop up, sir. You get some queer fish in these universities.
You may be right, Sergeant. Look, put up a notice in the porter's lodge. Anyone who came to Beeden's rooms in college last night after 7 o'clock, I want to see them.
Very good, sir.
See you for lunch, Wilder? Yep. Usual place. I'm going to see the master of the college now. Perhaps he'll oblige with a motive.
Right you are.
No, Inspector. I'm afraid I can't. Not the ghost of a motive. Beeden was a thoroughly good Don, a little reserved, perhaps, but he'd no enemies as far as I know. This young man, Fraser, wasn't a pupil of his. I doubt if he knew him.
Well, that makes it more difficult.
Incidentally, I called on Beeden myself last night here in college. His lights were on, but the door was locked, and I got no reply.
What time was that?
I should say about 8:20. I just finished dinner in hall.
Did you notice anything unusual? Hear anything?
I heard nothing, except there was a sort of swishing noise, I fancy. I may have been mistaken.
Can you be more definite? What sort of...
It was a mechanical sort of noise.
Like a carpet sweeper?
No, it was soft and regular. There were no bumps. It may have come from somewhere else, because...
Was it a gramophone running down?
Yes. The needle on a gramophone disc, after it had finished the music.
There's a gramophone in Beeden's room. Well, thank you, sir. That will help us a great deal.
Thank you, Inspector.
So, someone was alive in Beeden's rooms after 8 o'clock. Someone must have put that gramophone on at about 14 minutes past 8. Someone... Who?
Morleverer.
Morleverer?
Yes, Inspector. I'm a fellow of St. Bernard's. I lecture in chemistry. I saw your notice in the porter's lodge.
Yes?
I'd arranged to go to the theatre on that tragic evening with Beeden and an undergraduate called Weens. There was a light in Beeden's room in college when we called for him, and Weens went up to see if he was ready. He got no answer. That must have been just after 8 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
I went up myself, thumped on the door with my umbrella, and shouted Beeden's name. There was no answer. I stooped down, tried to pull the door open by inserting the tips of my fingers into the keyhole, but it was locked.
And then?
A gramophone began to play inside the room.
A gramophone?
I thought it rather rude of him. If we could hear the gramophone, presumably he could hear us. Anyhow, he didn't come to the door, so we went off by ourselves. That's all I can tell you, Inspector.
So what? Beeden shoots young Fraser for reasons unknown at 5 to 8. He goes back to his own rooms in college and shoots himself at 8:15. The conclusive evidence being that the bullets were fired from the same gun which is found in Beeden's hand with only his fingerprints on it. Obvious. An open and shut case.
In the bag?
Oh, hello, Doc. Yes, Scotland Yard take the obvious view. Case closed.
Good show. That wretched bitch of mine's had pups again. Like one?
Oh, thanks. I've just been sold one.
Ha ha. Good old Scotland Yard. Think they're right?
Why not?
Oh, I don't know. We have had our moments of triumph.
Not this time. You know, there's too much confounded evidence. You crawl about on your hands and knees looking for the damn stuff, and when you've got it, you can't make head or tail of it. I don't get this case at all.
But the Yard do.
Oh, the Yard.
They blow you up?
Told me I waste too much time on irrelevancies. I've got to learn to discriminate.
That's nothing new.
Discriminate. Have you seen the evidence? How the blazes am I supposed to... Look, here. Look. Look at these.
Photograph?
The tone arm of Beeden's gramophone.
Very pretty. You coming round tonight to listen to a spot of Mozart?
Oh, hang Mozart. Look at that photograph.
Well?
I want to know how on earth Beeden put on that gramophone without leaving any fingerprints on the pickup arm. It's the old-fashioned kind. You have to lower the pickup onto the record by hand.
Well, there must be some sort of a mark.
Well, the arm's been carefully wiped. Do you see? Except for a slight smudge underneath.
Yeah.
The catch that starts the record's been wiped in the same way and is also marked underneath, but this time with a distinct line. Now, why should Beeden want to release that catch with a piece of string?
Go on.
Discriminate. I wish I could...
No comment. Anything else?
The automatic. If you had shot somebody, carried an automatic across the street, put it down to play the gramophone, picked it up and shot yourself, would you have left only one set of prints?
He may have wiped it for some reason or other.
Oh, that's quite likely, but even then, when he picked it up for the last time, he would have changed its position in his hand. To get a grip of it, you know.
Now tell me who shot them both.
Oh, you be damned. No, now why? Why do people start gramophones with string? String is the basis of mechanics. Pulleys, ropes, chains, cranes. String is also used for fastening and for operating from a distance. We pull a string to discharge a cannon. Now, I don't believe that gramophone had anything to do with it.
All suspects cleared? Or weren't there any?
Well, once you entertain suspicion, Wilder, you can suspect anything.
I suppose so.
Oh, perhaps I just need a holiday. Matter of fact, I had a letter from Sir Charles Darcy this morning.
Sir Charles?
Yes, he wants me to go up to his place in Derbyshire, Pemberley, this weekend. If I can wind this up...
I haven't seen him since, for years. And that charming sister of his, Elizabeth, isn't it?
Yes.
She still live there, too?
Yes, I believe she does.
Ho-ho! Then we must definitely see you clear by the weekend.
What the blazes do you mean?
Oh, just that a holiday in Derbyshire will do you good.
Oh, yes. If only I can get this confounded case off my mind. Look, Wilder, do me a favor. There may be something we ought to have noticed and haven't. Just in case, I wonder if you'd think over that post-mortem again.
I have.
Any little thing that you have?
I have.
And?
You're the most selfish man I know. You go on and on about yourself and your own little neuroses. Well, now that you've purged your soul, I may as well tell you. Know what I did yesterday?
What?
I bought a pig.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I bought a pig, and I slaughtered it. Though its epidermis was not characteristically human.
Oh, please.
I shot it dead, first of all, at a distance of 4 feet. Then I shot it point blank. Then I cleaned the gun and shot it first of all point blank and again at 4 feet. In each case, the second wound was fouler than the first, no matter what the distance of the discharge.
Go on.
The history don, Beeden, was shot before young Fraser. I said that Beeden was shot before young Fraser.
Yes, go on.
I've redissected both Fraser's wound and Beeden's. Fraser's wound was the fouler. I've corroborated from microscopic examination of the bullets.
So Beeden was shot first. That makes a difference, Wilder. In fact, it makes all the difference. Discriminate, huh? Case reopened. Come on, let's work it out.
That holiday in Derbyshire?
That'll have to wait. Here, pencil and paper. Now, come over here. This is going to be interesting.
Right.
Now then, let X be the murderer. We know that young Fraser didn't commit suicide, so let's see what follows.
Come in. Inspector Buller. Come in.
I have a rather grave matter to discuss with you, Mr. Molevera. May I see you in private?
Certainly, certainly. Have some sherry?
No, thank you. I'll do without a drink.
As you like. Well, I hope you don't mind if I drink myself. I've just been lecturing. Makes one so thirsty. Well, now you've come, I hope we'll have a pleasant chat.
I doubt it, sir.
Really?
Why did you kill Beeden?
My dear Inspector, I hope you don't go about saying this sort of thing to everybody.
If you wish to, you can report me to my superiors.
Now, don't go off like that. I don't take any offense. But you really can't go about accusing people of murder without telling them why.
I shouldn't have come. I'm sorry.
No. Are you free for an hour? We might take a little walk towards Granchester while you explain yourself.
Look, there's no point. I made a mistake in coming.
And nevertheless, you won't retreat it by going. Now, you must explain yourself, you know, in common decency.
I have no common decency, not in my profession.
Come along, just a short walk. If you expected to get something out of me when you first came, why shouldn't you expect it still? Come, take your hat. Oh, you came alone. Well then, come, Inspector. I have something to tell you. St. George looks its best this time of year. Or perhaps you don't think so. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Turn down here. We'll avoid the crowds. I am sorry to have had to drag you out. Walls have ears, you know, and we scientific criminals get very little pernickety.
You're unwise to drink that sherry.
Not at all. You may be sure I'm not putting myself in any difficulties.
I understand. Now I'm going home.
Don't be a fool.
Good afternoon, sir. Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Pupils. What was I saying? Yes, I gather from your behavior that you haven't the evidence to convict, since you haven't even warned me. Your call was just an effort to startle an advantage. Well, go on with it. After all, there may be something to be gained, if only in studying my mentality as revealed by conversation. Besides, I enjoy pulling your leg.
I don't enjoy having it pulled. Goodbye.
Inspector, I insist on talking to you. I shall tell you exactly how everything was done. We can lean on the bridge and bask. It's quite comfortable. I don't think I shall bore you. Here, I think. The delights of punting. Sailing down the river, eh, Inspector? When I was a boy, I used to lean over this bridge and drop pebbles as the punts glided underneath. It was usually someone asleep on their back, and one is so defenseless in a punt, don't you think?
What do you want to tell me?
Quite a lot. Quite a lot. I suppose you've established the priority of the wound by the autopsy. You'd never have thought of looking into that so closely if it hadn't been for an accident. It was that wretched pick-up arm and catch.
Go on.
I wanted to kill Beedon because I believed the master was getting shaky. Beedon would have taken the master's place if he'd survived him. Now I shall get it. I'm poor, you know, and there's your motive. I wanted to make it suicide. I got hold of an unregistered Belgian automatic. It might just as well have belonged to Beedon as to me. And then I made my plan about the gramophone. I proposed to prop the pickup arm on a thin tripod of ice standing on the record, so that it would be knocked over when the record started. Then one only needed to release the catch for the needle to fall on the record, which was already revolving. It had a sound to the chap I was with, as though somebody was putting it on, quite normally. Now I was to release the catch by means of a loop of string through the keyhole of the door. When the catch was released, you merely let go of one end of the string and pulled the whole length out. Only Beedon's finger marks would be left on both catch and pickup arm, so you see I certainly did not intend to give them that suspicious wiping, without which you would have remained permanently in the dark, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you, Inspector?
I suppose I would, yes.
You see, it wasn't a stupid crime. I took enormous pains over it. The ice bridge, for instance. I made it myself in the university laboratories, so that it would melt in exactly 20 minutes. But as you say, Inspector, the best-laid schemes, etc.
What went wrong?
I went into Beedon's room and shot him according to plan. He was more surprised and vexed than anything else and couldn't believe his senses while he had them. Then I turned to the gramophone. Perhaps rather morbidly, I had myself given Beedon the record which I proposed to play for his funeral march, chiefly to encourage him to play the gramophone and leave some nice fresh fingerprints. I found the record was all ready. This made me look at the pickup arm through my magnifying glass. I was doing the thing scientifically, you must admit, and I was horrified to find my own fingerprints. That wretch Beedon actually hadn't touched the machine since I gave him the record and played it to him myself 2 days before. So I just had to wipe the catch and the pickup arm.
You recognized your own fingerprints?
Of course. I know most people know what color their own eyes are, but if you're familiar with their fingers, I think that's an omission.
You rectified it in good time, Mr. Molevero.
Naturally. Mind you, I still don't think you'd have noticed it at all if it hadn't been for the other miscarriage of plan.
Other?
Both miscarriages, I claim, were unforeseeable.
Hello, sir. Oh, sorry to butt in.
Hello, my dear chap. Are you on your way to rehearsal?
Yes. Will you be coming along tonight, sir?
I'll be looking in later on. Glorious evening, isn't it?
Grand, sir. See you later, then.
Bye. Awfully keen chap there. Not much good at his work, but we're putting on Much Ado About Nothing next week. I can get you a ticket if you wish.
You were saying the other miscarriage of plan?
Oh, yes. Well, I'd wiped the automatic and put it in Beedon's hand, and I was just fixing my piece of string round the gramophone catch so that both ends came through the keyhole, when I happened to glance out across Copper Street. That unfortunate undergraduate was standing at the window of his rooms opposite, staring at me open-mouthed. He'd seen everything. I went straight out. I had to chance it. Walked into his rooms. He was waiting for me with an expression of horror and expectation. I shot him dead.
Just bad luck?
Rotten luck, yes. I had nothing against him, of course.
Oh, of course.
Then I went to find friend Weems. When we were outside Beedon's door together, I pulled the loop of string under the pretense of trying to open the door. The catch was released, ice prop upset, needle dropped onto disc. It's dark on that landing. Weems had no idea what I was doing. He never even saw the string. Well, that's all.
If you've finished, I'll be going.
Oh, just one more thing, Inspector. You should have devoted more time to the porter who was on duty that night.
The porter?
Mr. Rudd, I believe. He saw me coming out of young Fraser's digs. He was coming out of the Crown Arms at the time.
But he didn't say anything to me about...
I know. He didn't tell you he'd seen me for two reasons. First, because it implied that he must have left the lodge while on duty. And second, because he had not actually connected me with the crimes. Why should he? He was a stupid man. Fortunately, for his would have been the one tangible piece of evidence you could have offered against me at a trial. Without his evidence, even on the full reconstruction which I have offered you, you will realize that, of course, no jury will convict. Now, the evidence is negative only.
Now?
Yes, now. But don't let me keep you from going to see the porter.
What have you done to him?
That, run along and see. I can promise you... Oh, don't hurry. Don't hurry. Shall I send you that ticket?
We found the porter in the river with his throat cut. And, of course, no clues.
One can't help admiring him in a way.
Admire him? 3 poor blighters turning into worms just because that little whippersnapper... Oh, I suppose I ought to feel sorry for him.
Sour grapes, old boy.
Oh.
Well, anyway, you can take that holiday in Derbyshire now. Yes. It's Pemberley for you. You might at least be grateful to him for arranging that.
Oh, yes.
Cheer up. I'm going home to sulk. I'm out of pocket on this, that confounded pig. Have to eat it now, I suppose. Remember me to Sir Charles?
Yes, of course.
Oh, and Elizabeth. And forget all about this. Try and get a real holiday. Bye-bye, old man. Enjoy yourself at Pemberley.
Thank you, Kingdom. Yes, I did. It's always a pleasure to come up to Pemberley.
Sir Charles will be down directly, Miss Elizabeth.
Thank you, Kingdom. I'll see to the tea.
Yes, miss.
You know, Kingdom must be the oldest butler in the world.
He is, and he's always right. It is good to see you. Tea?
Oh, yes, thank you.
We don't get many visitors at all nowadays out in the wilds. And, of course, Charles doesn't encourage them. You're privileged.
Thank you. How is Charles?
Well, I don't know. He's been so odd. Ever since that terrible accident, you know.
What, hasn't he got over it yet?
No. It's my fault, I suppose. I am only his sister, but I ought to be able to...
No, you're not to blame in the least, Miss Darcy. Give him time. He'll recover.
Will he? They'd only been married for 4 months, you know. And he was driving awfully fast.
It wasn't his fault.
He won't see it. All he knows is that Irene was killed.
And he blames himself.
Yes. And it's dull here at Pemberley, you know. He lives like a hermit. Did I ever tell you, when he first came back from the hospital, he tried to kill himself?
No.
Not suicide, not really. Riding point to point all day long, charging his fences. But he killed his favourite grey mare instead, broke her neck.
Poor Charles.
Anyway, let's not talk about it. It's so nice to get in touch with the great big world outside. We've been following this case of yours, you know, in the paper.
Oh, that...
Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk shop. But we're such great fans of yours.
No.
Oh, yes. And Charles insists that... Oh, Charles, we've just been pulling you to pieces.
Hardly necessary, Uncle. Hello, man. Good to see you.
Hello, Charles. Glad to be back.
What the hell's all this we've been reading in the papers?
Charles.
Oh, he doesn't mind. Do you, man? Or am I lacking in tact?
No, not at all. No, I get enough of that in my job.
You have got a job, then, according to the papers.
No, it's quite true. I haven't. I resigned before I came away.
But let's have another log on, Charles. This room gets so drafty.
All right.
The baronial hall.
Then change the subject. What do you mean by resigning?
Oh, Charles, don't you think that...
I don't mind talking about it, Miss Darcy. It's over and done with. I resigned because I had no alternative.
But surely it isn't your fault if you can't catch a murderer.
No.
Besides, you can't be expected to find out who did it straight away.
Well, the trouble is that I have found out who did it. and I can't prove it.
Well, they can't kick you out for that, surely.
No, I've not exactly been kicked out.
Why did you resign?
General disgust.
What at?
At my profession. I'm afraid I've been a fool.
What's wrong with your profession?
Oh, nothing. It's a good profession. In fact, it's a magnificent profession. But I've been a fool.
Well, then.
I suppose what really made me do it was disgust with myself.
You must tell us about it.
Well, you see, if I'd acted promptly, I might have saved this last victim.
But why can't you catch the chap? You say you know who he is.
Yes, oh yes, he's still there in Cambridge. But we can't prove anything against him.
What happened?
The 3 men were killed by a fellow of St. Bernard's, a man called Olivia. He says he did it for gain, but that's nonsense. He did it because he's a born murderer, just for its own sake. The histrion Beeden did stand in his way, of course, and the idea must have occurred to him that he could get rid of him by murder, so he set to work to plan it out with the enthusiasm of a maniac chess player. And I'm afraid he pulled it off.
But that's appalling. Do you mean to say that in this country, in this century, a man can be known to be a murderer and not be punished?
I'm afraid so.
Tell us more about this blighter. More leverer, or whatever it is.
Yes, more leverer. What did you like to know?
More about him, himself.
I don't know. He's a small man, rather petty and neat. I dare say he feels inferior about his personal appearance, and that contributed to his motives, to sort of reassert himself physically. I should think he bullies his pupils.
It doesn't sound very much fun.
No, not very nice.
But what worries me is that he might do it again. He'll get a craving for the excitement, the mental stimulus. And if he does, he'll keep on with it. Now, that's why I'm afraid of him. It's that tiny light of insanity, of incomprehensible chaos behind the eyes.
He sounds evil.
Yes, evil. Come on, old man. Polish off that scar, and I want to show you my new rifle range.
Oh, look at the time. I'm going to see Cook about dinner. And you don't have to be polite. If my brother bores you, say so.
Oh, go away. Coming, old boy?
Yes. Yes, I'd love to.
See you later. Hope you have lots of fun at the range.
Good shot.
Not bad. Now, let's see what you can do.
Right. How do you think Liz is looking?
Oh, yeah, very well.
She's lonely here, you know. Not much fun for her, playing the good companion to me.
I know.
Why? And I can't talk her into going away.
No?
Isn't it about time you married, huh?
Oh, I beg your pardon?
You're in love with her, aren't you?
Oh, no, really, Charles.
Well, aren't you?
I have a great regard for her. Miss Darcy, naturally, but...
And she's crazy about you, my dear chap, so what are you waiting for? You must admit it's pretty hard lines on the poor spectator. You and Liz see each other once a year, so for 2 weeks every spring, I can't get a word of civilized conversation out of either of you. You sit and eye each other like a couple of frustrated sheep. I suppose you think it's beneath her dignity to marry a policeman.
No, it's not that.
And if you don't intend to marry her, you should be ashamed of yourself, keeping the poor girl on tenterhooks. And don't tell me you come up here specially to see me.
Oh, look, Charles, even if I thought that Miss Darcy wanted to marry me...
And she does.
Well, look, even if I thought that she perhaps... Oh, what... Give me that stuff.
Bullseye! Good show, man.
You two still here? Especially for you, Mr. Buller. You are in favour, my dear. We can't get this stuff out of it.
What time is dinner?
8. Don't be long. Yes, it's got to be in bed early.
See what you've let yourself in for, old man. The life healthy. Liz says you've got to get in a good hour's steeplechasing every day before breakfast.
Sounds wonderful.
Wonderful or not, it's decided. You can forget all about Cambridge and your miserable old mania. You're on holiday and it's going to do you good if it kills you.
And it probably will.
Up at the crack of dawn, eh? Oh, well, nothing like it.
As Liz would say, you don't have to be polite. Come on, old man.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Miss Elizabeth.
Good morning, Kingdom.
Hello, Kingdom.
I trust you enjoyed your ride, sir.
I'm really rather fond of horses, Kingdom, but I don't think they like me very much.
Oh, do they not, sir?
Nonsense, you're a new man already. What's for breakfast? Ah, kidneys.
The coffee on the sideboard, Miss Elizabeth.
Thank you, Kingdom. Come on, my dear, eat.
Coffee?
I'll pour, you devour.
Oh, this is happiness. In spite of the horses, in spite of everything. Pemberley in the spring, coffee and kidneys.
And kingdom.
And kingdom. Where's Charles?
Charles? Oh, yes. Charles.
Where's he got to?
I wanted to speak to you about Charles.
Yes? What about him?
It's just...
Yes?
My dear, I believe he's gone to murder that Don of yours.
He's gone to...
It's not surprising, really. After you went to bed last night, he came to talk to me in my room. Now Kingdom tells me he's gone off.
Do you mean he told you he was going to kill Mauleverer?
Oh, no, he didn't say anything about it. He said he was bored with life, that he had nothing to live for, no friends, that there were too many crooks going scot-free nowadays.
So now he's going to see that justice is done. Well, he must be mad.
Well, I suppose it is a question of justice in a way.
But I don't see how...
Anyway, he's sick of life here. He says he wants to do something.
Well, there are other things, besides murder.
Yes. Though I don't really see Charles murdering anybody. Still, I'm frightened. He hasn't been out of the grounds for ages. Anyway, perhaps he'll come to his senses in time and change his mind.
I wish I'd known. I'd have changed it for him.
Your coffee's getting cold.
Huh? Oh, yes.
Or perhaps he won't find Mauleverer at all.
Well, if he does, I only hope he breaks it gently.
You insolent young puppy. Get out.
Not yet, Mr. Mauleverer. You see, I believe him.
Do you now? How very trusting. You've made me break this wine glass.
I think you're as sizable a swine as I ever wish to meet.
You are impudent.
Does the truth offend you?
If what you heard is the truth, you may find me dangerous, or hadn't that occurred to you? Apparently I am quite clever.
Small boys kill flies. It doesn't make them clever.
You dare to...
As for being dangerous, I agree you are, in the same way as a snake. But you won't be much longer.
My dear Sir Charles, if Scotland Yard can't do anything, I'm afraid you don't stand much chance. Why don't you run along home? Your conversation may be considered brilliant in the backwoods. I find it childish.
Well, I said you were vain. If you had anything to be proud of, but you haven't. Not a single decent impulse. It's a contemptible sort of vanity, isn't it?
Get out.
So contemptible that I'm going to rid the world of its presence.
And how are you going to do that?
I'm going to kill you.
What a very humanitarian thought. I take it that you can think...
I know what I'm talking about.
Or hasn't it occurred to you that I might kill you first?
I'm giving you 1 week to live.
Why, you bumptious little puppet. Do you think you could talk like that to me? To me? Well, try to kill me by all means. Go on, try. I wish you luck. By God, you'll need it. One thing, though, before you start. Make your will. Be sure to do that. Make your will, Sir Robin Hood. Now, get out. Go on, get out. Get out.
So I got out.
Gladly, I suppose.
Yes, the whole thing made me feel sick, but once I'd started, I had to go through with it. Now I've had time to think it over, I don't feel so perky. I suppose I was a fool.
Yes. And what are you going to do now?
I don't know. I can't just hide behind a bush and pot him sitting. That would seem rather silly.
Damn silly. But after all, he didn't give the history Don Beeden a fair fight, or young Fraser, or that porter. Wouldn't it be fair to give him a taste of his own medicine?
It'll be fair enough, but I can't do it.
Oh, good old sporting standards. So now you're stuck.
Yes, you seem to like rubbing it in.
Oh, yes, of course, I'm delighted. Now, the best fun will be explaining to my late colleagues how you came to be murdered.
What do you mean?
If you want a fair fight, my dear man, you're going to get it. Only it won't be fair. Great heavens, man, do you think you can go and talk that sort of stuff to a homicidal maniac and get away with it?
Well, that bit about making my will, you mean? Oh, he didn't mean that. I was rude to him.
Oh, my dear Charles, you're the most trusting man I know. How you've managed to get through life without doing something you... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way.
Yes, you did, and you're quite right. Mauleverer said the same thing. But damn it, I must be able to trust my own judgment sometime.
Not this time, Charles. Listen, Mauleverer is a killer. He's committed 3 murders with complete success and has no reason to believe that he'll be caught if he commits another. He enjoys his success, and he would be delighted to increase it.
If you think he'll try to kill me, I'm very glad to hear it, but I don't believe he'll come here to Pemberley to do it. No, full term ends tomorrow, and he'll sneak off to hide himself somewhere on the continent.
May you long continue to think so.
Amen. Come on, it's late. Let's sleep on it.
Oh, you're all having breakfast. No, please don't get up. Oh, you look as though you've had a rough night, Charles.
Thanks. I say, this has rather upset the apple cart, this blasted rain. Now we shall have to play billiards all morning.
Well, it's rather a relief to me. I don't mean to be rude, but I had nightmares about that horse. I wasn't at all looking forward to meeting it again.
I'm glad you said that. I couldn't agree more.
But I thought you were mad about it.
Well, our visitors always go on so about the joys of country life. They expect us to adore everything about it, so we pretend to out of politeness. Frankly, I hate horses.
When I think of what I went through yesterday morning...
Out of politeness.
I'm speechless.
Marmalade, please. Thanks. Incidentally, old man, your friend Molevera nearly had his chances spoiled for him this morning.
What do you mean?
Well, I was out by the stables before breakfast, and a tile came off the roof just as I was passing. Missed me by inches.
A tile?
Yes, came at a hell of a bat. I was lucky not to... Where are you off to?
You wait there.
Oh, you can't go out without a coat.
Can't he? I shouldn't have said anything. I suppose he thinks Molevera's taking pot shots at me from the stable roof.
Charles, do you think...
Not a chance, I get. Old Buller's got professional nerves. The trouble is, he's nothing else to think about. I tell him it's high time he married you. It'd do him a world of good, but,
Shiz, you didn't.
Of course I did. It's true, isn't it?
If it is, it's nothing to do with you.
Well, I have to put up with the pair of you.
Oh, he must have been frightfully embarrassed, poor dear. You know how sensitive he is.
Buller's sensitive, good God.
Of course he is. Anyway, why should he if he doesn't want to?
Well, of course he wants to, the poor fish, and he's afraid to ask. I think you better propose to him, Liz. Clear the air all round.
That's out of the question.
Yes, he'd probably think you had designs on him. He'd be frightened off for life. Though what you could possibly have designs on, I can't think.
You're revolting, Chiz. Telling him...
Shut up, now, girl. Here he is. Well, old man, did you find the dreaded maniac lying out there with a catapult?
More or less.
Oh, your coat's wet through. Take it off this minute.
What do you mean, more or less?
Well, the stableman has looked at that roof. He says the tiles are as sound as they were when they were first put on. There's absolutely no reason why that single tile should have been dislodged.
Do you mean to say...
Our friend has come into residence.
Oh, come off it, old boy.
Charles, you just don't know this man. You've met him once, and you both said you'd kill each other. Now you're not so keen on the idea, so you think he'll fight shy of it too. Well, he won't.
I do believe you want the chap to kill me just to brighten up your holiday.
Don't be ridiculous.
Look, whatever we want or don't want, you've raised a hornet's nest. And we poor chumps have no alternative but to guard you as though you were the Bank of England.
I absolutely refuse to be coddled on the off chance that some miserable maniac may be after me.
What is there to be afraid of?
We don't know, except that Molevera will try to kill Charles. I'm quite certain about that. How? Your guess is as good as mine. He'll certainly have to kill Charles in some way which leaves himself beyond suspicion. So Charles will have to be killed. I hope this doesn't depress you, Charles.
No, I get quite a kick out of it.
Charles will have to be killed either so that he seems to have died a natural death or by an accident.
I suppose it would be all right when we get used to the idea.
Now, look here. Granting all that, and granting that Molevera's lurking about the ground somewhere, which I don't believe for a moment, what then? What are we going to do about it?
Well, will you take my advice?
Let's hear it first.
No. Either you believe me and consent to act under my orders, or you must go your own way.
I utterly disbelieve you, and I'm quite content to go my own way.
Charles.
Damn it all, it's my affair. It's between me and Molevera. If we're going to take pot shots at each other, that's our business.
I shall leave by the next train, and I shall notify the police. You'll have a posse of constables on your doorstep.
Now, look here.
Charles, please.
It's serious, Charles.
Of course it is. We can't just sit back and wait for you to be killed.
Supposing I get him first.
You don't even know where he is.
But it's against the rules, old boy. I said I'd kill him myself. I didn't say I'd rally all my chums to help me.
I'm talking about protecting you, not killing him.
But this is intolerable in my own house.
Charles, please.
Oh, go on, for heaven's sake, and don't bully.
Right. Now, we're going to search the house and grounds. Then you are going to be locked up in your bedroom till further orders with a guard inside and outside it.
I hope I shall be allowed out occasionally, every third Armistice Day or something.
Seriously, we can hardly keep the poor thing locked up forever.
I know. He deserves to be, but we can't. But he's going to be locked up for the next 6 days, because if I know Molevera, he'll try to kill you within the week you gave him to live. That would strike him as a neat joke.
And if he doesn't?
He's patient enough to wait for years.
So what?
So, after this week, I'm afraid we shall have to do what you said.
And what was that?
kill Malevolent.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
No, I can't let you be mixed up in this.
Of course not. It's my affair.
It's our affair. We have the misfortune to be your friends and relations.
I'm surprised at you, man, an ex-minion of the law, suggesting
Look,
that we...
damn it, Charles, do you think I want to kill a man? I don't want a skeleton like that in my cupboard. What else can we do but kill him?
But you can't.
Apart from the fact that it isn't done, it's 100 to 1 we shan't pull it off. Anyway, it's in self-defense when you come to think of it.
That doesn't make it right. And besides, it's Charles' funeral, not yours.
I absolutely agree, so shut up, both of you. I am going to find Malevolent now, alone, to kill him with my bare hands.
Don't be a fool. We can decide who's going to kill him later. The first thing is to prevent him killing you. Let's search the house.
Oh, all right. I'll get the staff together. You are the most infuriating guest I've ever had in my life. I shall never invite you to Pemberley again.
Right, now lock that door. Stay guard on the landing. Kingdom, make sure that window's fastened.
Catch me if you can. Search diligently. Every room, every attic, every cupboard. Fasten the windows, lock the doors, plug the keyholes. Wait. Haven't you forgotten something?
Get a ladder, Smith, will you? I think there's a lock up here.
Quite right. Leave no stone unturned, Inspector. It's a big house, Pemberley, isn't it? It'll be a long job, even with how many of you? Butler, chauffeur, gamekeeper, the servants, and the cook, 7, 11. It'll take you all morning, all afternoon, because you can't afford to miss anything.
Right, now the grounds. Kingdom, you wait in the main hall.
Now the grounds. Leave the butler to guard the main hall. Be sure he locks the door. It's getting dark. You should really have warned him to put the lights on. But of course he's lived at Pemberley all his life. He doesn't believe anything can go wrong. But hurry, Inspector. It's getting dark.
Kingdom. What's the matter, man?
What's up?
It's Kingdom.
I saw it. Dreadful it was.
What did you see?
A pair of hands. White hands.
Pull yourself together, Kingdom.
What is it? What's he seeing?
Kingdom, what did you see?
Hands, white hands, and it laughed.
What laughed?
Didn't you see his face?
His eyes, horrible great eyes, staring.
Was the front door open?
Oh, no, sir, I locked it inside like you told me. I was standing in the hall.
Damnation, we'll have to search the house again. Turn all the lights on, check on every window, every door, every room.
Yes, sir.
Smith, go around the outside of the house with a torch and see if any of the windows are open.
Yes, sir.
What's this? He must have dropped it.
Huh? Toothbrush. Oh, what the devil did he want with a toothbrush?
Here, let's have a look at that. It's mine.
Yes.
How the blazes did that get on here? It was in my room.
Give it to me.
But...
I'll take it if you don't mind.
All right, but...
Charles, do you think Smith could get over to Cambridge in the car and be back before breakfast tomorrow?
Well, yes, if it's important.
It may be. I'd like to send this to a friend of mine. It's just an idea.
Okay, go ahead.
I've checked with the staff, sir. All the downstairs windows are locked, but Sir Charles's window's open at the top, and so's yours.
So either he got in through a second-floor window to get the toothbrush, or he filtered through the wall. Are there any secret passages, Charles?
I don't think so.
No ghosts?
Not that I know. Now what?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I do. We're going to have some dinner. I'm famished.
Me too. Come on. You can plan your campaign over the game pie. I can never think on an empty stomach anyway.
I suppose we may as well. Lead on.
Bread for you, Charles.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Kingdom. This looks good.
Lobster soup, sir, your favourite.
Is it? Oh, yes, so it is. How do you know?
You said how fond you were of it the last time you were here.
Did I, by Jove? Kingdom, you deserve a medal.
Oh, no, sir, not me, sir. It was Cook. She never forgets.
What did I tell you?
Well, I'm deeply touched. Kingdom, you and Cook had better share that medal.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Your soup, Sir Charles.
Thank you, Kingdom. Sorry about the scare you had.
Oh, it wasn't what you'd call a scare, sir. Just unusual, if you know what I mean.
We do.
It's always been so peaceful here. And then tonight, if I may say so, sir, it was not Fiji.
No, absolutely right, Kingdom. Sorry, anyway.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Tuck in.
No, don't touch it. Lord, what a fool I am. Why don't I think of it before?
Think of what?
The soup. It may be poisoned.
Poisoned?
Really, old chap, what are you going to think up next?
Listen, Charles.
Look, I'm damned if I'm going without my soup just on the off chance that some half-wit's been putting poison in it.
Charles, do you think...
Anyway, if he has, we'll jolly soon find out.
But, Charles, don't be such a...
Kingdom! Kingdom! What the devil's wrong with this soup?
The soup, sir.
Yes, the soup. It's foul.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm afraid
Somebody's been mucking about with it, and it's not funny.
Oh, no, sir. Well, I'll ask the cook to come round, sir.
Yes, please do.
Charles, are you all right?
Yes, of course I'm all right.
Did you swallow any?
Of course I did. It was a revolting. Confounded, I do believe you're at the back of this, Buller. You're just trying to scare me.
Oh, not guilty. Anyway, you still look all right. Of course, it may take time to act. If it's strychnine, your toes will gradually begin to curl up. If it's laudanum, you'll be speechless before long, which will be some slight relief, I must say. But then it may be prussic acid, in which case you'd be dead already.
Charles, you're such a fool.
Oh, shut up, both of you.
Cook's here, sir.
Oh, hello, Cook. Come on in.
Good evening, sir.
Now then, Cook, is there any reason why the soup should taste odd tonight?
No, sir. I never heard of such a thing. I made it from the very best fresh lobster, as I always do.
And nobody could have tampered with it?
I've been in the kitchen all the time, sir. No, I don't see how anyone could. Look, this is the basin. I mixed it in. Still half full.
Let me look. Have you got a spoon?
Yeah.
Thanks.
You won't find anything wrong with that, sir. Must have been after it left the kitchen, because...
Well?
Cake of soap? Well, I never...
Now, someone's got a warped sense of humour. All right, Cook. Thank you very much.
Well, I wouldn't do a thing like that, sir. My age. Why,
It's all right, Cook. We know who did it. Now go back to the kitchen and don't worry.
No, miss. Oh, I've never... Oh, never...
Well, Charles, you see what I mean?
All right. All right. Now what?
Well, we may as well get on with dinner.
But...
I think we're safe enough now, for the time being. Molliver is just showing us what he can do if he sets his mind to it.
Playing on our nerves, you mean?
Roughly that. Anyway, I don't think he'll poison us tonight. It'd be too much of an anticlimax. No, I think we can enjoy our game pie in peace.
But we'll have to live on tins from now on.
Exactly. Now, for the immediate future, it's vital that we give Molliver as few chances as possible. We've got to close all loopholes. So I'm going to sleep in your room, Charles, and we'll take it in turns, 4 hours at a stretch.
Right.
Miss Darcy, you must lock your door and keep your window shut. Don't open the door unless you're sure who's outside. There isn't any danger, but we must work out a system.
Of course.
Good. Well, we've started in earnest.
I seem to have put my foot well and truly in it, oh boy. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right, Charles. We'll sort it out, all right. I don't know how, but we will. Anyway, there's nothing else we can do for the moment, except wait. Damn those clocks. 2:30. What's that? Oh. Getting jumpy. All's well. Charles, wake up. It's morning.
What's that? Oh, body? Oh.
Morning, good morning.
And what a morning.
Miss Darcy, you remember Dr. Wilder?
Of course I do. Hello.
Hello, Miss Darcy.
My dear Wilder, how nice to see you again. Boat race day, wasn't it?
Must have been years ago. Didn't Oxford win? How are you, Sir Charles?
He's the fellow I sent the toothbrush to.
As a delicate hint, I thought in rather bad taste. Incidentally, I am gatecrashed.
Nonsense. You're very welcome. But you must be absolutely exhausted.
Driving through the dawn, yes.
I'll fix you some coffee.
Thanks.
Help yourself to breakfast.
Grand.
Well, come on. What about it?
That's what I want to know. You can't have an expert opinion without fee.
I'm afraid this isn't public property.
Bootlegging or murder?
Sorry, it isn't my secret.
Well, the toothbrush is mine. Forgive my abruptness, Miss Darcy. But Buller's so punctilious that he has to be stampeded into everything.
Yes, I...
Here's your coffee, Wilder.
Oh, thanks.
Well, actually, it's up to you, Charles.
Go ahead, old boy. Nothing to hide. Wilder's safe, isn't he? If he's as keen as all that, he'll be jolly useful. Can we put him up, Liz?
Certainly, if you'd like to stay, Doctor. Oh, but it isn't exactly a house party.
If it was, I wouldn't.
Good man.
Now, who's murdering who?
My dear, the whole house is a shambles.
Splendid. I shall give everybody a certificate of death from natural causes.
You finish your breakfast and don't talk so much.
I'm listening.
Why is everyone being so jolly reticent? There's nothing secret about it. It's Malevera.
Malevera?
He's here somewhere.
He's trying to bump me off, and I'm supposed to be doing the same for him.
Better and better.
But Buller won't let me. He locks me up in my room, and I miss all the fun.
Now, Wilder, what about Charles's toothbrush?
Oh, it's yours, is it?
Yes.
Well, I hope you haven't used it lately. It's simply crawling with diphtheria.
Diphtheria?
Yes, fun, isn't it?
Fun? Charles?
It's all right, old girl. Malevera's idea of a joke, I suppose.
Yes, not a very good one. Natural death.
That's what you said he'd do yesterday before it happened.
Yes.
You don't suppose he heard you? Because if he did...
If he'd already treated the toothbrush and then heard us, he certainly have changed his mind. Pride. So I couldn't say, I told you so.
But it's preposterous. How can he have heard?
How can he get into any room he likes?
Well, if you mean...
No, I haven't told you.
You haven't told us what?
I suppose I should have mentioned it sooner.
Mentioned what?
Well, I locked my door and bolted my window last night, as you told me. I looked in the cupboards, under the bed, and up the chimney. I was absolutely terrified, but I did. Then I went to bed. When I woke up, someone had drawn a face on my dressing table mirror with my own lipstick.
Were your door and window still fastened when you woke up?
No. The door was open, but the key was still under my pillow.
Miss Darcy, this isn't very nice for you.
No.
Liz, you've got to go away at once.
No.
Just for a week. You could stay in the village.
If you turn me out, I shall walk round the grounds in my nightgown.
But, Miss Darcy, it would be much better if...
No.
Why don't you all plump for police protection?
I wish we could. But even if we could get it on a flimsy story like this, it would only work for a few days. In any case, if we have police protection, we can't polish off Malevera. And that's the only real way of protecting Charles.
Murder?
Yes, I've no compunction about it. It's a case of self-preservation.
I see. And how do you propose to get Malevera?
Well, to put it crudely, the bait is here in Charles. And if we can make it a trap, we must do. We can only sit over the bait and hope for the best.
I don't object to being a bait, not in the least. But I'm going to find it boring being shut up in a room away from all the fun. Also, it's bad for the nerves, you know.
Nerves? In a couple of days, nobody will be able to hear any strange noise without screaming. What's that? It's only some soot from the chimney.
You'll have to keep your chimney swept, Miss Darcy, if we are going to keep sane.
My dear, actually, they've just been swept. I did my spring cleaning early.
Slightly hysterical, I think, that laughter. Well, the day dragged itself out, but nothing happened. Charles grew more and more bored, Wilder more and more facetious, and Miss Darcy, well, I suppose we ought to have insisted that she went to stay in the village. But at last the spring twilight came down in rain, and the darkness gathered about the eaves and crept up the great staircase. The clocks steadied themselves for their lonely concerts of the night. The house congealed again into silence.
3:30. Why the devil doesn't he show his hand? The inhuman patience of clocks.
Charles, what is it? What's up?
It's across in the servants' quarters. Get a coat on. Right. Come on.
I'll be right with you.
What the blazes is going on?
What is it? Kingdom, did you hear that scream?
What the blazes is going on?
Oh, it's cold out here. I'm freezing.
Yes, I'm sorry, Miss Darcy, but I've had to ask you and Dr. Wilder to come outside here because, you're quite right about being overheard, Wilder.
Mm-hmm.
One can't be sure of saying a word in that house with secrecy.
But what...
Our friend has just entered Cook's room with the door and the window bolted and deposited a skull on the bed rail. Cook is of a nervous temperament.
But how on earth?
In the same way as he got into your room last night.
Yes, but...
Down the chimney.
The chimney?
It stands to reason, doesn't it? Cook's room was locked and bolted, but Malevola got in.
Of course.
They are pretty big, those chimneys.
Big? Why, the whole house was designed so that you could roast an ox in your bedroom.
The chimneys. Well, now we can...
No, we haven't enough men to go after him. There must be at least 60 fireplaces. And yet this is the time to attack. If only we can think how.
Yes.
My great-aunt in Montreal had the same sort of trouble. Only with her, it was owls.
In the chimneys?
What did she do about it?
Nothing. She rather liked them. Sorry. There is one way,
Look, are you going to be funny?
It isn't funny. I have a friend near Manchester who's an experimental chemist. He's a good fellow. He trusts me. Of course, we couldn't use a real poison gas.
Gas?
Yes. But we don't want to wipe out the whole of Derbyshire owing to a change of wind.
Gas. That's it. We'd have to use laughing gas or tear gas, something lighter than air. Can you count on this fellow?
I'll ring him first thing.
Good. Then that's settled. We'll smoke Malevola out. Meanwhile, it's vitally important that he shouldn't smell a rat. We won't mention chimneys indoors, and we must be careful not to lower our voices if we want to say something important. We just mustn't say it.
We should get the gas the day after tomorrow. Anyway, we've got to do it by daylight so that if he bolts, we can pot him.
You aren't really going to kill him.
Yes, we are. Honestly, Miss Darcy, you and Charles don't know this man. I do. And believe me, if we don't knock him off first, Charles is as good as dead.
Well, if you say so.
It's our only hope.
I wouldn't believe anybody else.
Oh, yes, quite. Well, we'll put a cordon round the house. I hope to God he puts up a fight.
No. You've got to catch him alive. You can't kill him.
But, Miss Darcy...
I'd rather you murdered him for revenge or hatred or just for fun than that you should be compelled to kill him at a distance out of fear that he will kill you.
I know what you mean.
So do I, but I think it's madness.
Look, we'll get the gas anyway. But there's one other thing we can try first. He's been living in the chimneys for 2 days. He may have brought some concentrated form of food with him, but he can't have brought enough water to keep him going. Agreed?
Sounds reasonable.
Well, it's 100 to 1 that he comes through the fireplace into one bedroom or another every night and goes through into the bathroom for a drink. I suggest that we should lay for him tonight, rather, and then...
And when we catch him, what do we do?
Knock him on the head, I suppose, and turn him out into the road.
And what then?
Don't ask me. Go off in a yacht till he dies of old age. Oh, it's a wretched situation, but I think Miss Darcy's right.
Thank you.
We haven't enough people to watch all the bathrooms.
No, we shall have to trust to luck. You, Wilder, and Smith in the kitchen. That's likely because there's food there, too.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll look around. He can't move about indefinitely without traces of soot. I ought to be able to pick up some signs which taps he favors. Now, we can cover 3. You, Wilder, and Smith 1.
Yes.
2 of the servants another. And the gamekeeper, what's his name? Roberts. Roberts and myself a 3rd.
Okay. And if he chooses the kitchen, he's going to have a headache. Roll on tonight.
Sir?
What is it, Roberts?
Something stood in the doorway. I waited for him to come in, but he cleared again. I've been into the other room, but there's nothing there.
Are you sure?
I saw him playing, his hands before him in the darkness, and his eyes big like an owl's.
Why did he go away again?
Your watch, sir.
Huh? Oh, damn. Are you sure you saw him?
He was a black creature in the black of night. There's somebody moving about outside in the passage.
Yes, Kingdom's there.
Kingdom never moved like that.
What is it then?
Something dragging. Hark. It's stopped now.
This is no kind of a game. Either you've got nerves or I'm wasting my time.
Oh. Kingdom. Oh, my Kingdom. And look, sir, on the door. He must have written it while we were in there.
No water. Drinks blood. Oh, God. An old man like that.
What's the matter? What's going...
Oh, God. Kingdom. Do we call in the police?
My God, I'm going to...
Charles! Wilder, ring up your friend. I want that gas by this afternoon. Tell him to make it lighter than air and lethal.
Get the rest of the starboard, Smith. Inspector Buller will be along in a moment.
Right, Sir Charles.
I suppose it was sudden. Kingdom, I mean. He couldn't have known what was happening.
He hadn't even time to cry out.
Oh, what an inhuman beast. What a devil. Oh, jeez, I don't remember a time when there wasn't Kingdom at Pemberley.
Don't cry, Liz. Liz, darling.
Of course we shall go for him now. You haven't told the police.
No, we'll do it ourselves.
Oh, this would never have happened to him if it hadn't been for us.
The staff's ready, Sir Charles.
Right, Smith.
Is everyone ready? Ah, good. Quiet, everybody, please. You know why I've called you all together? You're all armed. We are going to close and bolt all the windows and doors, and Dr. Wilder is going to release a poison gas in the hall and the main chimney stacks. You'll be posted in a cordon round the house. If this man tries to make a bolt for it, I want you to shoot him dead. Shout if you get him, and I will finish him off if necessary. We are doing this for the sake of Sir Charles's safety. Does everybody agree and understand? Good. Now the gamekeeper will instruct you which positions to take up. Go to it, and good luck.
The windows are all shut, and the cylinders are in the grates.
Good.
There's no danger outside. It'll go straight up. I only hope nobody will elect to fly over Pemberley. Well, I'm going to start. We'll give it 2 hours.
Right.
That's that. If the rats are at home, they're dead.
I'd have liked to see a bolt.
Me too.
What do we do now?
I'll go in and open the windows. Light some fires on the ground floor. Get an upward draft.
Right.
That stuff was definitely lethal.
Oh, yes.
So, Oliver is dead.
Yeah. Still, we better keep up the guards for tonight, just in case.
If he's dead, he can't hurt us.
Ah, but we don't know that he is dead.
Well, if he isn't, he must have got away before we started.
Yes.
And he won't come back today.
Probably not.
Anyway, it's 10 to 1 he's dead. There can't be any danger tonight, and we do deserve a rest.
All right, Charles. We'll risk it. Come on. Wilder's waiting. It's safe to go back. Hello? Hello?
It's Smith, sir, from the garage.
Yes? What's the matter?
The Bentley's just gone out, sir. Is it all right?
When?
About 5 minutes ago, sir.
Well, who was driving, did you see?
I couldn't make out, sir.
Which way did he go?
Towards
towards Burton.
Get the other cars out. Warm them up.
Right, sir.
Wilder! Wilder!
What is it?
The Bentley's just gone out. It must be Olivia. He's got 10 minutes start of us if we hurry. Get coats, sweaters, trousers, anything warm.
Right.
Charles had better come. We can't leave him alone. Besides, we shall want all 3 cars if we're going to cover the crossroads.
I'll get him.
And I'll get Miss Darcy. Hurry, we've got to move. Darcy. Darcy. Elizabeth. Elizabeth.
We're all ready.
Brett's got the cars out. Is Liz ready?
She's not here.
Not here?
He's taken her with him. In the calm hand. Come on. Come on.
Smith and I will take the coupe, Charles the sports car, and you take the saloon, Wilder.
Okay.
He's heading for Burton-on-Trent. At Burton, Wilder, you turn east and explore the Ashby de la Zouche road.
Right you are.
Charles, go north to Utoxeter.
Right.
Stop anybody you see and inquire. We'll go straight through to Lichfield. Report by phone to Pemberley whenever possible. We'll keep in touch that way. Right, Smith, I'll drive. Good luck.
Lichfield, sir.
3:30. We've averaged 40.
He's under 3/4 of a mile ahead.
I can't see him.
On the hill, there, sir.
Ah, yes. He must have been going slow for us to caught up like this.
He's going at a lick now. Must have seen us. He's turning left for Tamworth.
We'll catch him between 2 fires. Wilder should be striking through Tamworth towards us on this road. There's Wilder's lights coming towards us.
Signal with your headlights. We'll trap him between us.
Damn this.
It's not the Bentley.
Chasing the long, ruddy car.
Wilder, I've been chasing the wrong car. He must have switched off his lights and gone on to Sutton Coldfield and Birmingham. We'd best follow up.
There's a choice of 3 roads after Birmingham.
Phone Pemberley. Leave a message for Charles to bear south and explore the Birmingham-Wolverhampton road. You make for Worcester, and we'll bear southeast for Warwick.
Okay.
Constable, have you seen a black Bentley saloon go this way?
Oh, beg your pardon, sir?
A black saloon.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I thought you said...
Never mind. Have you seen it?
Well, now, there's not many cars go by at this time of the morning, sir. I'm sure I'd have noticed...
Did you see it?
Well, sir, I can't say that I saw a black saloon, but...
Thanks very much. 5 to 5. I'll ring Pemberley from Warwick.
Hello? Hello. This is Roberts, the gamekeeper, sir. Message from Dr. Wilder. The Bentley has taken the Worcester Road, and Dr. Wilder is going to Tewkesbury. He says you're to come back westwards.
Right. If Dr. Wilder phones again, tell him I'm taking the Oxford-Worcester Road.
Should be north.
Average 60. We'll phone again from Broadway.
Dr. Wilder says the Bentley has been sighted going through Malvern in the direction of Ross-on-Wye. Dr. Wilder is going through Ledbury and wants you, Mr. Buller, to make for Ross through Gloucester.
Thank you, Roberts.
I put in 7 gallons, sir.
Thank you. You haven't by any chance seen a black Bentley saloon?
Filled that beer about half an hour ago. Would that be it, sir?
Would it? Thanks. Which direction was it going?
Monmouth, I think, sir.
Thanks.
Why, yes. There was a gentleman in not an hour ago. In one of them long motor cars. Black.
What did the gentleman look like?
Oh, sir, a medium-sized gentleman, I think.
Clean-shaven?
Yes. So far as I remember, he...
Glasses?
Oh, yes. Orange-rimmed.
Which way did he go?
He has to wait a long time, to be sure.
Longtown? Where's that?
On the lonely road to Hay-on-Wye and Welsh Wales. Your change, sir.
Keep it. Damnation. Now what's wrong, Smith?
Puncture. Flat as a pancake.
Oh, that's dished it. Not a village within 9 miles in this godforsaken country.
Look at those nails on the road. Quite half a crown's worth.
God, he chose a marvelous place to maroon us in.
All them mountains.
Yes, the Black Mountains, they call them. Oh, well, come on, I'll lend you a hand.
He's led us here by the nose, sir.
He must have waited for us every time we lost the scent.
Would you think, sir, that he wanted to entice us away from Pemberley?
Oh, yes, that's it, of course, but I suppose he thought we'd leave Sir Charles unguarded. Oh, no, he can't have been such a fool. There's something else at the back of this. What the blazes does he want with Miss Darcy? What's he done to her? God, if that so-and-so's hurt a fibre of her body, I'll wring his blasted neck till his head comes off.
Yeah. Give us a hand with this tire, sir.
Right. Then we'll phone up and leave messages for the others and make back for Pemberley. Nothing else we can do.
No, sir. Afraid not.
You smoking?
No thanks, Wilder. Look here, I've been thinking.
Haven't we all?
Well, we can't let this go on.
Listen, we know how you feel about Elizabeth, but you mustn't let yourself get rushed by your feelings. Be reasonable. If Mauleverer meant to kill Elizabeth, he'd have killed her already. And if she's alive, then he's probably going to use her as a hostage.
Swap her for me.
Yes, but
we've got to wait. See what happens.
Think what he may be doing to her now.
Oh, bosh. Elizabeth can look after herself. And if he is going to use Elizabeth to get at Charles, then's our chance. As soon as we hear from him, we shall know where he is and can act accordingly. At the moment, we can't do a thing. And you've got to face up to it.
Wilder was right, of course. We couldn't move an inch because we hadn't the faintest idea where Mauleverer was or what he was doing. We didn't discuss it anymore. None of us felt like it. We went to bed in sad disquiet. I was far too tired to sleep. I'd almost forgotten how to. My brain was swinging in my head whilst the imagined road of last night's chase swung to left and right before my smarting eyes. I was driving a car endlessly at impossible speeds along roads which forked and turned in every direction. Must do something. Must think of something. Relax. Where's Mauleverer? What's his game? He's got us going round in a circle. Charles. God, what a fool I am. This is the third night he's slept alone. I should have insisted. I wonder if he's had the sense to light a fire. Better put on my jacket, take my gun, and go and see. Good Lord, his door's unlocked. A damn fool. Mauleverer.
Inspector, I thought you were asleep. Got your revolver too, have you?
Yes, damn you.
Try and catch me up this chimney.
All right, you devil. But first, where's Charles? Charles? Charles, are you all right? Still breathing. No wounds. Drugged. Harmlessly drugged. And he's up the chimney.
I'll go after him.
Coming after you, Inspector. Watch your step. It's dark up here.
If it's narrow enough, I can work myself up with my back against one side, my feet against the other.
Come along. Harry, can you hear me? I can hear you.
Damn. Can't find the way. Where the blazes does it go?
You've gone the wrong way, dear chap. But never mind. Work your way up, inch by inch, like a bat. Except that you're not very silent. I'm following.
God, what's that?
There's someone breathing within an arm's length of your ear, Inspector. Hear it? Take out your revolver. Quietly, quietly. Weight in your hand. Simple now to end those breaths forever. Why don't you? End them forever. Fire!
Elizabeth, you're alive. Elizabeth, you're alive.
Inspector Buller? Inspector Buller, are you conscious? Are you conscious, Inspector Buller? Are you conscious, Inspector Buller? I hit you with your own revolver. Are you in great pain, Inspector? Oh, don't try to move. I've tied your hands quite firmly behind your back. Your ankles, too. And I've got your revolver now. I must apologize for all the suffering. Really, it's against my nature.
Swine.
Oh, really, Inspector. And I've been so looking forward to this quiet chat. Rather cozy in the dark like this, don't you think? Hearing you talk over my affairs in the various rooms of this fine house, I've longed to correct your theories, and you've probably danced on my strings long enough to wish to know how they were pulled, eh?
I couldn't listen. There was a violent pain at the back of my head where he'd hit me with the butt of my own revolver. Besides, he made me feel sick. The vanity of the man, parading his twisted little mind, drunk with his own cleverness. But he insisted on telling me the whole story, every detail. He had to. We murderers seek our fame, he said, yet fame for us must be anonymous. Ah! He reminded me of a gloating and eager spider. Evil.
Because you were quite a promising pupil. I arrived here on the night of Sir Charles's visit to Cambridge, fully equipped. My black chimney clothes, charming, don't you think? But of course you can't see them. And a pair of white gloves, so that I could see when, where, if I was getting dirty. Dirty people leave traces, you know. Fortunately, our hostess had only just swept her chimneys, so it was easier than I anticipated. However, I was most careful. Whenever I left a chimney for a room, I used to brush myself in the grate with this soft clothes brush. I was doing that when I sat for some time with the kitchen grate between your friends Wilder and the chauffeur. I flatter myself that I didn't leave many traces. I also brought ropes and a gas mask. You might have given me credit for that much sense. After all, in a chimney, one is usually in contact with the fumes of coal gas, at least.
Whether I wanted to listen or not, I had to. He meant me to know that he was clever, and in his way, I suppose he was. But to what purpose? I suppose I was justifiably annoyed to think that he'd kept one step ahead of me. I ought to have been sorry for him, but I couldn't be. He went over all the ground again, pointing out with glee where I had miscalculated, how I had failed in the battle of wits between us, and ascribing any inadequacies on his part to bad luck, as he had done the fingerprints on the gramophone and the student in the opposite room.
The little affair of the skull was unfortunate, of course. Bad luck again. The cook woke up just as I was putting my skull on the bed rail, and I had to leave in a hurry. I hadn't time to unlock the door. Unfortunately, because since the door and window were locked, you were forced to the conclusion that I must have entered by the fireplace. And so the next night you tried to trap me at my drink, and I was compelled to give you a warning lesson. And the next day... Oh, you're amusing, gas attack. I slept through it with the greatest comfort. You thought that I was either gassed or gone. I was neither. And it was delightfully easy for me to steal into the room of the sweet Miss Darcy here, treat her with an innocuous drug and bring her up here. She's been here all the time. That's why I led you that dance to Wales, of course. But I had to get you out of the house. I really couldn't have had you poking about in these chimneys today.
Highly successful journey, I may say, though I had the greatest difficulty in keeping you on my track. But now to business. Sir Charles. Now, I have to dispose of him, you know. Tonight. I have to. Murder him. The knife, I think. He's lying innocuously drugged, waiting for it. But first, you and your lady, my mannequin.
What are you going to do with her?
Oh, not with her alone, Inspector. I have a treat in store for you both. Do you remember asking if there were any ghosts in Pemberley?
What of it?
The answer is no. The dead Darcys press very little upon the house. We shall see now whether the mysteries of Pemberley may not be increased by a little, whether the memory of me, her only genius, may not be kept green by succeeding generations. I should like the story of a lover in his lass to add amongst the others.
What are you going to do?
Listen, Buller, I'm going to carry you down now, one at a time, and hang you both in the kitchen chimney. Not so as to strangle you, you know. There's a convenient ledge where I can truss you. The cook will light the kitchen fire, I suppose, the time before the household rises. I don't suppose the fire itself will burn you, though it is a large fire and a large grate, and it may roast you very uncomfortably. Your deaths, I should say, would take place within the hour and from suffocation. If they search the chimneys when Charles's body has been found, they ought to find you dead. On the other hand, they may never search the chimneys after all. They will have no reason to think that Buller is up a chimney. In whatever case, I'm quite content. Miss Darcy will have the satisfaction of dying in her own home, surrounded by her own servants. They'll be within a few yards of you, searching for you, or going about their business. And if you were not to be gagged, how easily you could call out. If you were not bound, how few steps would take you to safety. And I shall have the poetical stimulus of reflecting upon the Glams legend at Pemberley, and of thinking of the old sooty bones wedged safely but forgotten in the bosom of this lovely house.
He'd finished. He'd said his little piece, held the limelight for an hour. There was no applause, but he didn't need it. I think he even liked me in a way. I was his public, the follower of his meteoric career. He meant to pour into my brain the full realization of every situation, and then, with the casket full, the safe stocked to the last shelf, to insert his key and lock it. I was to be a treasure house for him. The dead brain, like a gramophone record without the machine to play it, retaining its impressions in an eternal secrecy.
I can't think why, but I have a feeling of affection for you, Inspector. I shall save you till the last.
He was busying himself for his task, bringing in ropes, working out his communications, spinning his web. To get us to the kitchen chimney meant taking us up the main shaft onto the roof, the kitchen being on the opposite corner of the house. He would have to drag us along the sharp edge of the V-shaped roof and lower us down a fresh stack. He was more like a spider than ever, scuttling to and fro. I waited for him to finish, rubbing my hands behind my back to keep the circulation.
That's that. I shall take Miss Darcy to the kitchen first, and then pay my final visit to Sir Charles. Then I can come back to you and tell you all the news, whilst we're on our way. Charles's last moments, you know, how he enjoyed them. My little mausoleum, my house of fame, my finished gramophone record would be stocked up to the last moment in that case. Yes, that is what I shall do. And after that, I shall really have to be going. And now, ladies first, eh? You will excuse me, Inspector?
That's what I was waiting for. For all his cleverness, Morleverer was no expert in tying a rope. Somehow I had to intercept him before he could get to Charles, and surprise was the only weapon I had. After all, he'd got my gun. I worked myself up towards the sky. The stars were out, and the tang of the wind before dawn freshened me as I rose above the chimney. I writhed out onto the roof and curled myself behind the brickwork and waited. Not for long. Morleverer came towards the chimney chuckling and put his hands on the ledge. I rose to my full height, and we were face to face.
You gotcha. Oh, no, you don't. You won't get me.
Give me the gun. Give me that gun.
I'll teach you.
Oh, damn you, no, you don't.
Right. Take your gun! Goodbye! No for Miss Darcy!
No, you don't. And I've got the gun now. Damn, missed him again. Got him. By God, I got him. Elizabeth. God, I must get to her. Miss Darcy. Elizabeth. Thank God. Just a minute. I'll take out the gag. There.
Oh, darling.
No, it's all right, darling. It's all right. He's dead.
Charles.
It's all right. He's all right. Everything's all right. Now, look, let me help you. This way. There's nothing more to worry about. It's over. It's all over.
Whenever is dead. Oh, thank God, darling. Thank God. It's all over.
All over, including the shouting. A happy ending, of course. Happy for all of us, as it turned out. Charles, rid at last of the brooding melancholy which had hung over him for so long. Wilder, once more a general practitioner, smiling sardonically over the coughs and bruises of Cambridge. And Elizabeth and I, well...
Take the right fork.
Right?
You know, I've wanted to know one thing very much.
Yes?
How on earth did you get yourself undone in that chimney?
That was rather a swindle, I'm afraid.
Well, left here.
Uh-huh. I've always been incurably romantic, you know. I used to read detective stories far too much, and the hero always gets tied up at one time or another. And it occurred to me that all heroes ought to have a little pocket in the jackets of all their suits, in the lining at the back, in which they could conceal penknives.
Oh, you mean to say you had that?
Yeah, ridiculous, isn't it? The lucky thing was I put on my jacket when I went after Charles. If I'd worn my dressing gown, we'd have been done.
I think it all sounds very improbable. Left.
Uh-huh. Yes, it does, doesn't it? Miss Darcy, Elizabeth?
Yes?
Wouldn't it be marvelous if we could get married? Or something?
Well, I'd rather be married.
Liz.
Wouldn't you?
Liz,
Look out! Do you know, darling, I don't even know your Christian name.
No, I know, Liz, but, well, you see...
What is it?
It's, Leonidas Jeremiah.
Oh. I shall call you Buller.
That was Darkness at Pemberley by T.H. White, adapted by Donald McWhinney from the novel of the same name. The part of Malevola was played by Marius Goring, Inspector Buller by Brewster Mason, Sir Charles Darcy by Peter Howell, Elizabeth Darcy by Susan Edmonston, Dr. Wilder by John Sharp, and Kingdom by Rolf Lefevre. A Cambridge landlady was played by Betty Huntley Wright, a cook by Diana Olson, and a shopkeeper by Bonnie Hurrell. The Sergeant and Smith by David Sinclair, Constable Walters and a garage man by William Slay, the Master of the College and Roberts by Vernon Joyner, a student and another constable by Neville Jason. The play was arranged for stereo and produced by Raymond Rakes.
Their production of Darkness at Pemberley will be broadcast again on Radio 4 on Monday afternoon beginning at 3:05, when once again it can be heard in stereo.
Roma Wines present
Suspense.
Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor. Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you the distinguished actor
who has just won the New York Film Critics Award for his performance in Watch on the Rhine, Mr. Paul Lucas. The suspense play which stars Mr. Lucas and which is produced and directed by William Spear is called A World of Darkness. And so with the performance of Paul Lucas as the musician named Anton Rizak, to whom the world was a world of darkness, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
All patrol cars in J area, J for Johnson. All patrol cars in J area go to 325 West 52nd, 325 West 52, a theatrical rooming house, homicide. This is homicide. A young woman stabbed. That is all.
Okay. Is everybody here now?
Yes, I think I've got all of them.
There's Mrs. Collins, Mr. Farrell, Miss Walker, Mr. Gunther.
Yes, they're all here, Lieutenant.
You're the landlady, Mrs. Washburn, right?
Well, if you want to be blunt about it.
I'm afraid I'm a blunt man. Maybe it's the business I'm in. Last night, a girl was killed in this house. According to the coroner, it happened about 2 a.m. She was killed in a particularly cold-blooded manner, stabbed. And that's murder. There's no two ways about it. Now, you're intelligent people. You're all connected with the theater.
No, not all.
Franz is my sort of caretaker, handyman.
Yes, handyman. But not to do with that theater, that place of sin and abomination.
Don't mind him. Franz has always been a little prejudiced.
I know when the sword of righteousness is ready to strike.
Where were you at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I was in my room waiting.
What were you waiting for? Now, look, don't you people realize what you're up against? Till you can account for your actions last night, you're all under suspicion of murder.
What makes you so sure one of us did it?
Oh, you were Miss Nancy Collins' fiancé, is that right, Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
What were you doing last night?
I was out working.
Anybody see you?
I don't know. I don't think so. How do I know?
What were you doing out walking around at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Well, after what happened,
Oh? What happened?
Oh, nothing. I was upset, that's all.
Why don't you tell him the truth, Daniel?
The truth? What's the use of all this talking? It's not going to bring her back.
What did you mean by that, Mrs. Collins? What truth?
It's not my place to say. Daniel considers it a personal matter. It couldn't have had anything to do with what... Oh, I'm sure no one is concealing anything of the slightest importance. Everyone loved Nancy. Everyone.
Please. I know what you're getting around to.
Why, Kay.
That everyone loved her but me. That I hated her. But I didn't. Well, not enough to do a thing like that.
Where were you at 2 this morning, Miss Walker?
In my room.
Can you prove that?
No, of course I can't. That's the whole thing, don't you see?
Now, listen. Who's playing that piano?
That's Mr. Rejek in the room across the hall. He's a musician.
Does he live here?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me? I thought you said everybody was here.
No use talking to him. He doesn't even know about it.
Will you please let me handle this?
Really, Lieutenant, he couldn't tell you anything. You see,
You get him in here, Haggerty. Go get him.
Okay.
Now, listen. You people have got an awful lot of explaining to do. None of you can prove where you were or what you were doing or why you were doing it. What about you, Mrs. Collins?
You don't think... After all, I am poor Nancy's mother.
Mrs. Collins, I'm just trying to get at the facts. You have the room next to Nancy. Didn't you even hear anything?
No. I've had insomnia for years. I have to take a strong sedative every night.
Here comes Mr. Rejek.
Oh, Mr. Rejek, I'm sorry to disturb you, sir. I didn't realize
That I was blind? Oh, it is no matter. I was waiting for you to send for me, officer.
You knew the police were here?
But of course. Oh, Mrs. Washburn, has anyone seen anything of Carl yet this morning?
No, not yet.
Who is Carl, Mr. Rejek?
My Belgian police dog, who guides me. He has wandered off somewhere. Although I cannot say I blame him. It is not much fun being a companion only to a blind man.
Oh, well, he'll come back. That kind always does.
Oh, I'm not worried. But now you wish to speak of the terrible thing that has happened to poor Nancy.
Oh, you know about that?
Unfortunately, yes. By the way, here is the key to her room. It was locked and you were obliged to force it, were you not?
Why, yes, but how did you...
How do I have the key? And how do I know? You see, I'm a blind man. But there are many ways for a blind man to know many, many things.
Yes, I see.
Poor Nancy. Poor child.
How much do you know about that?
Quite a bit, I'm afraid. I know how she was killed. I know why she was killed. And I know who killed her.
Tonight in our Suspense theater, murder was unseen in the dark, but the crime was witnessed by a single human being with the eyes of night. Roma Wines is bringing you Paul Lucas as star of Suspense in the Robert L. Richards story, A World of Darkness. You have heard the prologue for tonight's tale of Suspense.
Before we return to the scene of our drama, let me take a moment to offer a practical reminder. Sudden calls on your hospitality suggest the advantages of having several Roma wines always on hand. For smart and gracious entertaining, nothing can take the place of a glass of Roma wine, whether as an enjoyable beverage by itself or on the table with meals. And look how economical entertainment centered around good wine can be. Only a few cents a glass when you choose the largest selling wines of America, Roma Wines. Location of Roma wineries in favored wine districts of California and Roma's vast experience and skill as winemakers explain why wine connoisseurs of other lands hail Roma wines and keenly enjoy them. So you know you are complimenting your guests' good taste when you serve Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that Roma Wines bring back to our sound stage Mr. Paul Lucas in A World of Darkness, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You think it is a great affliction to be blind. Yes, in a way it is. If he yields to it, it can make a man bitter and distort his mind. But if he struggles against it, there are merciful compensations. In time, he reaches out into the world again and finds he can perceive the meaning of the life around him without his eyes. A world of darkness becomes to him a place of utmost sensitivity to other things, to touch, to smell, but above all, to sound. The ticking of a watch, the rustle of clothing, the sound of breathing, or even the beat of a heart. I have only to focus my attention on a sound so distant or so slight as to be utterly imperceptible to anyone else. And to me, it is magnified and amplified 100 times. Last night, though sitting in my room and confined in my eternal darkness, I heard what I could not see. And I was witness to a murder. The bells of Trinity had just run the 3/4 hour. They are at the lower extremity of the city, but I always like to listen for them. It was 1/4 to midnight. I was about to go back to my piano. I had been working on a little composition of my own when I heard Nancy coming down the street from the direction of the theater. She was walking very fast. It was clear to me that she was disturbed about something, so I knew she would want to see me. I waited for her knock.
Anton?
Yes, Nancy, come in. Oh, you are troubled. What is it?
How did you know?
You know I can always tell these things. See, even Carl knows.
Oh, hello, Carl. He's so nice. You're both so nice.
Carl and I. Huh? You know he loves you, Nancy.
I think he really does.
Almost as much as he loves me.
I know. Oh, I'm going to miss you both terribly.
You are going away?
Anton, I'm going to marry Danny Farrell.
To Mary?
Yes, he's quitting the stage and he's going into the army. I'm going with him. That's what I want to tell you about.
I see.
Anton, you've always been so good to me. You've helped me so much, and I've always felt that you liked me.
More than that, Nancy. I'm very, very fond of you.
Oh, Anton, you're the best friend I've ever had.
But I'm nearly twice your age and blind.
Oh, that doesn't matter. We've had some wonderful times together.
Yes. And now you wish to talk to me because you are still not sure you have made the right decision, hmm?
Yes.
Now, to leave the stage now, just when you are having the first time such a wonderful success.
Oh, it isn't that. I've always hated the stage.
Hated it. Now, Nancy, now. You have a very great talent.
You can't have a talent for anything you don't like. And you can't like anything you've had crammed down your throat ever since you were barely able to talk.
Oh, it's your mother.
She's counted on it all these years. She sacrificed everything for my career. Oh, Mother loves me in her way, but sometimes she's so strange. When I told her about Danny tonight, I thought she was going to have a stroke or something. I've seen her angry before, but never like this.
Oh, it will pass.
Anton, for a minute she looked insane. I was frightened, really frightened.
Listen.
What? Anton, what is it?
Your mother is leaving her room. She will be coming down here to look for you.
How do you know?
The rustle of her satin robe. I hear it often. Perhaps we better not speak any more just now of your little trouble.
Oh, I shouldn't have bothered you. I know it must seem childish and silly to you.
No, Nancy, it is not for me. But perhaps your mother will not like it that you confide in others.
But how could you know that
Nancy?
You see?
She is coming.
Nancy?
Yes, Mother?
Oh, there you are. I thought you might be here.
Good evening, Edna.
Nancy, you really must come upstairs now. If I'm going to have your new dress ready for the equity party, I've got to cut it from the pattern tonight, and I want you to help me.
Mother, I'm not going to the party.
Why, Nancy, of course you are. It's very important.
Mother, do we have to go through it all again?
Nancy, dear, I'm sorry I lost my temper this evening. I know this seems like the only thing in the world that matters just now, love and all. But you simply can't walk out of the lead in a hit play and ever expect to be successful.
I don't want to be successful. Can't you get that through your head?
After I've slaved and skimped and planned all these years.
You'll be all right, Mother. There'll be enough.
I'll be all right. I'm not thinking of myself. I've never had a chance to think of myself. Only last week I drew every penny of my own savings and took it out in an insurance policy on you. $100,000. So that you'd have something for your old age.
You shouldn't have done that, Mother.
And now you want to throw away everything I've done for that harebrained boy.
But, Edna, if Nancy is in love...
You keep out of this.
Mother, please.
Oh, I've watched you too, Anton Rejak. But I knew she wouldn't have anything to do with a blind man.
Mother.
You couldn't see her. But you could touch her, couldn't you? You could be in love with her. Well, I hope you see now what a fool you've made of yourself. You fool. You blind fool. Fool.
Down, Carl. Quiet.
He struck me.
I'm sorry.
You deserved it, Mother.
I think you'd better go now, Edna.
Nancy, I want you to come upstairs right away. We're going to cut out your new dress tonight.
Oh, Anton, forgive me.
No, it is nothing. I'm sorry I did what I did, but I was afraid she would become hysterical.
Anton, I didn't know. Believe me, I didn't know.
No, I did nothing. You had better go up to her now.
Yes. Oh, I'm afraid.
Oh, but there is nothing to be afraid of.
Yes. But I'm afraid.
I could not sleep, although it was late. I tried to go back to my work, but my attention wandered. I could not keep from mind from what was going on in that room upstairs. I heard each sound as clearly as though the cause of it were there at my very side. Nancy was weeping, and against the sound of her tears, like an inexorable counterpoint, the scissors, deliberate, mechanical snipping and crunching of heavy dressmaker's shears, cutting material on a table. Then there was an interruption. Footsteps running up the stairs. The footsteps of Danny Farrell. I knew what would happen then.
Mrs. Collins, you've got to listen.
So I did not want to listen.
Here. Nancy,
But for a moment I did.
Danny, I don't know what to do.
Well, it's about time you found out, isn't it?
I shut my mind to it. I didn't want to hear anymore. There was to be another quarrel, another agonizing scene. And then presently I heard the steps again. Slow and heavy this time, coming down the stairs. They went towards the front door instead of to his own room. He was going out. I did not know what he might do. I went to my own door, and as casually as I could, I opened it.
Oh, hello, Aunt Anne.
Why, hello, Danny. Were you going out?
For a little walk.
It's late.
I guess it is.
I'm sorry, Danny.
You know about it, do you?
Yes, Nancy told me tonight. There was a scene with her mother again. But it will come out all right.
Oh, no, it won't.
Why?
Nancy's changed her mind. Or rather, her mother's changed it for her.
Oh, the poor child.
Anton, Nancy's a lovely girl. She's the loveliest girl in the world. But she's weak.
Oh, but we are all weak in one way or another.
But she doesn't know what she does to people. She doesn't know the torture she puts people through.
No.
And I can't stand it any longer. If I can't have Nancy, I'll do something.
Danny, now, it will be all right.
It can't be all right. How do I know it won't go on like this after we're married? Oh, I'm crazy, I suppose, but
I know how these things are. Two young people in love cannot be kept apart by anyone or anything in this earth.
No, Anton. I thought it over and over every way there is. It won't work.
Oh, come in.
Anton, Oh. I didn't know you were here, Danny.
Okay.
I just heard the news. Over at the theater. Congratulations.
Thanks.
I suppose I had to say that. You know I don't mean it, Danny.
Please, Kay,
I don't think you love her, Danny. I don't see how you could.
Kay, I don't want to talk about it tonight.
Are you afraid to talk to me, Danny? Are you?
I'm sorry, Kay. Good night, Anton.
Danny! Danny, listen to me! Danny!
Oh, let him go. He's upset tonight.
He's upset. He's upset.
Kay, stop it. Get hold of yourself.
I love him. I love him. I can't let him go.
Oh, but you must, don't you see? He's going to be married.
Before she came along, he couldn't even think of anyone but me. Well, she planned it very nicely. Just the way she's planned everything else. She doesn't care how many lives she wrecks, including his. But it won't be so easy this time.
Kay, you are talking foolishness.
Listen, Anton. Before I'd let her get away with this, I'd kill her. So help me, I'd kill her.
She left me at last. I paid no heed to where she went. I was disturbed and troubled. I sat in the darkness of my mind thinking. Then I heard steps again. Those odd, dragging steps coming towards my door. Franz?
Yes, Mr. Reject.
Did you want to see me, Franz?
No, I was only listening.
Listening? To what?
Don't you hear it? The beating of the wings? They've been close about the house all evening.
Oh, have they?
The time is very near. Are you a good man, Mr. Reject?
Now, I don't know, Franz. I try to be.
The black angel with the bright sword of righteousness and vengeance. Do you think we can escape him?
Well, I hope so.
No. Don't you know what goes on in this house? Haven't you seen them? With their painted lips, the tinkling rings and bracelets, and their vanity and their scoffing?
Yes, Franz. What have you in your bag there?
Oh, yes, my tools. Always I work day and night. There's a dripping faucet up in Miss Collins' room. I have to fix it.
Dripping faucet? Oh, yes.
What's the matter, Mr. Reject? Did you think of something?
Oh, yes. I was thinking that I must take Carl out for a walk. No, Carl, down.
Hello there, Carl. He's a fine dog, eh?
Franz.
Yes.
Go along. Do what I told you. It's late.
Yes. I do what I'm told. Remove out of the midst of Babylon and go forth out of the land of the Chaldeans. For this city will I humble to the dust, and this house will I make a place of weeping and desolation.
The moment the old man called my attention to the faucet, I had heard it. When I went back into my room, I still heard it. I heard the old man tinkering with the pipes. Then the dripping grew less and stopped. Then the shears began again. Those long, sharp scissors cutting the dress. I forced myself to return to my work, and for a while I heard nothing more. Then I heard it. The dripping had begun again. But this time it was no longer water that was dripping. It was then that I knew. I sat frozen with horror. It was the most terrible sound I had ever heard in my life. At last I got up and took my cane and went to the door. Carl wished to go with me, but I closed the door on him. It was later, somehow in my confusion, that he slipped away. I started up the stairs. That terrible sound grew louder. It came from Nancy's room. I had just reached the top of the stairs. There was no way for anyone to leave Nancy's room except in my direction. It was then I heard the telltale whisper. The murderer had passed me in the darkness. I went to Nancy's door. There was no need to go in. I knew what was there as surely as though I had seen it happen with the eyes I no longer have. For I could hear the steady dripping of her blood. I closed the door and locked it. I put the key in my pocket. I wished to make certain that the criminal would have no chance to return and cover up any evidence of the crime. Then I returned to my room to wait for you officers of the police to come. And now you would know, as I knew, why Nancy Collins died and who killed her.
Well, do all you people here confirm what Mr. Rejack says about your movements last night?
Wait. What did you mean about the telltale whisper?
Now, what is the use of any longer pretending, Edna? You killed her. Now you must pay for it.
No.
Now, doubtless you have already found her fingerprints on the scissors with which Nancy has stabbed.
Oh, naturally, they were Mrs. Collins' scissors anyway.
And I have a suspicion that you will find the insurance policy she took out on her daughter's life only last week that makes Edna Collins the beneficiary in the event of Nancy's death.
No, I didn't do it.
You better take her along, Haggerty.
All right, come on, man.
No, please, wait a minute. Maybe I've been selfish, but I loved her. He's lying because he hates me for what I said. No, please!
Well, Mr. Rejack, I guess several people owe you their thanks for this.
And you owe me nothing. If it could only bring her back to life.
Come in.
We found Mr. Rejack's dog, ma'am, down in the cellar. Been there all night. Here, Carl.
Carl, my poor old Carl. Here, Carl. Carl, what's the matter now? Where are you?
Grab him, somebody. Grab him. Pull it back. You.
Carl,
Kill him.
Carl, what's the matter? Don't you know me?
Mr. Rejack, you say you shut your dog in your room before you went upstairs last night.
Yes.
You're certain?
But of course.
And you say you did not go into Nancy Collins' room after you discovered the murder?
No, I did not.
Well, that's very strange, Mr. Rejack, because your dog did. His coat is matted with her blood.
I realize now that the dog must have followed me. I heard him whimper when I struck. Then somehow he disappeared. But before I locked the room, the beast must have fawned on her where she fell. Yes, I killed her. It is no matter now. She will marry no one now, nor will I. Yet it is true I heard those things. Yes, most of them. You would be amazed what I can hear. Now, even from where I sit, I can hear the men at work at the place where they will take me, although that place is many miles away. They are hammering on the scaffolding in preparation for me. And now they are clambering up on the platform. And now they are about to test that ingenious device that will snuff out my life. Listen. They spring the trap.
And so closes A World of Darkness, presented by Roma Wines and starring Paul Lucas. Tonight's tale of Suspense.
In just a moment, we'll hear again from Mr. Lucas. First, though, let's visit one of the great airports in our country. The afternoon Clipper has just landed in the USA. A North American and his newly arrived visitor from south of the border are about to take a table at an airport cafe.
Well, Elliot, I promised to return your visit, and here I am.
I'll try to make things as pleasant for you here as you made them for me in your beautiful home in Las Palmas. How about some wine before dinner, Carlos?
Oh, thank you. Some sherry, perhaps?
Certainly. Waiter.
Oh, Elliot, can we get here that wonderful Roma wine we had the day you left my country?
Well, of course, Carlos. Here we can have Roma wine anytime.
To wine connoisseurs abroad, Roma wines are a rare treat because shipping now is difficult and duty is high. But here at home, you can enjoy these great wines as often as you like. For Roma wines of all types are made in our own California. Highly prized and high-priced elsewhere, Roma wines here cost little enough to be served even at everyday family meals. And what a difference they make in meal enjoyment. Why don't you surprise your family tomorrow with delicious Roma California sherry? You never tasted finer. You don't need a special menu or special glasses either. Just chill the wine beforehand, and when your folks come home, pour them a delightful glass of Roma. Almost all wine dealers have complete assortments of Roma wines. They're America's largest selling wines. Ask for Roma, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. But before you buy wine, buy war bonds and stamps.
This is Paul Lucas again, ladies and gentlemen. Germany murders her cripples. We protect ours, help them back to normal lives. And we fight the major cause of crippling, infantile paralysis. Every night from now till January 31st, sort out all the dimes you have, then enlist them in the March of Dimes. Send your contribution to President Roosevelt at the White House. It's the American way.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Next Thursday, same time, your stars will be Virginia Bruce and Alan Jocelyn in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in Up from Darkness, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you in behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel. I want to welcome you to the fourth of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. In weeks to come, you'll hear such stars as Francho Tone, Helen Hayes, Ginger Rogers, Betty Davis, and Clark Gable, playing in stories by America's foremost authors. Today, we're proud to welcome back to Silver Theater MGM's brilliant stars, Rosalind Russell and James Stewart, in the first episode of Up from Darkness, a two-part radio play especially adapted for us by True Boardman, from an original story by Grover Jones. Our town is Middleton, in the heart of America's great coal mining region. Our people, a girl called Michael, played by Rosalind Russell, and a boy called Tim, played by James Stewart.
Hey, Mom, you hear that? The old pipe organ of prosperity. Work tomorrow.
Oh, sure, it's just fine music, Tim.
Now, Mom, where's my clean shirt?
On the table.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Say, you'll never guess who I saw in town, Timmy.
Oh.
Michael Gargan.
The boss? Well, who didn't see him? Doesn't he come down on the mine every day?
Oh, not him. Her, his daughter.
Mickey?
She come back from college just this morning. I saw her in Coburn's.
No.
Yes.
Well, what do you know? She's back, huh? Well, Mom, you can start supper. I'm all washed up now. So Mickey's back. Well, what's she look like? What'd she say? She still got those freckles?
She's got no freckles now, Tim. Or if she has, you can't see 'em.
What, Mickey Gargan and no freckles? Hey, what's...
Well, just remember, Tim, boy, 4 years at college can make a lot of difference in a girl. Oh, and now don't pester me. I got to get supper on the table. Your brother will walk in here starving.
No, there's plenty of time. He hasn't even finished shot firing yet. I can tell because...
Joe? Shot firing?
Oh, yeah, sure. Didn't he tell you? Yeah, Pud Llewellyn got hurt yesterday, and... Yeah, he lit a short fuse and didn't make it to the breakthrough in time, so they had to have a new shot fired, so Joe's it. So I thought he told you.
No, he didn't.
Well, hey, Mom, why that long look? It's a break for Joe. What means more pay? Besides, you know, Mike Gargan said he wanted Joe to work every job in the mine. That boss got real plans for Joe,
yeah,
Mom.
I know, Tim. I know.
Well, besides, somebody got to blast out the coal for us. Who can do the job better than Joe?
That's right. Nobody.
Hey, you know what? I'll bet if we give a listen, we'll be able to hear some of the shots he sets off down there. Now, the last rooms he'll be firing in are Nielsen's and Hughes's, and they're in the new rooms just off Main North. I pulled a trip down there today, and I was saying to myself, I said, I'll bet this entry's so close under our house that if I sing loud enough, Mom will be hearing me up there, you know?
Oh, Tim Barlow. 700 feet down, and you talk about... Ah, you're crazy as a blind dog in a meat house.
Listen, what'd I tell you? That's in Nielsen's room. I bet my shirt on it. Now there'll be 2 more shots in Nielsen's and 4 in Hughes's. 6 more shots and you can put on the steak. Joe'll be up before it's done. Mom, did you hear me?
Yes, Timmy, I heard you. 6, did you say? And that's one of them.
Oh, hey, Mom, now what's happened to you? You getting jittery because Joe sets off a few shots?
I'll get used to it like I get used to everything. 2.
Now, Mom, now quit it, will you? Joe knows how to take care of himself. Come on, now tell me more about Mickey.
Never you mind about Miss Michael Gargan. Just because you went to high school together, you don't need to think that
Mom, you're deaf. I'm not thinking anything. Well, I think I'll go down to the Tipple and meet Joe when he comes up. And, Mom, press my good pants for tomorrow, will you?
All right, Tim. 3. 4.
In the place.
Dad.
Hello, Michael, girl.
Oh, gosh, I've missed you.
Well, how about me? Yeah, let me look at you. Well, are they all through with you up at that school?
Well, I'm through with them. How about it? You think you got your money's worth?
Well, I'm not sure yet. Of course, I'm not exactly used to the idea of a Gargan being so darned educated. Never happened before.
Well, give me time and I'll live it down.
I hope so.
Oh, you're just in time to help, Dad. That crayon portrait of Uncle Joseph has leered at us about 20 years too long. Down it comes. It's the beginning of the revolution.
Oh, is it?
It is. First the pictures come down, and then that stove out of the middle of the living room. I'm going to make this place livable, Dad. I'm going to do the
Hold on, wait a minute. You're going to do nothing of the kind.
Now, Mike Goggin, just because you own a coal mine, you don't have to live like a mule skinner.
No? Now, you listen to me, young woman. Every man in this town calls me by my first name, and it's going to stay that way.
But, Dad, that still doesn't mean your house has to look like a museum. This place is almost as out of date as your mine.
Now, never mind the mine. Stick to something you know something about.
I do know something about it. I know that 70 men have been killed down there in the last 5 years, and that other men are being injured there every day.
All right. What are they worth?
Well, maybe being your daughter, I think something ought to be done about it.
Yeah, I suppose you'll be doing it. You probably had a very fine college course on problems of the miner or something. Now you've come home and tell me how to run things. Yeah, that's swell. Of course, the mere fact that you've never been down in the mine, that doesn't make any difference.
That's not fair, Dad. Oh, what's the matter with us? I'm home an hour, and we're right where we left off when I went away. Battling about the mine.
Yeah, you're right. That's my fault. I'm sorry, girl.
Dad, while I was away, I thought about this a lot. Let's talk it out, hmm?
All right, Michael.
First of all, what you said about my never being down in the mine, or having gone down into it, well, I would have a long time ago, except that I...
That you're afraid. Yeah. I know that, girl. I've always known it.
But I don't think you know why, Dad. You know the very first thing I remember as a kid? It was the shriek of that wildcat whistle that means a new disaster somewhere down there under the ground. Even before I was old enough to understand, I sensed the horror and terror that lay behind that sound.
Sure. I know, girl.
I can't tell you what it did to me. The dread it gave me, the thought of being part of something that could destroy so many lives. That's why I came to hate the mine, Dad. And I do hate it. But there's something else that I hate even more. That's letting you down. You see, I've always let you down.
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about.
Michael is a boy's name, Dad. Oh, you made yourself pretend that you were glad I was a girl. And you called me Michael anyway. But that couldn't make me another Mike Goggin. To grow up in the mine and to love it as you've loved it.
Oh, you're crazy.
No, I'm not, Mike. And because of that, I want you to know that I'm going to do something about the way I feel toward the mine. Sure, I'm afraid of it. I'm petrified of it. But I'll lick that fear, Mike. I've got to. I'm going to.
But look, Miss Michael, it's no good for you just hang around mine all day.
It's all right, Jan.
But what you do here? Just standing hours and look at mine. In your face, you feel sick, maybe?
No, Jan, it's all right.
Maybe you're here to wait for somebody, huh?
No, never mind, Jan, please. Tell me, that bunch of miners who came up in the cage, was that the last load for today? I mean, is there no one left working down there now?
No, one more load. There, cage just come up now. This is the last one.
I don't care if you've been jacklaying for 40 years. Good night, boys.
I just feel differently about the whole thing. He sort of set the world on fire or something. Well, night, Jan.
Night, Tim.
Mickey. Well, Mickey, how are you?
Tim Barlow.
Gee, it's great to see you, Mickey. I heard you were back. Mom told me you. Come on, sit over here on this crate. Here, I'll dust it off for you. Say, you look swell. You sure do. How was that college business?
College? Oh, it was fine.
Hey, you feeling all right?
Yes, Tim.
What, you're waiting for your dad, huh?
No, I just came down to see the mine.
To see the mine?
Uh-huh.
You? Gee, as far back as I can remember, you always wanted to stay just as far away from the mine as you could get.
Tim, you've changed. I didn't recognize you.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's pretty hard to keep clean down
No,
there,
it isn't your face, Tim. Or your clothes or anything like that. It's... Oh, You used to be taller. Why do you stoop over like that?
Well, you just get used to it, I guess. You're down in the tunnels, you know.
I see. So you're still here, huh? Working down there, I mean. Just like all the rest of them. Going down there every morning before dawn, coming out every afternoon.
Well, what do you mean? Well, sure I'm still in the mine. Why shouldn't I be? Say, I'm a skinner now, Mickey.
But it's 4 years, Tim. Surely in 4 years you've had time to find something better than working down in that blackness. I mean, a job where you could accomplish something.
What do you mean? I am accomplishing something. I helped get that black stuff out of there, and you know what that stuff does? It makes light for people and heat, and it runs factories, and it's a kind of magic, that stuff is. It's like that lamp that guy, Aladdin, what's his name, had. Why don't I accomplish something like that?
Tim, take me down in the mine.
Take you down the mine?
Now. I want to see it and know it and feel it. All of it. The shaft, every entry, every room.
Oh, now, wait out. That doesn't make sense, Mickey. You're scared to death of going down there. I know that.
That doesn't matter, Tim. Believe me, I've got to go down there. If I'm scared, I'll get over it. I've got to, Tim. My name is Michael Goggin.
Well, yeah, you're... Yeah. Oh, I think I get it. But, Mickey, your dad will probably...
Dad needn't know. I'd rather he didn't until I've licked it, Tim. Oh, please. Please, Tim, take me down.
All right, Mickey. It's all sort of crazy, but if it really matters to you, I'll do it. I'll take you down.
You've just heard Act One of the first episode of Up from Darkness, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. Before the second act starts, a young man steps from behind the silver curtain with a grateful word for living in this generation. John Conte.
We don't talk about it very much, but I think at heart we all realize how fortunate we are to be living in a generation that makes it so easy for us all to enjoy the finer things of life. Take that most cherished of women's possessions, lavish sterling silver, solid silver through and through. Today, modern methods of silversmithing, modern skill and craftsmanship have brought solid silver within the reach of nearly everyone. For example, do you know that right now you can get an individual place setting in International Sterling's thrilling Enchantress pattern, 6 distinctive pieces of solid silver for only $16.75? Well, you can. And believe me, Enchantress is a pattern of incredible beauty. It's modern in its graceful, sweeping lines and exquisite proportions, and yet it's romantic, too, in the delicate bit of carving at either side. But see Enchantress at your silverware dealers tomorrow. When you do, when you realize that here is silver loveliness that will never fade, when you find out for how little and on what easy terms you can own the solid silver you've always longed for, I know you are going to own International Sterling's Enchantress.
And now the curtain is rising on the concluding act of the first episode of Up from Darkness, starring Rosalind Russell as Michael and James Stewart as Tim. The time and scene are the same.
I don't know, Tim. Orders say no visitors in mine when shot firing going on.
Yeah, but, Jan, we won't go where Joe's working.
Please, Jan, it's all right.
Your father know you go down in mine?
Well, no, but he doesn't need to know. Please, Jan.
Well, okay. You get on, Cage. I send you down.
Okay, Jan. Come on, Mickey. Oh, wait. Wait till I get my cap. Hold it a minute, Jan.
All right, Tim.
Here, you better wear one, too.
Thank you.
Hold still while I light your pit lamp.
Now I'll light yours for you.
Okay. Hey, your hand's shaking there. I think maybe I better light it myself. Now. Okay, Jan.
Okay, Tim. Down you go.
It goes down pretty fast, doesn't it?
Yeah, I should have warned Jan to run it slow.
Oh, what happened?
No, that's just a little too much speed. The cable's flapped, that's all.
There ought to be something to hold on to in this cage. It's not safe like this. I mean, it should be all closed in or
No,
something.
it's okay when you get used to it. Now, if your ears feel funny, try yawning. That always does the trick.
What's that?
Now, we just hit the bottom of the shaft. Well, how about it, Mickey? You coming?
It's so black. I can't see anything.
You will. It just takes your eyes a while to get used to it, that's all. Come on, we'll walk up the main entry here.
All right. Oh, Tim, the ground is wet here. It's soaking.
Oh, sure, yeah. I didn't think of that. That's seepage. It's always like that. Of course, it's not so good on those shoes.
That doesn't matter.
You see, up in there... So, well, be careful. Be careful. Gosh, you almost walked into that lead wire. There's 1,200 volts on that circuit.
You mean a wire like that is left exposed in this darkness?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, everybody knows where it is. Besides...
Tim.
What?
There, just now I saw something. Something move.
Oh, yeah, well, that's just a little rat. There's a lot of them down here. They won't hurt you. Come on, I think you better take a hold of my arm.
Yes. Maybe I better have.
Keep your head down when you're walking along. See better now?
Yes, I think so.
Sure you can.
Uh-huh.
You know, I knew a miner who'd never wear a cap when he worked. You know what he used for light?
What?
Lightning bugs.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah, he used to go out the night before and capture just one lightning bug. Put it in a bottle. Then the next day, he'd bring it down here. He'd work by that light all day. And then one day, the lightning bug fainted, and then he couldn't see at all. Hey, you're supposed to laugh at that. That's some joke,
I guess I don't feel much like laughing right now.
Well, I can just try.
Tim, those things up there, what do you call them?
Oh, they're cap pieces.
But they look loose.
Yeah, so they do.
What if they give way?
The roof caves right in.
Does it do that often?
Yeah, every now and then.
How can you just pass it off like that? If the shaft does fall in, it means... Tim, aren't you afraid yourself?
Afraid? Well, I don't know. I never thought about it very much. I guess if I did, I might be. You see, Mickey, you get used to that down here. All these things that bother you, they're just part of our job.
Even men being killed.
Even that. Now, look, Mickey, can't you understand?
No, I can't understand. It's horrible down here. Even worse than I imagined. The dark, the cold, the dampness, as if that weren't enough. Oh, Jim!
It's all right, Mickey. I should have warned you. Those are the shot fires. Now, Joe, my brother, is blasting out coal for the men to load tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah, I'm sure. I should have warned you. Mickey, don't you want to go back up?
No, I'm all right. Let's go on.
John?
Oh, Mike. Hello, Mike. It's you, huh? Hello, Mike.
Hello, Jan.
This is one fine day, Mike.
That's right.
No rain.
No,
it's a fine day, Mike.
Hey, what's the matter with you? I didn't come down here to talk about the weather. I'm going down. Get over there and drop the cage.
Will you go down to the mine, Mike? But Joe's down there, Mike. Joe's shot firing.
I know that. That's why I'm going. Good lad, Joe, but still new on that job, and I don't want to take any chances with him.
Yeah, but, Mike, I think maybe...
Hey, listen, Jan. I don't pay you to think. I pay you to run these cages. Now get over there and drop me down and move.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, sure, Mike, sure. Now, this is what we're coming to, Mickey, is a part, and that's where this...
Oh, I've just got to get used to those.
Sure you will. Hey, you dropped your cap.
Oh, yes.
Here. Boy, you don't look much like 4 years of college now, Miss Garrigan. Hold still. I'll get that smudge off. There.
Thanks. You're swell, you know that?
Mickey, maybe this isn't the time or place to tell you, but well, all the time you were away, going all sorts of places with all sorts of people, and, well, I was right here. And I was thinking about just one person.
Timmy.
Of course, you may not think that you've ever been down here before, but I want to tell you have, Mickey. You've been riding around down in here for years with me.
Oh, I'm glad, Timmy. Truly, Tim, our lads! They're going out!
Save him! Down there where Joe is. Come on! Joe, is that you? Oh, John!
Tim! What is it?
Miss Gargan, your father, and your brother, Tim. They're in there, caught in a fall.
Dad!
Aye. He just come down to inspect. The shot went off and the roof fell in. They're caught in there, both of them.
No!
Mickey, wait. Are all the shots fired off, Joe?
I don't know.
We'll take a chance. You stay here, Mickey.
I won't. I'm coming with you. We've got to get them out.
Joe! Careful, miss, careful.
Dad!
I wouldn't go further. The fall.
Dad!
Here, Michael, girl.
Oh, Dad, oh, my darling. Timmy's here.
Jock, go up for help, quick. Mike's alive. Get the whole crew down here. He's half buried under a fall of slate.
Right, and I'll get the wildcat whistle going. Hey, Yon!
Mike.
Tim, your brother, I couldn't get him out. He's under there. I tried.
Thanks, Mike.
Oh, Dad, Tim, help me. We'll get him free.
Oh, no, Michael, girl. It's no use. Just let me lie.
Oh, Dad.
Okay. You picked a swell time to finally come in the mine.
Darling,
Tim, listen. This messes things up. I counted on Joe to keep things going. I helped Michael. She needs help. She doesn't know the mine like we do.
Don't worry, Mike.
Oh, you hear that, Michael, girl? Mike. First name. Oh, remember what I told you. When they call you by your first name, you're okay. Even if...
Easy. No use.
No use. My father's dead. Can't you understand that? My Gargan. My father dead.
And so is my brother. So was my father, almost like this 2 years ago.
You. Can you just stand there, not even cry, not say anything? Just accept this.
For mine, Mickey, it'll always be the mine. For me someday. And for you, too, unless you stay up above where women belong.
Why did my father die, Tim? For what good reason? That passage could have been braced and safe, strong enough for 100 blasts like that.
Mickey, listen to me.
It's not just Dad. It's for Joe and your father. It's for all the others who have died and still others who will die if this place has its way.
Mickey.
Look at it. Live wires left exposed and cables unprotected and cages that are death traps in themselves.
You're talking wild. You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I know. This mine belongs to me now. And I'm going to fight it. I know that I can fight this monster that you and all the others just accept. I'll fight it alone if no one else will help me. But I'll make it pay for Michael Gargan's death. If it's the only thing I ever do in life, I'll beat this mine.
In just a moment, you'll hear about what's in store for you in next week's episode of Up From Darkness, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. But right now, here's a man to offer you something very special. John Conte.
For many of you, This fall holds a really gala occasion. The day when someone in your family or one of your friends, someone you hold very dear, walks up the church aisle in veil and orange blossoms to the romantic strains of Lohengrin. And if you'd like to make your wedding gift to that bride as memorable as the occasion, you'll give the gift of every woman's dreams, beautiful silverware, solid silver like the international sterling silver we spoke about earlier in the program, or the finest in silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers, First Love. First Love, so named by Rosalind Russell, one of the stars of our Silver Theater performance tonight, represents the latest and greatest achievement of the famous house of 1847 Rogers Brothers. It's a pattern whose lovely ornament is deeply etched and raised in high relief in a perfection of craftsmanship never before available in silver plate. You can see this sensational pattern at your silverware dealers now. In fact, in order that you may see it, 1847 Rogers Brothers are making a special offer of a small distinctive serving fork. A fork which ordinarily costs $1.50, but which you can now have for only 25 cents. When you go to your silverware dealer tomorrow for your fork, when you actually see its rare, rich beauty, I know you'll not only want a complete First Love service for the bride, you'll want one for yourself, too. And you can have one easily. Your silverware dealer will tell you on what really convenient terms you can own the aristocrat of silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers, First Love.
Tim's brother went that way. All the shot firers go that way. It gets them.
But you can't do these things, Mickey. It's mining. You'll break yourself against it, Mickey.
And, Miss Gargan, we miners ain't stepping back into the shaft until them machines of yours come out.
Let it destroy all of you. Stand by and watch it while it kills. But I won't. I'll destroy it, do you hear? I'll destroy it!
This is the fight that Michael Gargan must wage, not alone against the terror that she feels, but against the very people she would raise up from darkness.
Next week at the same time, the Silver Theater will star Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in the concluding episode of Up from Darkness, directed by Conrad Nagel, with original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. And in the meantime, if you want solid silver, you want international sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. Rosalind Russell will next be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, The Citadel. James Stewart can next be seen in the MGM production, Ice Follies. This is John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in Up from Darkness, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you in behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel. We welcome you to the fifth of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. In weeks to come, you'll hear such stars as Francho Tone, Helen Hayes, Ginger Rogers, Betty Davis, and Clark Gable, playing in stories by America's foremost authors. Today, we're proud to welcome back to Silver Theater Metro Goldwyn Mayer's brilliant stars, Rosalind Russell and James Stewart, in the concluding episode of Up from Darkness, a two-part radio play especially adapted for us by True Boardman from an original story by Grover Jones. And now the lights are being dimmed and our curtain rises. It was just 3 months ago that Michael Gargan's father died the quick, dark death of disaster in a mine. And since that day, she's lived for but one purpose, to beat the mine that killed him, to rob it of the power to take men's lives. This is the task that faces Michael Gargan, played by Rosalind Russell, a task in which he has one strong ally, Tim Barlow, played by James Stewart. Our scene, the head office of the mine, early one evening. Michael is conferring with Mr. Melvin, the head bookkeeper.
Miss Gargan, if I hadn't worked for your father for 30 years, I wouldn't say this. But if you want to have a mine to run, you've got to stop throwing money away on them machines.
Throwing it away? Did it ever occur to you, Mr. Melvin, that the safety of the Gargan mine might mean more to me than a surplus in the Gargan bank account?
You can't run a business on sentimentality, Miss Gargan. This is a coal mine, not a charity institution. Dangerous, perhaps it is. But mining is always dangerous. Your father accepted that fact all his life.
Yes, he did, and because he did, he... Oh, we won't argue, Mr. Melvin. Please see that the orders for the new motorized equipment are put through immediately.
You mean you're actually going to?
Hello, Becky.
Oh, hello, Tim.
Look, I've been trying.
I'll be through in just a minute.
Oh, hello, Melvin.
Huh. Now, here's the month's balance, Miss Gargan. If you can call it that, considering it's written mostly in red ink.
Thank you.
I'll go now. Mrs. Melvin's been waiting dinner for an hour.
I'm sorry. I know the change here has been hard on everybody, but things will adjust themselves in time.
I hope so. Good night.
Good night.
The old sourpuss. Look, Mickey, do you have to keep working 16 hours every day? I've been trying all afternoon.
Excuse me.
Oh.
Hello? Who? Oh, Mr. Wyrick. Fine, thank you. How's the Wyrick Coal Company? Yes, Mr. Wyrick. No, I'm sorry. I happen to feel that that's my own business and no one else's. I see. And if I don't? Well, you may as well understand this, Mr. Wyrick. If making the Gargan mine safe means running it at a loss, I'll run it at a loss. Good night.
What now?
Oh, Mr. Wyrick over in Hastings is up in arms about the improvements I'm making. Says it's unfair competition and is going to do something about it.
Oh, it's not so good. Don't worry, Mickey. Now, he's just talking.
I don't care, Tim. I'm winning. Wyrick or anyone else can say what they please, but I'm doing it. I'm licking the mine. Do you realize there hasn't been one person killed, not a serious injury since Dad... in over 3 months?
Yeah, that's swell.
Well, think of a record like that, Tim, even before the job is finished. And by the time we've installed the rest of the equipment I've ordered, we'll be well on our way.
Mickey, that's what I wanted to talk to you about now, those machines and safety devices.
Yes, Tim?
Well, Well, never mind now. Hey, your face is dirty again. Ink this time, I think. Here, I'll fix it. You know, since you turned working woman, you can manage to get your face smudged up more.
Crazy. Tim?
Yeah.
Tim, I've got to check this balance.
Oh, look, Mickey, it'd work out swell, you know it? We could drive over to Sheridan and then go for a week at Bryant Falls. I got quite a lot saved up, and besides, I got an uncle in Dubuque who's going to leave me $3,000, and he just wrote Mom last week that he's feeling pretty low. And
Tim! Wait a minute. Is this supposed to be a proposal?
Yeah, I guess that's what you'd call it.
Oh, Tim,
You see, Mickey, I sort of think maybe your dad would like to know that somebody was taking care of you. You know, a woman on her own can manage to get herself mixed up in more darn jams, especially if she's sort of bull-headed. And no, I don't.
Miss Gargan.
Hello, Jan.
Miss Gargan, I just here, so I come quick tell you. Tonight at Miners' Hall. Meeting.
Well, go on, Jan. What kind of meeting?
Men from mine, Miss Gargan. They meet to talk what they do about changes you make in mine. Everybody be there. I think you want to know.
Thanks, Jan. Thanks for telling me.
Okay. You do something, maybe, huh? It's not so good, Miss Gargan.
I know, Jan. I know. Good night.
Good night. Night, Tim.
You knew about this, didn't you, Tim?
I guess I did.
And that was the reason for your proposal?
No, not the reason. Maybe it's sort of rushed it a little.
I see.
Now, look, Mickey, this is serious, honest. Now, you've been up here in the office. You don't know how the men have been feeling. It started as soon as you began making changes down there, and it's been getting worse all the time. There's no telling what'll happen at that meeting.
No matter what happens, Tim, it can't make any difference. I started this fight, and I'm going to finish it.
Mickey, you still haven't answered me. Will you marry me?
But don't you see I can't answer that now, Tim? I can't, believe me, not until I've finished this job. Oh, but Tim, ask me again, will you? No matter what happens to your uncle in Dubuque.
I've been waiting to see just what a bunch looked like that could go on working in a woman's mind. I'm surprised at you. Some of you have even got your hands dirty. Now listen to me, you guys. Any sap knows that a woman around a mine is unlucky. And they don't make 'em any unluckier than Miss Michael Gargan. Look at all these fancy machines she shoved in down at the mine. Do you like all that junk? No. Of course you don't. And here's something else. Just wait a while till these fancy machines get really working. One by one, you'll find yourselves getting fired. The machines will be doing the work. That's right. Yeah, not only some of you are going to be out of a job, you'll all be out. 6 more months of that highfalutin gal boss and this mine will shut down. You'll all be in the street. Yeah, your wives and your kids will be hungry. But that don't matter. Miss Gargan don't care about them. She only cares about...
Slocum. That's a dirty lie, and you know it.
I've been waiting for you to blow off, Barlow.
Now, listen to me, you guys. This bird Slocum doesn't live here, he doesn't work here, and I'll tell you what he is. He's a hired agitator from the Wyrick mine over at Hastings.
Oh, yeah? Well, how does it feel to be promoted, Barlow? A mule skinner one day and a boss foreman the next. Having a gal for a boss may be unlucky for everybody else. But it's sure all right for you.
Why, you low.
Look out, Slocum.
Get away. Let him out. Come on. Get back, you guys.
Nice going, Barlow. Socking a man when he's not looking.
You were looking then, you're looking now. Come on.
Now, look here.
There's no hits and no
Let go of me. Get out.
Take it easy. Go fight.
There'll be none of that here, Barlow.
Now, listen to me. Listen, all of you. Now, don't pay any attention to this guy. Don't be crazy. Look at what Mickey Gargan's trying to do. Suppose she has spent dough on those machines. It wasn't for herself, was it? And if she fired anybody, no, and she's not gonna. Now, give her a chance. She's only had 3 months. She's worked her head off. She's...
Mickey.
Who's in charge of this meeting? You, Mr. Saunders?
Yes, Miss Gargan, but...
I'd like to say something to the men myself.
Well, this is a miners' meeting, ma'am, and according to the rules, an operator
Then I'm
can't...
going to break your rule. Men, I heard most of what Mr. Slocum said a moment ago. And there are some things I want you to understand. He said I wanted to take your jobs away. That's not true. What I'm trying to do is for your own
we
good.
got rules,
And I want you to...
No operators speak to a meeting unless they're invited. Well, what are we waiting for?
Come on, let's go. I move the meeting be adjourned.
Yeah,
come on, boys, come on. You can all go down the street to Chambers' place.
Wait a minute, please. Can't you listen to me?
Hey, now, what's the matter with all you? Give her a break. Wait a minute.
It doesn't matter, Tim.
I'm sorry, Miss Gargan. Nothing I can do. Such fools they are.
Thanks, Jan. It's all right.
I go back to mine. Good night.
Oh, Mickey, you shouldn't have come here.
I see that now, Tim. But we'll win them over. I know we will. What we're doing is for their own good, and as long as you believe in me, as long as you'll help me.
Quit it, will you?
Well, what's wrong, Tim?
I'm a liar, that's all. Now, look, Mickey. I'd lick any other man that says it, but it's true. You're wrong. And if you keep on the way you are, you'll wreck the mine.
Tim!
You've gone about it with your eyes shut. Those men have always dug coal in just one way. It's part of their life, and now you want to change that life. Well, you can't, Mickey. Believe me. You're not a miner. You can't understand.
Wait a minute, Tim. There's just one thing I want to know. Are you helping me finish what I started, or aren't you?
I can't, Mickey. Not the way you're doing it. For your own sake, I can't. You're gonna...
That's enough. So I've gone about it with my eyes shut, have I? Well, maybe you're right. I was blind. I was blind enough to think that you, at least, could understand. To think that what you asked me this afternoon meant...
Mickey, please, now listen to me.
Why? Why should I listen to you? I wouldn't understand. You're a miner. I'm not. We speak a different language. Fear and suffering and death, they're not the same things to you and
I'm
me.
only trying to make you see it straight.
Will you go now, please?
Mickey.
Go on with the rest of them to Chambers Hall.
Mickey,
go on, leave me alone. I'll do it alone, Dad. I'll do it anyway. I said I'd make the mine pay for your death, and I will. So help me. I'll do it alone.
You just heard Act 1 of the second episode of Up From Darkness, starring Rosalind Russell and James Stewart. And now, before we bring you Act 2, we bring you a passing comment on today's styles.
Many of the fashions women follow today reflect the subtle blending of old and new, of your grandmother's day and your day. And in silverware, too, you find the same fascinating combination of romantic tradition and modern art. Particularly is this true of International Sterling's bewitching pattern, Enchantress. For the lustrous, mirror-clear center panel is truly modern. The delicate carving at either side just as truly romantic. A pattern all the more desirable because it's solid silver. Silver that grows richer, mellower as time goes on. And yet this exquisite silverware is not the luxury you might think. For example, you can get a place setting for one person in the Enchantress pattern, 6 distinctive pieces of solid silver for only $16.75. And there are other larger services also priced within your reach. What's more, there's a budget payment plan whereby you can buy your sterling silver right out of income. Your silverware dealer will be delighted to tell you all about it. See him tomorrow. See Enchantress, too. And begin now to make a dream come true. To own solid silver by International Sterling.
And now the final act of Up From Darkness. There are 3 in Middletown who have known a sleepless night. First, Michael, desolate and alone in the Gargan house on the hill, knowing that now she can expect no help in her struggle against the miners and against the mine itself. Next, Tim walking the streets while blackness turns to dawn, bitterly unhappy at his action in deserting Michael. And third, Tim's mother, who has waited through an endless night for his return. And at last in the Barlow home, just after 7 in the morning.
Tim, boy.
Oh, Mom.
I've been waiting for you, son. Is something wrong?
I'm leaving, Mom.
Leaving?
Don't ask me why, I just got to.
So you're just like all the rest of them. Or maybe worse. At least they're not running out.
You don't understand.
Oh, don't I, though? Just because the men all called a strike, you ain't got the courage. Don't tell me you don't know. Last night at Chambers Hall, they voted not to go to work this morning or any morning, as long as Michael Gargan is in charge.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. So long, Mom.
Go on with you, then. And I'm not so sure but what she's well rid of you.
Oh, don't talk like that.
You're a fool, Tim Barlow. And I'm ashamed of you.
What do you want me to do?
Do? I want you to stay here and fight for the girl you love.
I did fight for her, Mom. I'd keep on if she was right. But...
If she was right. She is right. Do you think that Mickey Gargan is the only woman in Middleton who wants safety in the mine?
But the men, Mom.
The men are fools, like you. They don't like changes because they've always worked another way. It's humbug. Let them learn, I say.
Oh, you still don't understand. A woman just can't run a mine.
Why can't she? So Michael's wrong, is she? Well, I'll tell you how she's wrong. She hasn't learned to tell that bunch of numbskulls where to go.
Mom, Mickey's a girl, remember? She can't.
Why can't she? She's a Gargan, isn't she? Mike Gargan called every man in this town by his first name, and vice versa. And when she learns that, and a few cuss words, you just watch her run that mine.
Mom. Sock me one, will you? Go on, sock me.
I never needed it more, but I'm not starting that now. Ah, Tim. I couldn't be seeing you throw away your heart and your life.
Oh, God bless you, Mom. You...
Go on with you now. Get on and find your girl.
What time is it now, Jan?
20 after 7.
I see.
But maybe still not strike. Maybe miners just late, huh?
All of them, Jan. All 20 minutes late. Jan, why didn't you strike too? Why do you stay at the mine?
Me top man. Keep the fan going in mine. But anyway, Jan not strike. Mike Gargan always good friend to Jan. Jan always good friend to Mike's daughter. With my people, once friend, always friend.
You can't always say that for my people.
Oh, you don't worry, Miss Michael. Tim, funny guy. He's kind of crazy, like all Americans, but
Jan.
he'll come back. Oh, you think Jan blind, maybe?
Jan, please. Please don't talk about Tim.
Sure, man. You go home now, maybe, huh?
No. No, I'm going down in the mine.
Down in the mine?
I want to talk to someone.
But the mine empty, Miss... Oh. Oh, you mean down there? Your father? Oh, yeah, I understand. Good, maybe you go. Sure, you just get on cage, I let you down. You got Captain Pete lamp?
Yes, here's one.
Wait, I like. Now? You're not scared to go down alone?
No. I'm not scared.
Good. Miss Michael, maybe down there, you say hello for Jan, huh?
All right, Jan.
Down you go.
Dad, I had to come and tell you. I've let you down. This mine of yours, Mike, I've really fixed it up. I fixed it up so swell that nobody will come work in it. You see, you shouldn't have called me Michael after all. I guess we both see that now. Oh, Dad.
You've got to learn to love the mine, Michael girl. To love it, not be afraid.
I'm not afraid. I licked that, Dad. I told you I would, and I have. But what good does it do? I can't run the mine without men to work in it.
Mike. Remember, girl. Mike. If they call you by your first name, you're okay. You're okay.
I tried, Dad. I tried. But they never will. They never will.
Mickey.
Tim.
Mickey, you shouldn't be down here by yourself.
I wasn't by myself.
Well, but you... Oh, yeah, I get it. Do you want me to go, Mickey?
No, Tim. After all, your brother's here as much as Dad.
Yeah. Oh, look, Mickey, there's something I want to tell you here. I love you.
Oh, Tim. Tim, darling.
Mickey,
Oh, don't say any more. Just hold me close. I love you, Tim. I do love you.
Well, then that's all that matters. When two people love each other, they're unbeatable. Do you know that? They are, Mickey. And now you and I are going to fight this thing through. Both of us.
Well, it's too late, Timmy. I've messed everything up. I've already failed.
Failed? What do you mean, failed? Listen, Mickey, you're right. You're right about everything you've done. It's just how you've done it that's been wrong.
Why was it wrong, Tim?
This mine isn't just yours, Mickey. It's the men's, too. Every one of them feels about it just like Mike Gargan did. And you shouldn't have changed things all at once, Mickey. Not without talking it over with those guys. Don't you see that?
But how could I, Tim? I was away so long. They're like strangers to me.
Oh, don't let them be. They don't want a woman running the mine. Well, don't run it like a woman. Tell them where to head in that, Mickey. And if you run out of words, you just ask me. You gotta stop making them call you Miss Gargan. You gotta make them call them Mike.
I know that. Somebody else already told me. And I'll do it.
Sure you will. You're gonna fight fire with fire. That's the way we'll lick them.
Sure we will. Tim, what did you say?
I said you gotta fight fire with fire.
And we will, Timmy. This strike, it's going to end now. Today. Come on, Tim.
Wildcat whistle. At the mine. Something's happened. Let's go.
A strike. And I suppose that stops men dying. I'm going to that mine.
Safety machines. Listen to that. Something's happened at the mine. I told you it was bad luck to have a woman run a mine. Come on. There's the girl. There by the temple at the head of the shaft. This was all a trick to get you back to work.
Oh, no, it's not. Listen to me. You all walked out on me before, but this time you're going to stay and listen. So you're all on strike. None of you like the things I've done to improve the mine. You don't want to work for a woman boss, do you? Oh, why don't you answer? You, Tom Carson. You don't want to work for me, do you? Or you, Luke, or you, Shorty. All right. That's all I want to know.
Wait a minute. Listen, everybody. This here gal's trying to cover up.
Slocum. Mickey's talking here, and you're going to shut up.
This is a free country, Barlow. You can't stop me.
I can't? Are you looking now?
Hey, you got...
All right, Mickey, go on. Go to him. Tell him.
And now, you women, what about you? I'll tell you what about us. You got no right to scare us with that whistle when nothing's happened.
Well, something's going to happen, Mrs. Novak. Unless at least you women back me up.
What do you mean back you up? Why should we?
Because you're women. And being women, you can't help but understand the thing I've tried to do. Change the mine? Sure, I've changed it. I've changed it to give your men a chance to live down in that hole. Well, what about it? Have you got the courage to tell your sons and husbands to go back to work? So you won't help me. So I have to fight your men alone. Well, that's great. There never was a Gargan that didn't like a fight. And boys, you've got one. None of you wants to work in the Gorgon mine. You'd rather go hungry than work in it. Well, then you're going hungry. Because I hate the mine. With or without improvements, I've always hated it. So I'm going to save us all a lot of trouble. Jan, hand me that piece of timber and open that firebox.
Here, Miss Gargan.
Do you see this tipple? Well, it's 40 years old and as dry as tinder.
Hey, she's got a torch. Miss Gargan, wait. What are you going to do?
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to burn the mine. There!
Well, the mine's on fire.
Oh, you've got to stop her.
Hey, she threw a torch down at the tipple.
Jack, don't stand there. The mine. Go put it out. And your job. Come on. Oh, go on. Look at them, Jim. Look at them go so they didn't light the mine. Fight fire with fire, Jimmy?
Mickey, and you have. Tell them where to go, boy. How you told it.
Work whistle now,
Jan.
Sure, why not? Fire almost out now. Pretty soon, men will go back to work. I blow whistle, let town know strike over.
Sure, Jan. Let her blow. Go ahead.
Okay. And you do one swell job just now. You're damn fine boss, Mike.
Oh, Timmy. Timmy, I've done it. Did you hear? He called me Mike.
Sure he did. And they're all going to be calling you Mike. Hey, Mickey, crying. Hey, you can't cry. You're boss here.
I know. I just can't help it.
You can't help it? Well, you win, so you can't help crying. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Yes, you are. Jan said so. Like all Americans. But, oh, Timmy, crazy or not, I love you.
In a few minutes, I'm going to ask Rosalind Russell and James Stewart to come out in front of our silver curtain so that you may meet them in person. But first, here's another friend of yours, John Conte.
Ladies and gentlemen, as soon as this program is over, will you go to your buffet drawer and look at your silverware? Is it the kind you can be really proud of? Silverware that adds distinction to your dinner table? And just how complete a service have you? Do you own salad forks and coffee spoons? If you're not perfectly satisfied with what you see, now is the time to replenish the service you have or to buy completely new silverware. Because now you can get solid silver like the international sterling we mentioned a few minutes ago, or the finest of silver plate like 1847 Rogers Brothers' First Love at prices you never dreamed possible. First Love is a pattern of really unusual beauty. The floral ornament is deeply etched and richly raised in a perfection of craftsmanship never before found in silver plate. 1847 Rogers Brothers would like you to have a small, distinctive serving fork in this exquisite First Love pattern. A fork that sells for $1.50, but which is yours for only 25 cents. By all means, go to your silverware dealer tomorrow and get it. Look at sets of First Love while you're there and learn how easily and conveniently you can own the best in silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers. And now back to Conrad Nagel.
For two persons such as Rosalind Russell and James Stewart, there's only one thing we can do. Roz and Jimmy, here's the microphone and several millions of your fans.
Go ahead, Roz, you start.
Well, it's been very nice for both Jimmy and me returning together to the Silver Theater.
Roz, you know, this
And
is a lot like the time we were on the Silver Theater last season. You know, you just finished a new picture for Metro Goldwyn Mayer then, and you've just finished the Citadel for them now.
Well, you were all banged up from playing football last year. Really banged up.
Yeah, you know, it's happened again in the same place.
Another football picture, Jimmy?
No, ice skating now for Ice Follies. Picture MGM has me making now. I never knew ice could hit back so hard, you know?
No, Jimmy, there's one more thing. Even nicer than a return engagement. Conrad has told me how much the people have liked First Love since we introduced it last season.
Yeah, Roz, can I interrupt again?
I suppose so.
I bought some silver last week, a whole lot of it. Enchantress and First Love, the pattern you named, you know, from a new house.
Is that mansion of yours finished?
No, the roof isn't on yet, but I thought I'd start furnishing it in the right way.
Good night, everyone.
So long.
And thank you.
Good night, Rosalind Russell and Jimmy Stewart. We'll see you both soon again.
Next week at the same time, the Silver Theater will star Franchotone with Rita Johnson in the Vivian Brotherton story Hollywood Legend, directed by Conrad Nagel, with original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. All the characters and events in today's drama were purely fictional. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Do you love sharing the gospel and want to learn to be more effective? Join the St. Paul Street Evangelization online School of Evangelization. You will learn to build bridges of trust and make disciples by befriending strangers, proclaiming the gospel, inviting people to the church, and praying with others. We'll ask for a pledge of financial support, but if you are unable to give, we'll give you a membership at no cost. Find out more and get involved today at streetevangelization.com. That's streetevangelization.com.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Edge of Darkness. The starring players...
This is John Garfield.
This is Maureen O'Hara.
And this is Ralph Morgan.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in an exciting narrative of the Nazi invasion of Norway. A radio adaptation of the Warner Brothers production, Edge of Darkness, starring John Garfield as Gunnar Brogge, Maureen O'Hara as Karen Stensgaard, and Ralph Morgan as Dr. Stensgaard.
Herr Lieutenant, I will dictate my report.
Ready, Herr Hauptmann.
To headquarters, Berlin. From Hauptmann Koenig, Commandant of Trollness, Norway. Our forces remain in complete control.
Hauptmann, have you seen your sentries' faces in the night? So full of fear?
Lieutenant, you spoke?
I said nothing, Herr Hauptmann.
Continue then. All military regulations remain strictly in force.
Brave Nazi sentries, frightened at the closing of the door.
Curfew, blackouts, precautionary searches.
How do you sleep, Herr Hauptmann? Not very well?
If there were any open attempt at revolt...
You're worried, Herr Hauptmann. You're disturbed.
If there were any attempt at... No, they won't revolt. They'll never stand and fight like men.
For the report, Herr Hauptmann?
Of course not, you fool. What do they expect of me in Berlin? I'm a soldier. I can't fight ghosts. These things I can't put my finger on. A boat is sunk. A shipment from the cannery spoiled. A fire breaks out. A wire is cut. What shall I tell them in Berlin? How shall I tell them that the kettle boils and boils and... What's the use? Get out. I wish to be alone.
Karen, you shouldn't have come here to the wharf. It's late.
I've been out in the curfew before.
But I never know when they'll search this place. If they found you with me, what...
You'll be gone soon. You'll open the trap in the floor and drop into your boat. And then you'll be gone. Gunnar, England is so far away.
Don't worry. I can sail it blindfolded.
The moon is so bright tonight. Maybe you could wait. Another night, a darker one.
I've had my fill of waiting. 2 years of the Nazi beast without striking a blow.
Gunnar, listen.
Other Norwegians have got to England. Now they're fighting. They're doing something.
You're doing things here. Everyone depends on you.
Yes, and asks me, all of them, all the time, Gunnar, when? Gunnar, how long? Will the arms come, Gunnar? And we wait, and they never come.
So you leave us.
I must do something.
You leave me.
Karen.
Gunnar, what's that?
Don't talk. Who is it? Who's out there?
Gunnar, open up.
Hammer, what's happened? What are you doing here in Tromas?
Stocksund revolt.
What?
Ah, when? Talk, man, talk.
I can't. I have a bullet in my...
Gunnar!
It's all right. I've got him.
Dead.
No, he's just fainted.
Gunnar, listen. That bugle, that's an alarm.
We'll have to get him out of here. Hammer, stand up. Do you hear that bugle? That means Koenig's got the news, too. He'll send out patrols. This is the first place he'll search. Do you understand? Karen, can you get him to Osterholm's farm?
He needs a doctor, Gunnar. If he dies now...
He can't. He's got to live. He's got to tell us what he knows. Let us understand each other, Gunnar Brugger. I have come with you only because I am a doctor, a man of science. It is my sworn duty to heal the sick. Your daughter had a better reason, Doctor. Karen? She's a Norwegian. Wait. This is the cellar door. Open up. It's Gunnar. I've brought Dr. Stensgaard.
Father, we were so worried. We heard shots.
Gunnar Brugger.
It's all right now, Hammer. You'll be all right.
Gunnar, listen, it's important.
This man is in no condition to talk. Is he going to live? I'm only a doctor. I can't be sure. And he's got to talk. Hammer, listen. Broggy, this is a human being. Hammer, tell me. How did the revolt start?
We got arms.
Please, I've known you people all my life. Good, decent people.
Hammer, say it. How did you get the arms?
The English. They're delivering arms all up and down the coast.
Arms? You got the arms from the English.
You will all get them. You were told to wait. But we couldn't. We were betrayed.
A quisling.
We had to fight. The Nazis brought up tanks and planes. It was a bloodbath. I was the only one. The only one.
Hammer. He can't talk anymore. He's unconscious. Arms. He said they got arms. We'll get them, too. And you'll take them, of course. And then what happened in Stocksund will happen here. Well, you men and women, you heard what the doctor said. Is there anyone who agrees?
Well, I don't exactly agree, Gunnar, but there are a few doubts in my mind.
Traitor! Howard! No, wait. Let him speak. Everyone should speak his mind.
That's right. Go ahead, Osterholm.
I'm a farmer, Gunnar. If I lose my farm, there must be a reason for it. For a sacrifice like that?
What sacrifice? What are you giving up, your life? Maybe they'll take it whether you fight or not. Your farm? It's not yours anyway till you fight for it. Your peace? What peace do you have when they can come and take you as a hostage in the middle of the night to be shot for something you never did and never even heard of? Like Gerd's husband, like old Mortison's son. To live in fear, to have blackings at the window, to talk in whispers. Is that what you want?
All I did was ask a question. I'm satisfied with the answer.
It's decided, then. We wait for the arms.
Yes. And for a time, that will be right.
Karen, it's dangerous to go any farther together. We'd better part here.
This small parting I don't mind. But when I think that you might have been out on the sea...
It's different now. We'll have arms. We must be very careful. No false steps.
With you to lead us, we'll not make any, Gunnar.
I hope not. Karen, do you know why I was so eager to go to England?
You gave me reasons enough.
One I didn't give you. You.
Me?
I was afraid that if anything happened to you, I'd lose my head. Then I shouldn't be any use anymore. But now I stay. Now I have to stay. Karen, if we're to fight, nothing else must count. We must be like steel.
Yes, Gunnar. Like steel.
Especially now. There was a note in my fishing box. I had not meant to tell you.
A note from whom?
I don't know. It wasn't signed. It said, "Tonight near the hotel, the patch of pine trees by the road."
The hotel? That's German headquarters. It might be a trap.
Perhaps. I'll have to find out.
I'll go with you, Gunnar.
No.
Please, it's better so. If anything goes wrong, then one of us might get away. Please, Gunnar. Together?
Together, Karen.
Hours we've been lying here and no sign of anyone.
Just a while more.
Okay.
Who's that?
Quiet, you fool. You want to bring the sentry running? I'm right back of you. Move back slowly, quietly. Trees are a pickup backer here. Well, that's better, I should say. So you're Gunnar Brogge.
Uh-huh.
And Miss Stensgaard. Lovely night for running through the woods.
Who are you?
A British agent.
In a German's major's uniform? How do we know you tell the truth?
You don't. But you'll take this dictionary. Oslo edition 1937. You'll use it as a code book when they bring arms to you.
We will get arms?
Yes, but no matter what happens, keep your people in check. No move till we give the word. Till the whole coast is armed.
In a German major's uniform. How do you do it?
Do I ask you how to catch fish? Now listen carefully. You'll post a watch each night on the plateau about half a mile up from the hotel. Be signaled from a British ship about 12 miles offshore. I'll give you the code, and you'll reply by flashing a light. The ship will be at a point due west in the center of the moon.
Oh, the wind is strong up here on the plateau. I'm cold, Gunnar.
Oh, the coffee will be ready in a minute. I'll take the binoculars for a while.
The 56th watch. I feel like shouting out across the sea. World, we're waiting here. Don't forget us.
Go ahead and shout. Maybe it'll help. Tell them to be quick about it. I'm getting old. At my age, my father already had 2 children. Karen, you mustn't give up hope. Our day will come. There. Yeah, that's more like it.
Gunnar, when you have your arms around me...
Idiots!
Good, Bjarnason.
I might have been a German patrol. In these times, you have no right to think only of yourselves.
I'm sorry, Gerd. It won't happen again.
Maybe I have more reason to watch. I have more to avenge. I saw them stand him up against the wall. I saw the rifle spitting death. And when he fell, I swore that someday I would...
Wait! Out there to the sea. There's a light.
Gunnar, the English ship.
It must be. They're signaling. The code book. Karen, good. You take the light. I'll count the flashes off. 1, 3, 5. 1, 2, 6, 3, 1. What are they saying?
Can you read our...
2, 1.
Signal.
Good. Flash them back. Yes. 1, 2, 1. That's it.
They're answering.
4, 1, 3, 5, 6, 3, 1, 1, 1.
Come immediately. British ship. Pick up arms. Oh, Gunnar, they've come.
Now let the villagers ask me, Karen. Now let them just ask me when.
So ends Act One of Edge of Darkness, starring Ralph Morgan, Maureen O'Hara, and John Garfield. Before we hear Act Two, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
I once heard a man make a rather cruel remark about a woman. I heard him say she had no personal charm whatever, not one single redeeming feature. But I happened to meet her the other day, and I just stared in amazement, for she didn't even look like the same woman anymore. Since I'd seen her last, she had acquired a radiantly clear, fresh, delicate-looking skin, and it made her face look a lot younger and more interesting. It even made her hair look prettier and her eyes look more exciting. Well, that confirms what I've said so many times before, that there are no plain women. There are only women who don't know how to make themselves look attractive. Any woman can have a fresh, lovely skin, and without a lot of trouble or expense either. For all she needs is just one cream, Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream. So many women have written to tell me how much Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream has done, not only for their skin, but for their whole appearance. You see, this one cream by itself thoroughly cleans your skin, softens your skin, helps nature refine the pores, and leaves a wonderfully smooth base for powder. The only way you can really tell the difference between Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream and other face creams is by the appearance of your skin after using it. So I ask you to try Lady Esther Face Cream. See how it loosens and absorbs the dry, clinging flakes, how your skin takes on a vibrant, youthful look, how your whole appearance seems to undergo a delightful change.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of Edge of Darkness, starring Maureen O'Hara as Karen Stensgaard, John Garfield as Gunnar Brugge, and Ralph Morgan as Dr. Stensgaard.
The promise had been kept. We had our arms, machine guns, rifles, hand grenades, enough for everyone. Now all we had to do was wait. But as it happened in Stocksman, so it happened with us. We were betrayed. We had a quisling, too.
A traitor. One of our own people.
He begged us for mercy, said the Germans had forced him, threatened him with death.
He was weak, a coward. He told what he knew.
But luckily he didn't know enough. Only that we had gotten arms, not where we'd hidden them. The Hauptmann was enraged. He searched and searched. And when his prying failed, tried to provoke us into open revolt, tried to make us move before the proper time. But still we held our tempers in our hands. Men were beaten in the streets. Our homes were burned, our food and clothing taken away from us. And still we waited. Karen and I had met for a moment in the church. A German patrol was going by.
Another patrol. All day, all night, patrols.
Karen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gunnar. The day has been so hard, so cruel.
It will even be worse. Koenig is trying to make us lose our heads, force our hands.
And he will. I can see it in the people's faces. How much more can they take? How much longer can they hold back? Gunnar, I'm afraid.
Of what?
Of another Stokesund. If we're forced to fight before the other towns are ready.
I've thought of that, too. Karen, listen carefully. If trouble comes, I'll be the first that Koenig will arrest. You must know what's in my mind, and remember, tell the others.
I remember.
First, blow up the dynamo so Koenig can't use his radio to get help.
Yes.
Then take the point that guards the fjord, put the women, the children, and the old ones into boats. Send them off to England.
Yes.
And then a massed attack. Take the hotel, kill every German soldier in the town. Then those who are left will set sail, too, for England.
Those who are left?
Maybe there are some of us who have to die. Karen, you won't cry.
No, I won't cry. We've been lucky, Gunnar. We've had 2 years. And time is measured differently now. A day is a year. If you do not come back, there will be a long life to remember. I'll remember it proudly.
Good girl, Karen. The street is safe now. I'll go first to be sure it's safe. I'll stop at your house later, and we'll go to the meeting together.
Be careful, Gunnar.
I will.
Gunnar, I love you so much. Someday, here in this church, you and I... Oh!
All in good time, Liebchen. All in good time.
Yes, Gunnar?
Good evening, Doctor. I came for Karen.
Karen's not here.
Is that you, Gunnar Brugge? Come in, have some tea.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Stensgaard. I don't have much time. I suppose Karen stopped to visit somewhere. Are you coming to the meeting, Doctor?
Meeting?
Osterholm's cellar to plan in case we're forced to fight. I'll go on ahead, Doctor. Good night.
Anna!
Yes, Martin?
Anna, I must make a call.
Of course, Martin. I'll have to hurry.
You?
I couldn't let you go to the meeting alone. Here, your hat, your cane.
The gold-handled one?
Why not? A doctor is a man to be respected. He should always look his best.
Gunnar should have been back by now. Maybe I ought to go and look for him.
That's all we need, Osterholm. Someone looking for someone else. Gunnar was here. He should have stayed here.
Oh, I'll go. Who is it?
Dr. Stengard.
Come in, Doctor.
I brought my wife. I hope you don't mind.
Not at all. Sit here, Mrs. Stengard.
But my daughter Karen, Gunnar Broge, they should have been here. What is it? What's wrong?
Nothing. They'll be here. You see? They're coming now.
Good. I couldn't find her anywhere. I looked all over, every street, every house. Dr. Stensgaard, I didn't know you were here.
Gunnar, the truth. Where is Karen, Gunnar?
Well, she'll be here any minute now. I'm sure she will. Well, there she is now. There, you see, I knew she'd...
Gunnar.
Karen! If you just cry, Karen, cry. At least cry.
Let my mother cry for me.
Gunnar, if you think now is the time to fight, then say the word, and by heaven we fight.
No, Gerd, no.
We've stood enough.
Gunnar, listen to me.
I'll listen to no one.
All over Europe, women, this happens to many. Why am I any different?
Why am I any different? There's not a man in Norway who wouldn't kill for this.
Gunnar, if there's a chance left, don't throw it away because of me. These people trust you. If you give the word now, you'll betray them all. Remember what you said yourself. We must be like steel. Were they just words, Gunnar? Were they?
All right. We will not fight now.
Listen, there's trouble.
Everyone to his home. Karen, Mrs. Stensgaard, Dr. Stensgaard.
He's gone. Mother, he's gone.
Open up in there. Open up.
Gunnar, what shall we do?
Open up, you swine. You're surrounded.
It's no use. We're trapped. Open up, Osterholm.
Yeah, we make a nice catch here.
What do you want?
Tonight a German soldier has been beaten to death. By order of the Hauptmann Koenig, you're under arrest.
That's it. That's fine. Work hard, you Norwegian barbarians. Work hard. Dig your own graves. Herr Lieutenant, 2 minutes more.
Jawohl, Herr Hauptmann. Achtung!
It's all my fault. All my fault.
Father, you mustn't speak that way.
Gunnar, I went to them. I confessed. They had no right to arrest you all.
It was a pretext, Doctor. They wanted an excuse to kill the leaders off.
I didn't think. I couldn't. The cane was in my hands. And when I saw that German's face, I had to kill. I had to. Now all of you must die. All of you because of me.
No. Not without making a fight of it. Do you hear them? The villagers are going to attack. We still have a chance. When the shooting starts, those soldiers will turn. Now!
Run! Everybody, run!
This is no disorganized mob, Herr Hoffman. They're attacking by plan.
Rabble. I'll deal with them. Hello, Harbor Patrol. Hello.
Hello, this is the Harbor Patrol. Would you like to go to England with the women and children?
Blockhouse. Hello, Blockhouse. I want the corporal.
The corporal is dead. We're coming up to get you next. Free Norway.
Herr Hoffman, what is it?
The radio. Get Trondheim. Tell them I want planes.
Yes, Herr Hoffman. It'll only take a minute.
Yes. Well, don't stand there like a fool. Get Trondheim, I said.
That must have been the dynamo we heard just now. The radio is dead.
Dead? Dead? Then, so are we all.
Gunnar, to England?
To England, Karen. All who are left.
How many are left?
200 of us. None of them.
Look at the flag, Gunnar. You can still see it flying from the church tower. It's very pretty. The flag of Norway.
Yeah. The German flight patrol will come over late this afternoon. They'll see that something's wrong. They'll send more soldiers and take the flag down.
Of course they will. They'll take it down. And then, someday, we'll put it back up again.
Our thanks to John Garfield, Maureen O'Hara, and Ralph Morgan for appearing with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players in Edge of Darkness.
It was our real pleasure to be here, Mr. Bradley. We know that the benefits from these programs support the Motion Picture Relief Fund and Clinic. But of course, we all know how important that activity is to our industry. And now, before we tell you about next week's show, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss O'Hara. There's a certain clear, smooth, translucent look of the skin that can mean more to a woman than even the most perfect features. For it can make a woman look interesting and attractive, no matter what the rest of her appearance may be. Many women tell me they've acquired that lovely translucent look of the skin by using my four-purpose face cream. They say my cream makes their skin look so much smoother and fresher that it makes them look years younger. Now, here's why Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream does so much for the appearance of your skin. First, it thoroughly cleans your skin, coaxing out the dirt and stale makeup embedded in the pore openings. Second, it softens your skin, loosens and absorbs the dry flakes that tend to make your skin look rough. Third, it helps nature refine the pores and makes your skin look more delicate. And fourth, it leaves a smooth, perfect base for powder. These are things you can see for yourself, right on your own skin. So try Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream. Compare it with any other cream you've ever used. I know you'll agree with the thousands of women who call it the most beautifying face cream they've ever used.
Friends, soon there will be a call in your community for aid to the National War Fund. You give once, but you give for all when you give to the National War Fund, because your donation is apportioned to 17 different relief organizations. Help our allies, help our war prisoners, the USO, and your own local war chest by giving generously to the National War Fund through your United Community campaign. Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present You Belong to Me. It will star Don Amici and Mary Esther. Be sure to listen. John Garfield can now be seen in the Warner Brothers 48-star musical, Thank Your Lucky Stars. Maureen O'Hara can soon be seen in The Life of Buffalo Bill, a 20th Century Fox production. Ralph Morgan can soon be seen in the Universal picture, The Imposter. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. For economy's sake, get the largest size of Lady Esther four-purpose face cream and the larger sizes of Lady Esther face powder. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night, all. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's pleasant out, with the moon riding high, bright enough almost to read by. The very opposite of the nights that Julie Connor's story begins for us. A black and lowering night, the atmosphere heavy with the promise of rain. Dark. The dark. Not being able to see, only to imagine what surrounds us. For some, it is peopled with presences and things and unimaginable horrors. Why? That's what our story is about. It begins as we listen to Julie move and moan in her sleep. Our mystery drama, The Dark Closet, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. For the goblins will get you if you don't watch out. No American kid of my generation escaped the dire prediction of little orphan Annie, for whom James Whitcomb Riley had begun his poem prophetically with the words, "Came to our house to stay." I know for me she did. I can still remember the little boy who went to bed, and when they turned the covers down, he wasn't there at all. Or the little girl who says, "Two great big black things a-standing by her side, who snatched her through the ceiling, for she knowed what she's about. For the goblins will get you if you don't watch out." I wonder what goblin holds Julie Connors in his thrall.
Help me! Oh, help!
Julie, what is it?
The light, Pop. Put it on. The light, please. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Why didn't you turn on the light by the bed? Did you have to break that lamp?
I didn't mean to. I was just so scared I reached out to turn it on and knocked it over by accident.
That was one of your mother's favorites.
Pop, don't blame me too much. Someone turned it off.
Someone meaning me. I told you time and time again, Julie. Waste not, want not. I looked in here when I got home and you were sound asleep. The lamp still lit.
I only keep it that way this time of year when it gets dark so early. Just till I know you're home.
Huh? Why? What are you afraid of? And you don't have to go to bed so early.
I got nothing else to do.
Oh, we're in town. You got the television.
I'm tired of that old tube, living other people's lives. I want to live my own.
Yeah, time enough for that.
I'm 17, going on 18.
All the more reason you don't need lights on when you're sleeping. And stop having those nightmares. I reckon that's what it was again. Huh? Another one of them?
Yes.
What?
Doesn't matter.
Huh? Then I'll say it for you. The boogeyman again, I suppose. I swear, I don't know what I'm going to do with you, child. Child? That's the trouble. That's what you ain't anymore. Except in half the time you act like you was one.
Maybe it would help, Pop, if you stopped trying to treat me like one.
You think you're not?
I'm in my last year of high school. And I've been keeping house for you ever since, Mom.
We won't talk about your mother.
Okay, Pop. All I meant to say was, if you can trust me to take care of the house, well, you could trust me to take care of myself. You work a 4 to midnight shift. I get lonely here nights. I could date, except...
I don't want you dating when I'm not around to meet the kind of guy you're going with. Not these days. The riffraff that's abroad.
Because maybe a guy has long hair and wears old jeans should make so much difference. On the farm, all we wore was jeans.
I just don't want to see you running around with trash. You was always a rebel, Julie. Don't try to be one here in the city. Think of your Ma. That's the way you ought to turn out. Except she...
Can't you ever forget Mom?
What?
I mean, try to hide her away in the back of your mind. Like we all have to. And just think of today.
I can never shut your mother away. I just wish you could learn to live like her. Make your peace with the world. Then maybe you could shut out these dreams that hurt you. Yeah, and hurt me, too.
Maybe if I just had a little more freedom.
In a couple of months, you'll be 18. I have no control over you then. But until you reach that birthday, I will not let you run wild like all the other kids. I promised your mother that before she died.
Why don't you trust me, Pop? Leave me to make my own decisions.
I can't. I promised Mary. She wanted only the best for you.
She isn't here to find it for me anymore. Let me do my own finding.
No, by heaven. I give my word, I keep it.
Tim Sadler's asked me for a date tomorrow night.
Yeah? I don't hear good things about him.
You mean I can't go?
I mean you better not. I have 6 months left to bring you to your mother's image. I will do everything I can to make you that. But about your dream...
Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. I was just being a child, and I know it. I can see that it's time for me to grow up. Good night, Pop. You need your sleep. Me too.
Yeah. You sure you're okay?
Don't worry about me. Sweet dreams.
Yeah, that's all any left for me. I just wish I could make sure there was a whole lifetime on my head for you. Well, I'll turn off the light.
No. I'll get it. I have to go to the bathroom.
All right, then.
Pop.
Huh?
I love you.
Sure. You know how I try to feel, Julie. It's just since Mary, yeah, there isn't much to give. Good night.
Good night. Even when she was alive, there wasn't much for you to give. Oh, God. Will the daylight never come?
Hey, you look pretty freaked out there, my old lady.
Thanks for the lift. And I'm not your old lady.
Oh, these last few weeks, I thought we were finally going to begin to make it.
Oh, Tim, it's not you. It's...
I know. Your father.
No, not that so much. Something else.
Well, what?
Oh, something I can't explain. Maybe you ought to dump me. I'm not any good for you.
Well, you have been stringing me along there. What's got you down? Sneaking out with me nights behind your old Dodo's back?
I don't like it, but what other way is there?
Still expect you to sit home and knit or something, huh?
What's the way he was brought up? And Mom, they were fine people.
Your mother's been dead for 6 years, hasn't she?
Yeah, that's the big hang-up, really. Pop goes overboard about trying to, protect me like he thinks Mom would have. Oh, forget it.
Look, we still got a date for tonight, right?
Oh, sure. I even tried to tell Pop about going out with you when he came home. When he blew a gasket, I let it go. I didn't want to upset him.
Upset him? He's gone out of style, baby. He belongs to a wax museum. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You got circles under your eyes like some old broad of 30.
I told you, that isn't Pop. It's just this crazy nightmare I have all the time.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Listen, I tell you what. You're going to get a good sleep tonight. Old Doc Tim is going to guarantee it.
Oh, how?
I'm going to borrow us some wheels and take a little booze, and you're going to take a couple of belts. See, what you need is to relax.
Maybe you're right, Tim. I'm so uptight, You know something? The last few weeks, I've really been afraid I'm going to flip my legs.
Well, tonight we're going to do better than that. You're going to blow your mind.
Gee, where'd you get a car like this?
Presto, presto, jingle, bingo, Marvel the magician. I wave my magic wand and pow.
Well, you've been drinking.
How could you tell? Hey, open the glove compartment.
Oh, fizz of liquor. Where'd you get that?
It's all in the family, kiddo. Where my old man pours it down, he'll never miss one bottle here or there. And the car's my Uncle Joe's. Go ahead. Take the bottle out.
I don't want any. You shouldn't have any more.
Oh, come on. I'm just putting you on. I only had one little drink. And as I remember, you promised you were going to join me.
Okay, why not? Right out of the bottle?
I got no glasses.
Okay, here it goes. Hey, it's almost empty. Did you?
No. I didn't dare sneak a full bottle. Go ahead. Come on, kill it.
No, I just want a small sip. Where are we going?
Starland. Live it up big. All the rides, the games, the disco.
Fine liquor, Starland. What are you going to use for money?
That is no problem.
What are we slowing down for?
There's a liquor store up ahead of you.
Oh, why don't we forget it? I don't want any more.
Baby. Don't you remember tonight's the night we're going to open up your skull and let all those little men out? You just keep it running. I'll be right back.
The street is so deserted.
Oh, yeah. Turn on the radio. Keep it company.
Okay. Those are shots. It sounded like...
Julie.
Oh, my...
Julie.
Tim.
Julie.
Tim.
Help me.
Hey, Tim, what happened?
Hold me. I can't stay. I gotta get to the car.
Come here. All right, I've got you. Tim, that's a gun. You got a gun. Give me that. What are you doing with a gun?
That's a car.
Oh, Tim. Oh, Tim, can you hear me?
Oh, that's a car. Get rid of the gun.
Tim, how can I get
Okay, sister, all right. Just drop your guns.
It isn't mine, officer.
Drop it. Okay, Jake. Get inside the liquor store and see what happened. I'll handle this end of it. Now put your hand behind your back.
But, officer, I think...
Do you want your sidekick here to bleed to death? Now behind the back.
All right. Oh, no.
I'm
no,
sorry.
Please don't.
I'm sorry. You play rough games, you've got to take what comes with them. Now, come on, over to the car. I've got a radio emergency for an ambulance. Well, Dr. Sarah Browning, what are you doing here this time of night?
Well, I'll tell you, Reverend Samuel Pryor. I've been called in as a special consultant on the shooting case that was brought in.
Oh, you mean the boy killed the liquor shop owner?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Well, he doesn't need a psychiatrist, Sally. He's more apt to need me. They've had him in OR 2.5 hours already.
He's not my patient. The little girl who was with him.
Well, they took her back to the station house for questioning. And to lock her up.
Only she didn't stay locked up. There's a Sergeant Lawrence on the way back here with her. Oh, I guess they're here now.
Let me go, please.
Miss Connors, just you calm down now. If you'll only talk quiet.
I'm not saying anything until... Oh, you're not going to lock me up again. This time I will bust my head wide open. I won't let him get me.
Of course we won't let him get you, whoever he is, Julie. This is a hospital. You're perfectly safe. Now, aren't you being foolish?
How do you know me? Who are you?
I've been expecting you. I'm Dr. Browning.
Oh, sure. The head doctor. Well, don't figure I'm putting me in any padded cell. Because if you do, you'll see the biggest wingding yet.
No padded cell, no keys. You'll have to be confined to your room, but you don't have to close the door, and there are 2 big windows.
What?
Honest.
Well, then what?
It's late. I want you to get undressed and get into bed. Then I'll give you something to help you sleep, and while we're waiting for it to work, we'll talk a little. Nurse, will you show Miss Connors to her room?
Miss, do I have to have these?
Sergeant, does she have to be handcuffed?
No, if you don't think she needs them now, Doctor.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Oh, thanks, Doctor.
You go with the nurse and the sergeant. I'll be up in a moment.
I will. For you.
Well, looks like you just made a friend.
Yes, and I need you, Sam. Could we go to my office for a moment or two? Something's haunting that child. Something beyond tonight. You talked to her earlier. Maybe you can give me a clue to who her private boogeyman is.
It's so easy for all of us, no matter how sure we think we are, to panic at what we don't understand. Terrors and strange noises that come to us from the dark outside. But when the nameless fright wells up from inside, creating our own boogeyman, call it what you want, then we are truly possessed. And the only last hope is to exorcise the unnamed thing within us. I'll return shortly with Act Two. Exorcism is a convenient, old-fashioned word. It conjures pictures of the damned or possessed writhing under the influence of some foul demon. It once was the sole province of the religious, and even in modern terms still is. But it is well established by now that the psychiatrist is equally important, and church and medicine work as partners, like the Reverend Sam Pryor and Dr. Sarah Browning.
So the police want a psychiatric evaluation of Julie Connors. They were holding her for bail and locked her in a cell, and she went berserk. Did you see the bruises on her forehead?
I did. Claustrophobia?
Apparently, but that's for later. The point is that even if it is bona fide, it's only a symptom, not a disease. What worries me is less the girl than the father.
Oh, what's the matter with Mr. Connors?
What kind of father abandons a 17-year-old girl who's never been in any real trouble to face jail before she's been found guilty?
Well, she's a suspected accomplice in the murder of a liquor store holdup, or even the murder.
Oh, Sam, can you honestly believe that child could handle a heavy gun like the one that was used?
There's no way of proving that until the boy she was with comes to. If he ever does.
That bad, Sam?
Well, he's young, but not so good, Sally. What was the bond on the girl?
The police don't really suspect her as a principal. Only a few thousand. Except that her father refused to post it.
Well, maybe he can't afford it.
He can. I called him this morning. He refused to talk to me.
Do you seriously imagine that my winning personality might succeed where yours failed, Doctor?
You might apply a little occupational leverage. The father is a deacon at the Plainview's church.
Oh. Well, which the minister happens to be a close friend of mine.
Sam, I can't judge the girl without knowing something about her background, her history, her life. There isn't time for deep analysis. Her father is the only one who can tell me quickly.
Oh, no mother or relatives?
No mother, no relatives close enough to be of value. I know it's an imposition.
Well, not when you ask me, Sally. You give me the address, and I'll go and beard your lion in his den.
Hello, Julie.
Oh, it's you, Doctor. How's Tim?
He's still in the recovery room. How are you?
I don't know.
I promised you a view from a window. Is it all right?
Ever since the sun came up. Trees and shrubs, flowers, and green rolling out as far as you can see, just like the farm was.
The farm?
Where I grew up, before we moved to the city. About 1,000 years ago. Or maybe 5,000. Okay, Doc, what do we start with? The lie detector?
Don't fight me, Julie. I'm on your side. Do me a favor.
I guess I owe you one, getting those handcuffs off of me.
So I'll trade. Just tell me the truth. About everything. Good, bad, indifferent. Just all the truth. That's what I'm after.
You don't ask for much, huh?
When I was a little girl, my father used to say to me, Sally?
Sally?
Well, my name's really Sarah, but I always hated it, so I got to be called Sally. Anyway, Pop...
Oh, that's what I call my father.
Anyway, Pop always said to me, don't do a power of wishing, Sally, because the Lord's too busy to come through for everyone. But if you do wish, always wish big. So that's how it is with you and me, Julie. I'm wishing big. You'll tell me everything.
Gee, Doc. Oh, what's the difference? What have I got to lose? So Tim was just like any other boy. I had to bust out of home for some kicks some of the time.
But you'd known him for a while.
Well, sure. We were in the same class at school.
You weren't surprised when he picked you up in a car this time?
Sure I was. Especially when he said we were heading for Starland Park. You know, the rides and all. And he wanted to go to the discotheque. I just didn't feel right. He never had money like that before.
But you went.
Yeah, I went. I was ready to go anywhere that night, I thought. I even had a drink. Now, I don't usually because it makes me feel kind of dizzy. But I thought it might chase away the guy that follows me.
Go on.
Tim had an almost empty bottle. He gave me a drink, and he said he wanted to stop and get more.
Tell me about the man you say follows you.
I don't want to talk about that.
Then don't. Tell me more about what happened.
Well, we stopped at this liquor store, and Tim left me in the car. He told me to turn on the radio. I heard him throw away the empty because it broke and smashed in the street. I didn't like that.
Why?
Well, things should be tidy and neat. Mom always... Well, I was listening to the radio. And then these two noises. I just couldn't believe they were shots. When Tim came out, he was all bleeding. He could hardly stand up. And then, I don't know, the police came, an ambulance. They took Tim away to the hospital and needed a station house.
And booked you as an accessory?
Yes.
Do you know the charges?
Well, robbery and...
You didn't know Tim was driving a stolen car?
No. He said it was his uncle's and he lent it to him. Why are you asking me all these questions?
Well, some of them I'm asking because I felt you'd rather have me do it than the police.
Well, why doesn't Tim tell him the truth?
Julie, dear, Tim is still unconscious. He can't talk. And Tim isn't my interest. You are. Tell me more about the police station.
Oh, I don't know. Things took forever. They came, took my fingerprints, and then they put me in a cell and locked the door.
Yes?
Well, they turned out the light. I tried to tell them not to because my pop was coming. I asked them to call him. They just didn't pay any attention, and suddenly the wall... He was there. I knew he was going to get me. I just screamed and screamed. The police lady came. I told her to get my pop to get me out of there.
And what did she say?
She said he'd been there, and he wasn't going to let me out. I'd have to spend the whole night. That's when I went bananas. I beat my head against the wall in the bar. And I don't know, everything just went black.
And when you woke up?
They were bringing me in here to the hospital. When I met you.
All right, Julie. Just a few more questions. Sit on the bed. Okay, dear?
Okay.
Why don't you just lie back? That's right. Look, I know you've been through a bad time. A jail would scare the daylights out of me. But why would it drive you up the wall the way it did?
Because it was just like when I was a kid. And I'd get locked in the closet.
To punish you?
Yes.
Who?
Who what?
Who locked you up?
My mother.
And inside in the dark you were terrified?
I always thought I'd choke. There wasn't any light. You couldn't see. The walls. You could just feel them. You could feel them moving in. I closed my eyes. I always hoped my own private dark wouldn't be as scary as the other. And the other would come.
The other?
First I could hear his breathing. Oh, and his voice. Oh, terrible. whispering sound.
But how did you know that this boogeyman wouldn't get you?
I always knew Pop would come to set me free.
And he always did?
That's right, except this time. Oh, how could he do that to me? How could he leave me shut up when he loves me? Just the way I love him. How could he let me be there alone to be swallowed up by the dark forever?
All right, Julie. It's going to be all right. Don't worry, we're going to get you all straightened out.
Dr. Browning, I'm so afraid.
We're all afraid, Julie, of so many things. If I asked you to call me Sally as I called you Julie, would that make it easier?
Oh, you're so kind. I do trust you. Whatever you say, but I just want my Pop.
I know you do.
Sally, please, don't let him walk away from me. If he did, I couldn't live. You don't think he really will, do you?
Dr. Browning isn't back in her office, but she should be shortly. We can wait for her there.
I don't know why I was talked into this, except that you and my past are good friends, Reverend Pye.
A friend in need.
Yeah? What does that mean?
Well, something we all need on particular occasions, but really all the time. Yes, this is Dr. Browning's office.
I can't imagine going to a woman psychiatrist.
Well, neither can I.
Huh? Why, because you're a minister?
No, because I don't need one, and my collar, you must remember, makes sex immaterial.
Yeah, of course.
Whatever criminal aspects this case involves can scarcely touch your daughter. She was, by all evidence, she was an innocent bystander, except for the impetus that, drove her out of an empty house and involved her.
What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying. You see, I've discussed this case with Dr. Browning, and we are both in agreement. Your daughter is possessed by a malignant spirit, something beyond her comprehension or ability to handle, which has driven her into a horrendous situation. One innocent man's death and another possible one. The young man was the instrument of the first. But where does your daughter's guilt lie? Or has she any real guilt at all to bear on those young, shaken shoulders?
The holdup of a liquor store goes wrong. The owner is shot to death. A boy is the apparent murderer. A girl with him, a possible accomplice. What peculiar twist of fate put her there? What punishment or resolution should come from the circumstances? We will leave you to judge that after I return shortly with the third act. This is a story which wanders the fields of modern psychiatry and tries to plumb the depths of subjective terror, grown from within rather than impressed from without. So we return to a minister who faces an anguished father and a history still buried in the shadows of the past.
I don't know why I let myself get talked into this, Reverend.
For your daughter's sake.
Yeah, I told you. I'm through with her.
Miss Connors, you cannot abandon your child. She's only been arrested, not sentenced. She hasn't been proven guilty.
She was in a stolen car with a boy who had a record.
Oh? Well, I don't know that. So isn't it just possible that Julie didn't either?
No, forget it. She'd lie to anyone to try and take him in. But this time she didn't get away with it. Except she managed to fake a way out of jail.
I mean, why are you so bitter against her?
I'm not bitter.
Are you sure? And Dr. Browning doesn't think she's faking. She thinks Julie has real claustrophobia.
Yeah? What do you mean?
A terror of being shut away in a confined or narrow space.
So that's the story she's trying to sell.
Well, we all have it, more or less. Now, perhaps your daughter...
I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I just had a long talk with your daughter, Mr. Connors. I think it's true.
Who are you?
Oh, this is Dr. Browning, the psychiatrist in charge of your daughter's case.
Psychiatrist?
That's right. A profession, I gather, may not be too popular with you, Mr. Connors. But I'm going to be important in your life.
How?
I want to be frank, and I don't want to sound arbitrary, but what happens in a few weeks until the trial, as far as Julie is concerned, is almost entirely up to me.
If you're trying to trick me into posting a bond for her, the answer is no. Let her stay in jail and learn a lesson for once.
That's just what your daughter shouldn't, well, I'll amend that, can't do. She's a very insecure and disturbed girl.
Am I supposed to be responsible for Julie? Am I to take the blame?
I don't like the word blame. Let's say you might be a factor, along with others.
What others?
Julie's mother, for example.
Don't you say one word against Julie's mother. Mary was a saint.
From what Julie told me, a different picture could be imagined.
Whatever she said was lies. Lies!
Possibly. But if she's lying, I'd like to find out why. Now, Mr. Connors, won't you sit down and help me?
I'm sorry, Doctor. I have a job to do. I don't see how I can help you.
If you'll excuse me, I think I'm superfluous in this discussion, and also I have work to do. Now, I promised to visit your daughter. Can I tell her you'll be up to see her, Mr. Connors?
No. You can tell her I never want to see her again.
Well, that's a message you'll have to convey by yourself. Excuse me. Reverend Pryor. Is this intensive care? Yes, I want to ask about Tim Sadler. The boy who was shot in the holdup. Ah, I see. Well, if there's any change, I'll be on 4:50. Would you notify me, please, immediately? Yeah, thank you. Hello, Miss Connors.
Hi. Oh, excuse me, Reverend.
Well, for what?
Well, you're a minister and all. I didn't mean to be rude. I don't want to answer any more questions.
Oh, who does? So we'll avoid them. Leading ones, anyway. Ooh, it's a pretty nice view out of that window.
Reminds me of the farm I was... where I grew up.
You like being out there?
Better in the city.
Mm.
At least Pop was happy out there. Nice.
Well, he still seems pretty nice.
He's here in the hospital. Talking to the shrink.
The shrink?
You know, Dr. Browning.
Uh-huh.
But he won't come and see me. You don't have to tell me, I know. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
Don't give up hope, Julie.
Oh, I gave it up soon after Mother died. When I got old enough to realize he never wanted me. I could never take her place. I ought to have died, too. Never been able to admit it. He hates me for being alive instead of her. Only why can't I even it up and hate him back?
And I don't mean to pry, but you did love your wife very much, Mr. Connors.
My life began and ended with her.
She returned that love.
Oh, yes. Mary loved me.
Is that why she resented it when Julie arrived?
Mary resent Julie? She loved her.
And you?
Of course. Who doesn't want kids? Oh, sure, on a farm, maybe I was kind of disappointed it wasn't a boy. Farmer needs a boy more than girls, but that was only at first.
At first?
Well, there was things went wrong. We weren't to have any more kids. That was the Lord's will. Then, after all the years we tried and found God set against us, Julie was growing up, and a bad streak was showing through. I told Mary she was too soft on her.
What bad streak?
The things she'd do. When she was 8, she climbed that big old maple behind the house and got treated like a cat. We had to get the county hook and ladder from the fire department to fetch her down. And then one summer she fooled us all. She was drowned in the river. By the time she was 10, she ran away from home regular. Not so far she couldn't be found. Then at 12, I swear I couldn't blame them. The boys came swarming around. I tell you the truth, she was lovable and damnable to handle, Doctor.
And your wife tried to punish her somehow, or at least control her, so she took to locking her in the closet?
Who told you that?
Why, Julie.
That was what she said?
Yes.
Damn. If now you don't see what a liar she is. Someone had to punish her. Now, I was the one who locked her in the closet.
Oh, I see. But you were always the one who came back to let her out.
Up till now, Doctor. But I'm not bailing her out anymore. As a father or a bailiff. This time she brought her whole problem. And she can stay in the closet for good.
Mr. Connors, I want you to listen to me.
No, ma'am. You can take up for Julie all you want, but you ain't going to change my mind.
I'm not taking up for Julie. I'm taking up for both of you.
Huh?
And I'll thank you not to call me ma'am. I am Dr. Sarah Browning, and a specialist in human relationships. 2 minutes is all I ask.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Well, a reasonable time.
No, that isn't what I mean. It's just... That's what Mary always used to say to me when she wanted something good for us. I reckon I'll give you your 2 minutes, Doctor. For what?
To try to get you to look at your lives clearly, yours and Julie's. To give you what you need, Mr. Connors. Love.
I had that and lost it.
Your wife's, but not your daughter's.
Julie don't love me. Not like... Not the way...
You couldn't be more wrong.
All her life she was set against me. Trying to bedevil me. Show me her own way. Fight me.
Because all her life you couldn't give her what she really wanted. A father's love. Try to see it from her point of view, Mr. Connors. She was a child who grew up in a house where her parents loved each other so much she felt excluded. An only child with nowhere else to reach for love.
But Mary loved her.
Well, of course, a girl takes her mother's love for granted. Except that she so often thinks of her as a rival for her father's affections. How much love did you offer her? Did she ever find from you?
I was a farmer. I was up from dawn till sundown. Then there were still chores. Nights I was so tired I never had much time.
Exactly. And there was always the thought that had Julie been a boy, she could have worked with you, taken some of those chores off your shoulders, been more of a companion.
Listen here, don't make me out no ogre. Maybe some of the things you say are true, but Julie didn't have to act up the way she did.
That's just the point. Of course she did. She was trying to win your love the only way she could. Or at least attention. She climbs a tree, pretends to drown, runs away from home, anything to get you to come and rescue her. Even the punishment was worth it. The agony of the dark closet, because she knows you'll be the one to come and save her.
I ain't proud of that.
Oh, we're human. We do what we do. But have you any idea what that child suffered for your love?
What do you mean?
Claustrophobia is the most common fear people have. Have you ever been locked up in the dark, Mr. Connors?
Ever since my wife died, I've shut myself in a closet. I hide in it because I don't want to wake up and open the door to life again. I had such love that...
You could have it again. A different way. From Julie.
No. She doesn't love me. She hates me.
She wants to love you. Do you want to love her?
I don't know.
Now, don't throw it away. I've talked to her, Mr. Connors. Do you know about the boogeyman?
Oh, that childish nonsense.
Yes, childish, perhaps, but not nonsense. Imagine. Just shut your eyes and try to think back to your kid years. Thrust into inky blackness, the key turned, no escape. The gradual feeling that the air was getting too thick to breathe. Above all, the dark. And the fear that you were locked in a coffin. And then, from somewhere, some fairy tale or ghost story, you begin to hear a voice.
Trapped, Julie. Trapped. No one to help you. No one to love you. At last I can get rid of you the way I want. The way I should have. Because you never should have been. You feel me closing in. Like the walls crushing you, taking away your breath. Stop it. Don't you know how wrong I was? Don't you see, no matter what she says, I know she hates me.
But she doesn't. In spite of everything, you couldn't be better loved, and I can prove it to you.
How?
Whose voice do you think it was she heard? Because she wasn't a boy, but just a little girl. Because she felt unwanted. Whose voice, Mr. Connors?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Yours.
God forgive me.
He will. And Julie. It isn't too late. All her rebellion, everything she's ever done, even last night, if she has any guilt in what happened, has been a cry for your love. Can't you offer it to her at last?
Pop.
Julie.
I thought you'd... I never thought you'd come.
Yeah. Well, about time.
I didn't rob anybody, Pop. Honest, I didn't. I had no idea.
It doesn't matter, hon. All I know is you're released from the hospital and you're getting dressed. And you or me are going to the police station to post that bond. And then we're going home. And no matter what happens, I'm going to fight to keep you there.
Oh, Pop. Pop, I don't know what to say.
Neither do I much. It ain't going to be easy. So many years to make up for.
You could just one way. With one move.
What?
Could you just hold out your arms?
Julie, my little girl.
Oh, Pop. All my life. Just this. It's all I ever wanted.
All of us have closets in the mind where skeletons rattle and boogeymen breathe heavy in the dark. Thank the Lord for the people who open the doors for us. And pity all those who don't have the doors opened. I'll be back shortly. Well, Julie and Seth Connors made their peace the hard way. Perhaps this time it will stick. At least there won't be any more dark closets. Life is too full of them. And the trick is to find out how to open them. The key is easy to find, of course. It's something very simple. Love. What the real trick is, however, is to be able to give it to the right person. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Jada Rowland, Christopher Tabori, Francis Sternhagen, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Browns. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by the Columbia Broadcasting System. Your dial is set for news with John Scott, WOR New York, and RKO General Station.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor. Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, we bring you Mr. Orson Welles. Mr. Welles will appear as star of the suspense drama called The Dark Tower, from the play by George S. Kaufman and the late Alexander Woollcott. But before we raise the curtain on this evening's tale of suspense, here is a message from your host, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
Let us picture a scene in the fashionable restaurant El Patio in Havana, Cuba. From the next table, we hear a Cuban judge of fine wines describe in glowing terms the wonderful climate and soil of our own California. When his American guest points out that his Cuban host has never been to the United States, the Cuban answers, "Well, it's true I've never visited your California, but from only such perfect wine country could come sherry of such superb quality as that we have enjoyed, Roma California sherry." Yes, by their example, wine connoisseurs of many other lands tell you that in Roma wines are all the great qualities that must be present in a wine for great enjoyment. It's for this reason these wine experts of other lands import Roma wines from great distances to be enjoyed as a rare luxury. But for you, this luxury of other lands becomes a daily pleasure, because you can enjoy any of Roma wine's many different taste-appealing wine types without additional charge for import duties and expensive shipment from great distance. These two great Roma wine features, superb quality and small cost, have made Roma wines America's largest selling wines. I'll spell out the name for you. R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now with the Dark Tower, and with the performance of our star, Orson Welles, as that noted actor, Damon Wellington, scion of the celebrated royal family of stage and screen, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
You dare call me a ham. Varlet, I will prove to the world there are no brains within that thick Teutonic skull. I'll cleave it open like an overripe melon. Who thus profanes the rehearsal of maligns? Enter, if thou art man of woman born. I fear thee not.
Hello, Damon.
Ben Weston, you old son of a gun. I heard you were back from the coast. What news in the Rialto from that cesspool of the arts known as Hollywood? Have they turned my picture to the wall at the Brown Derby yet?
No, it's still there.
I despise myself for wanting to know, of course. It's marvelous to have you back, Ben, old boy. Seen Jessica yet?
Yes, I've seen her.
Isn't she looking fine? Feeling better than she has for years, I think. You got a great thing in this play, Ben. Changed quite a bit from the original, of course. Sort of a satire on the family. Perhaps it might be more dignified to say that the family is a satire on the play.
Yes, I heard about it.
For instance, those lines you heard me declaiming at the end, it actually happened to me once, you know. That German, what's-his-name, who directed Macbeth, he called me a ham. And I chased him out of the theater, and for 4 city blocks, in full costume, with a 2-edged sword.
Damon.
There's a little thing I like in the second act, too. Jessica asked me why I don't stop drinking, and I say, what? Would you have me subsist entirely on food and reach the gargantuan proportions of an Orson Welles? That ought to needle the boy wonder. Hey, Ben?
Damon, can't you stop clowning for a minute?
Of course I can. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave.
Damon, please. Please be serious.
What's the matter, old man?
You know as well as I do what's the matter.
No, frankly, I can't say that I do. To me, the world looks rather well.
Does it? And Jessica feeling better than she has for years. Is she?
Well, isn't she?
Of course not. How could she be?
And why shouldn't she be?
Damon, don't you realize there's been a murder?
Well, to be sure, so there has. And a good thing, too, if you ask me. What of it?
What of it? Can't you see the thing is hanging over this house like a curse?
I hadn't noticed anything hanging over this house, profane or otherwise.
And what about Jessica?
Oh, I suppose it's bound to upset her a little, but she's really in fine shape, Ben. He's going to be marvelous in this play.
There's more at stake in this than a play, Damon. The thing has never been solved. Perhaps it never will be.
Perhaps that's just as well.
But Jessica can't remember. Don't you understand, Damon? She can't remember.
Well, then, Jessica can't remember.
Listen to me, Damon. I wouldn't mind it if it was just that other people thought she might have done it. But they would do that anyway. But she does.
Oh, come on, Ben. I don't believe it.
I've talked to her, Damon. I know.
Oh,
Damon, I love Jessica more than anything else in the world. You know that.
Yes, Ben, I do.
But this way, I couldn't...
You couldn't marry a murderess? Huh? I just think it'd be rather exciting. Now that you mention it, I rather wish I had. Instead of some of those I did marry.
Damon.
I'm sorry. Pretty serious to you, isn't it, old man?
Did you think it wouldn't be?
Well, to tell you the truth, Ben, I hadn't thought about it at all. That's the trouble with being an actor. As long as your part's good, you don't give a hang about the rest of the play. Have you told Jessica?
Yes, we had a long talk.
How did she take it?
You know Jessica. She carried it off, of course.
Ben, you know, in spite of all our histrionic bickering, I'm rather nuts about Jessica myself.
I know you are, Damon.
I have no very fundamental objections to you either. I would describe you, my dear Benjamin, as adequate.
Thanks.
So I think perhaps you and I'd better have a nice, long, heart-to-heart talk.
What good will talking do?
I think if you'll do the listening and let me do the talking, you'll see. Lend me your ears. I will a tale unfold. Well, Jessica, as you know, had been in a sanitarium for nearly a year. She hadn't been on the stage in more than 2 years. The Dark Tower was to be her first attempt to work again. All that time. I know it isn't the greatest play in the world, but it has a surefire box office appeal. Jessica needed that to get her confidence back. Well, we were just polishing up a few last-minute changes here at the house. David Torrance, the producer, you know, he was there with us. And, of course, there are the usual little differences.
And another thing, Damon. When you kick me in the middle of the second act...
Where?
You know perfectly well where. Is it absolutely essential that you boot me halfway across the stage?
What do you want me to do, pull my punches? That's one of the high spots in the show.
It may be a high spot to you, darling, but it's just a black and blue spot to me.
Very well. Henceforth, I shall appear for the second act on crutches. You know, Uncle David, that's not a bad idea.
Oh, now, Damon, let's be serious. There's a lot of work to do.
I'm quite serious. I could throw him at her.
You might try throwing me a cue once in a while. It's the use of having a play if you just make up the lines as you go along.
The critics thought my ad-libbing very witty, remember, dear?
Oh, Damon, you're such an insufferable ham.
A ham? A ham? Me? A
ham? Now, children, please.
I fail to see why I should permit that little minx to insult me with impunity, David.
How dare you speak to me that way?
You started it.
I did not.
You started. You called me a ham.
You are ham, ham, ham.
Minx, minx, minx.
Stop that brawling.
But soft. What light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Martha is the sun.
I quite agree.
What?
That you're a ham.
Gad, I am beset by harpies.
David, haven't you any control over these hirelings of yours?
Oh, I'm only the producer, my dear Martha. You at least are a member of the family.
And you at least can quit?
We're terribly sorry, Aunt Martha. We've been a nuisance, I know, and I apologize. Damon, I even apologize to you.
Don't be silly, Jim.
I've been much the worst, I know, but I've really been terribly keyed up working again, and... You know, Ben is coming east for the opening.
Love rears its ugly head.
Don't be horrid, Damon.
It's all right. I couldn't even be angry if he was. Anyway, I'll have a husband to protect me by this time next week.
I can lick him with one hand tied behind me.
Damon, seriously. I know I owe you an awful lot.
Me?
I hadn't actually realized how far I'd gone. These last 6 months have been like coming alive again. The play and Ben. Thanks, Damon.
Good Lord.
Now I think I'll dress for dinner. Let's all go out to the... I'll get it. Aunt Martha, where would you like to go?
To a rest home.
Hello? Who? No. No, he's not here. He's not here, I tell you. He's dead.
Oh, darling, what is it?
It was for Stanley.
For Stanley?
Yes.
Never mind, darling, it's all right. Just some fool who didn't know.
Of course. Damon, you take David and Martha out to dinner, will you? I think I'll lie down for a little while.
Oh, come on, Jess. You mustn't let a little thing like that upset you.
I know, but I'm awfully tired. Please. Jessica!
You'd better leave her alone for a while, Martha.
Oh, I suppose so.
It was for Stanley Vance, the husband, huh?
Yes.
He's dead, you say?
Might as well tell him about it, Martha.
I was always for telling about it.
Well, you don't have to.
I'd rather. He was the cause of her breakdown, of course.
Should have been an actor. That's why Jessica married him.
She married him because he forced her to marry him. He controlled that girl's mind like some sort of fiendish hypnotist.
My dear Martha, I've always said that if Jessica was fool enough to marry a psychoanalyst...
Damon, stop playing the heartless brother. You saw what Stanley did to her.
I was in Hollywood.
Perhaps that's why Damon went to Hollywood, huh?
Well, what could one do? She was legally married to the man. She'd listen to no one but him.
Here's what happened, David. She went to this fellow to be psychoanalyzed, and in the process, something happened. I don't know what it was, but Vance acquired a power over Jessica's mind that was utterly inhuman. He married her quite frankly to have her support him. Then he found he'd overplayed his hand and sent her into a complete mental collapse. When he found he couldn't snap her out of it, and she was no longer a source of revenue to him, he simply decamped.
You say Vance is now dead?
We heard the happy news about 6 months ago. Some public benefactor had shot him. I've always meant to look that fella up.
From that very day, she began to get better. From the moment she heard the news, it was as though a spell had been lifted.
Now she's practically all well.
You know, it's odd at that, someone phoning for him after all these months.
Probably the sheriff just catching up.
Oh, I wonder who that could be.
Damon, you don't suppose...
I'll go. It may be a peasant with a petition.
Good evening.
My dear Martha, you are positively psychic. The Honorable Stanley Vance.
Thank you. I trust the shock will not be too great.
One knoweth not the place nor the hour when the bridegroom cometh, does one?
My luggage will be here shortly.
Listen to me, Stanley Vance.
Good evening, Martha. I regret to arrive so unceremoniously. I have been ill.
So we have been told. We have been assured, however, that your illness was fatal.
Damon, I thought Stanley.
Jessica. My poor, poor darling.
Stanley.
Oh, but you're ill, my dear, aren't you? You're ill. You should be resting. You're tired and exhausted, aren't you? Terribly, terribly tired.
Yes. I am tired.
Oh, great.
Terribly tired.
I'll take you up to your room, darling. I take it we still have the same room, Martha.
Listen to me, Stanley Vance.
The poor girl, you can see how weak she is.
If you think you're going to stay under this roof for a single minute, get out!
Very well.
Get out!
Very well, if you insist on being inhospitable, Martha. You'll pack your things, Jessica. We'll go to an hotel.
Yes. Yes, Stanley.
Jessica.
But I'm so tired. Will you help me, Stanley?
Of course I will, my dear. Come along.
Stanley.
Yes, Martha?
All right, Stanley. You win.
You're asking us to avail ourselves of your hospitality, Martha.
Yes. You can stay.
That's very sweet of you, Martha. Isn't it, darling?
Yes. Yes, Stanley.
But somehow, someday, there'll be a time of reckoning for you, Stanley Vance. And until it comes, keep out of my sight.
The pleasure will be all mine. Come, darling. We'll go to our room now.
Yes, Stanley.
Damon.
Yes, my aged auntie.
Damon, what are we going to do?
I don't know what you're going to do, Ducky. But I'm going down to the Lambs Club and have a quadruple scotch and soda. You may think it heartless of me, but during the next few days I simply stayed away. I think you'll understand my reasons later. As for Jessica, she was, of course, completely in his power again, and about a week later there appeared upon the scene a gentleman who was destined to play a very substantial role in our little drama. I think you've already met him, at least on one occasion.
I'll get it, Jessica, darling. Hello? No, Mr. Damon Wellington isn't here. Can I take a message, please? Mr. Max Hartsfeld. Hartsfeld. I'll tell him you called, Mr. Hartsfeld. I really couldn't say. Well, you can come up and wait if you like, of course, but I can't promise he'll see you. Very well, goodbye. Jessica,
Yes, Stanley.
do you know any friend of Damon's named Max Hartsfeld?
No, Stanley.
He seemed extremely eager to see him. He said he'd come up here and wait.
Oh, I see.
It's no matter. Tell me, darling, have you been feeling a little stronger these last few days?
Yes. I think perhaps I am, Stanley.
But of course you're not ready to go back on the stage again, are you, darling?
No. Of course not, Stanley.
Poor darling.
No more love, no more. Well, my little lovebirds, how are you two? How are you, Jessica?
A little stronger, I think. Am I a little stronger, Stanley?
Of course you are, my dear. Jessica, I think you'd better leave us now. There's something I want to talk over with Damon.
Yes, Stanley.
I'll see you again very shortly, darling.
Yes, Stanley.
Well, Damon, I've been wanting to talk to you for some time.
Really, I wish I could say the same.
I suppose you realize, Damon, that it's out of the question for Jessica to go on in the play in her present condition.
Kind of the point, William Vance. I have a pressing engagement with a pin-up girl, and I have got to change into my zoot suit.
No, seriously, Damon, I know that you somehow connect me with Jessica's condition.
By an odd coincidence, I do. What of it?
I know it would make you and everyone very happy if Jessica could go on in the play.
Aha, the light at last illuminates my addled wits, so it's a shakedown. A shakedown, is it, Stanley?
My dear Damon, I really don't know what you're talking about.
Look here, my larcenous in-law. I've been shaken down by experts on every conceivable count, including the man act in my time, and I can smell 'em a mile away. What you propose is that for certain financial considerations, you will leave this happy home, Jessica will recover, and she can go on in the play. The answer is no.
There won't be any play without her, Damon.
Are you suggesting that my name is not sufficient to draw the suckers? I can get a dozen people to play Jessica's part. Margaret O'Brien, Marjorie Main, Daisy, Agnes Moorehead. Makes no difference to me. Anybody at all.
Don't try to bluff me, Damon. After all this build-up, you won't dare go on without Jessica.
You little know me, Stinky. You may consider your little farce as having closed on opening night. As for Jessica, I'm very much afraid that she's made her bed, and now she'll have to lie in it. There's no cure for her short of murder with yourself as a victim, and I do not propose to put my neck in the hangman's noose. Good night.
I think you'll see things my way a little later, Damon.
By the way, did I have any calls?
Oh, yes. Max Hartsfeld called. Said he was coming up here to wait for you.
Good heavens, when?
He's on his way now, I imagine.
Look, tell him I'm out. Will you go on to Hollywood or something? Fella's been pestering me all week, wants to buy into the show, and I simply don't want to see him.
Oh, he wants to buy into the show.
Yes, he does not share your lamentable lack of faith in my talent, Stanley, and he's dying to buy into the show.
Does he know Jessica won't be able to appear?
Of course he does, you idiot. Everybody does. Don't you read the trade papers? And now good night, repulsive. I have other fish to fry. Toodaloo, flat top.
Jessica. Oh, Jessica, my dear.
I'm coming, Stanley.
Tell me, Jessica, The Dark Tower, the play you are going to appear in with Damon, you have an interest in it, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I think I do.
An equal interest with Damon?
With Damon, yes.
How much do you suppose that interest is worth, Jessica?
$100,000, I think.
$100,000, huh?
Yes, that was it.
Have you thought about what you're going to do with it now that you can't appear in the play yourself?
No, Stanley, I haven't.
You see, I'm not at all sure the play will be a success without you, Jessica.
I don't know, Stanley.
And so it might be wise to sell your share of it before it opens. Don't you agree, Jessica?
Yes. Yes, I do agree.
And, Jessica, if I could find a buyer, and I think perhaps I can, it might be best if I were to handle the details for you, don't you think?
Yes, Stanley. You handle it.
The fact of the matter is, there's a man coming up here this evening, a friend of Damon's, Max Hartsfeld. Do you remember I asked you about him?
Yes.
It won't be any trouble to you, darling. All you'll have to do is sign the necessary papers.
Excuse me. Is this the residence of Mr. Damon Wellington?
Mr. Hartsfeld?
Yes.
Oh, come in, please.
Thank you. Mr. Wellington is at home?
No, and we don't expect him, but he's discussed with me the reason for your visit, and I think perhaps you and I can reach a satisfactory agreement.
And you are?
Stanley Vance. I'm Miss Wellington's husband. This is my wife.
How do you do?
How do you do? I'm very glad.
Sit down, please, Mr. Hartsfeld. May I have your hat and coat?
Thank you.
And your gloves, please.
I'm sorry, it's eccentricity. Perhaps I always keep them on.
Oh. Now, Mr. Hartsfeld, Damon tells me that you wish to buy an interest in the new Wellington play, The Dark Tower.
Yes, I've been seeking an interview with Mr. Wellington.
Yes, so he's told me. However, Damon has very definitely made up his mind not to sell any part of his interest in the play.
You are sure of this, Mr. Vance?
Oh, yes, quite sure. I had a long talk with him about it only this evening.
I see. I will not conceal from you that this is a source of great disappointment to me, Mr. Vance. I have such a deep admiration for the talents of Mr. Wellington. I'd ventured in a few previous theatrical enterprises. Now, at last, I hope...
I quite understand your feelings, Mr. Hartsfeld, and I think that I may be able to help you.
Yes?
Yes. You see, Damon owns only half of the Wellington interest in the play. My wife, Miss Jessica Wellington, owns the other half. And we, if the offer were sufficiently attractive...
Indeed. You are willing to sell then, Miss Wellington?
Yes, whatever Stanley says.
Good. Then perhaps we should get down to detail, no?
Yes, Mr. Vance. And Miss Wellington, I'm afraid you will think me very rude.
Not at all. What is it?
Since the talents of Miss Wellington's brother must be considered the very essence of our bargaining, and since you are acting as her agent in any event, I wonder if she would forgive me if I ask that you and I conclude this part of our business alone, Mr. Vance.
Oh, of course. Jessica will understand perfectly. Won't you, my dear?
Yes, Stanley.
Run along then, darling. I'll call you when we need you.
Yes, Stanley.
Now, Mr. Vance, I imagine you will wish to know a little more about the man with whom you're dealing. Here's my card. I'm staying at the Waldorf. I've written the room number on the card for you.
Oh, there's no need, really.
Yes. But before we discuss terms, there is one other thing.
Yeah?
I wonder... You do not know me, do you, Mr. Vance?
Know you?
You do not know why I've been looking forward with such pleasure to an interview with you? Alone.
I know,
It's very simple. It's very simple, really, Mr. Vance. It's just that I'm going to kill you.
To kill me? Really, Mr. Hartsfeld?
With these two hands. And before you die, I want you to know the reason. Jessica.
No.
So you see, Ben, there is your murderer, Mr. Max Hartsfeld. And I hope you're duly grateful to him. An elusive fellow, Hartsfeld. The police have been trying to find him for 2 weeks. They never will.
Left no fingerprints, you see. He always kept his gloves on. It's an eccentricity.
Damon. Wait a minute. Do you mean you?
My dear
Muttonhead. Listen, darling, the whole thing's perfectly clear. It's as plain as the putty nose on Max Hartsfeld's face.
I still can't get it into my head.
Benjamin, if you don't know who Max Hartsfeld is by now, you are the only person within the sound of my voice who does not.
You mean you impersonated... Then it wasn't Jessica.
Jessica? She never could have done it. The girl has talent, but no genius.
But Damon, murder.
Murder, he says. Dear friend, you share with me a guilty secret. Your lips are sealed. Come, in the words of Hamlet, never, so help you mercy. Note that you know aught of me. Swear by my sword.
What?
Swear!
I swear.
Well said, old mole. Well, I think that winds up the case, Watson. Jessica will receive by registered post a signed confession by Max Hartsfeld, bound in vellum. That should end her worries. You may consider it as my wedding present. It will be a work not without literary merit, although written lefty. I should prefer it to be published posthumously. I look forward to a long and brilliant career in the theater. I should not care to terminate it abruptly upon so paltry a characterization as the late Max Hartsfeld. Music. Curtain.
And so closes The Dark Tower by Alexander Woolcott and George S. Kaufman, and starring Orson Welles. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
If we could bring to this microphone a man typical of all Roma wine dealers, this is what he might tell you.
I sell a lot of the good Roma wines. They are, you know, America's largest selling wines. My Roma wine customers, I've noticed, are sociable people who enjoy entertaining friends. Talking with me, they give a lot of credit for the success of their entertaining to the enjoyable Roma wines they serve. They're thrifty people, too, these buyers of Roma wines. What else could offer so much enjoyment for so little cost? Only pennies a glass by actual check.
Now, that doesn't leave much for me to add, except this, perhaps. If you are not already one of the millions enjoying Roma wines regularly, make your own taste test of any of Roma wine's many different taste-delighting California wine types, such as the delicious tangy Roma Sherry, or the hearty Roma Burgundy, or the sweeter, heavier Roma Port, and discover for yourself why Roma wines are winning international praise, voiced in this phrase: Roma wines are truly magnificent. Let me repeat the name: R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Orson Welles, ladies and gentlemen. Next week's Suspense will, as is its policy from time to time, do the unexpected in the way of casting. Because you're going to hear the country's leading comic juvenile, Mr. Eddie Bracken, as a dramatic actor. I look forward to hearing that. I know you do, too.
Insure your baby's future by insuring your country's future. Buy war bonds for your baby today.
Don't forget, then, next Thursday, same time, you will hear Eddie Bracken in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.